I would always consider myself a pretty normal guy. Mid-30s, decent job in it, apartment that was mostly clean, like a lot of people my age. I would dip my toes into the murky waters of online dating, specifically Tinder. It was a necessary evil. I guess a way to cast a wider net when your social circle started shrinking faster than a wool sweater in a hot wash. Most of my matches were fine. Generic coffee dates, awkward small talk, the usual. Nothing that ever really sparked. I was starting to think I was just too jaded, or maybe too picky, or maybe just destined to spend my Friday nights binging documentaries with my cat. Mittens. Then I matched with Lena. Her profile was sparse, almost aggressively so. One picture, a headshot, but it was enough to make me pause my endless swiping. She was stunning, in a way that felt almost unreal. Dark, almost black hair, cut blunt, framing a face with high cheekbones and eyes that were a startling shade of green. They held a kind of ancient knowing, a depth that was both alluring and a little unnerving. Her bio simply read seeker of the unusual. No job, no hobbies, no witty banner. Just that. Most times, I would probably swipe left on something so vague, but those eyes, they pulled me in. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. My phone buzzed, and there was her message, "Hey Alex, your profile made me smile. Not many people list proficient in dad jokes as a skill." I chuckled. Okay, so maybe she was not entirely devoid of humor. We exchanged a few more messages. She was witty, intelligent, and had a fascinating way of turning a phrase. But there was always a slight edge to her words, a hint of something just beneath the surface that I could not quite place. She never asked too many questions about me, mostly just reacted to what I said, but her responses always felt deeply considered, almost too insightful. It was flattering, but also a little unnerving. After a few days of texting, I suggested we meet up for a drink. Standard first date stuff. Her response came back quickly. A drink? So conventional. Tell me, Alex, do you ever crave something more? My eyebrows shot up. More? I typed back, a little intrigued despite myself. Like what? A spontaneous trip to Vegas. Skydiving? No, she replied. More like an experience. Something that truly tests the boundaries of comfort. Something that might leave a lasting impression. I hesitated. This was definitely not the usual Tinder fare. My internal alarm bells were starting to ring, but the alluring mystery of Lena, combined with my own growing boredom with predictable routines, pushed me to type. Okay, I am listening. What did you have in mind? Her next message made my blood run a little cold. Even though I tried to tell myself it was just edgy, quirky. There's an old abandoned hospital on the outskirts of town, she wrote. The SD, Jude's Asylum. It has been closed for decades. They say it is haunted. I was thinking we could explore it. First date. My jaw almost hit the floor. An abandoned asylum. For a first date. This was beyond unusual. This was insane. I pictured myself wandering through dusty, crumbling corridors, tripping over rusty gurneys, maybe encountering a squatter or, worse, a ghost. My practical, a guy brain screamed. No, but another part of me, the part that craved something beyond the mundane, the part that was captivated by Lena's strange allure, whispered, why not? What is the worst that could happen? I typed out a response, then deleted it. Typed another, deleted that too. Finally, I settled on something that tried to sound cool and adventurous, but probably just came off as hesitant. An abandoned asylum. That is certainly unconventional. Are you serious? Completely, she texted back, almost immediately, but no pressure. If you are not up for it, we can always do coffee. Just thought you might be the kind of person who appreciates a little adventure. That last line was a masterstroke. It was a challenge, a subtle taunt that played right into my desire to be seen as more than just normal. I did not want to be the guy who chickened out. I want to be the guy who embraced the unusual. And those eyes in her profile picture flashed in my mind, those deep, knowing green eyes. Okay, I typed, a nervous laugh escaping my lips even though I was alone in my apartment. Okay, Lena, you got yourself a date. When and where? She gave me the address and a time, 9 p.m. Friday night. Bring a flashlight, she added, and maybe something to keep you warm. It gets cold in there. The rest of the week was a blur of nervous anticipation. I told my best friend, Mark, about the date. He just stared at me, then took a long swig of his beer. An abandoned hospital. Alex, for a first date. Dude, are you out of your mind? That is like horror movie cliche number 1 for how to get murdered by a serial killer. It is just different. I defended myself, though I knew he had a point. She is really interesting, and I am tired of the same old thing. Interesting is one thing. Alex, leading you into a dilapidated, probably structurally unsound building in the dead of night is another. What if she is a ghost, or a cult leader, or just really into urban exploration, and expects you to be too? I will be fine. I said, try to sound more confident than I felt. I will text you when I get there, and when I leave. If you do not hear from me by midnight, call the cops. It was a joke, mostly, but a part of me meant it. Friday night arrived, and I found myself driving down a long, overgrown road on the very edge of the city. The GPS confirmed I was heading towards SD, Jude's Asylum. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges, which quickly faded to an inky black. The road narrowed. The streetlights became fewer and farther between, eventually disappearing altogether. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating gnarled trees that clawed at the sky like skeletal fingers. And then I saw it, looming in the distance, silhouetted against the faint glow of the distant city, was a hospital. It was a monstrous, sprawling brick building, its windows like vacant eyes staring out into the night. Some were boarded up, others shattered, reflecting the moon in jagged shards. A rusted, ornate iron fence surrounded the property, partially collapsed in places, draped with thorny vines. A sign, barely legible, read SD, Jude's Asylum for the mentally ill. The mentally ill part was almost entirely gone, leaving just SD, Jude's Asylum. The very name sent a shiver down my spine. I parked my car a little ways down the road, as instructed by Lena. She would said to meet at the main entrance, but to be discreet. We do not want to attract any unwanted attention, she would texted, which did nothing to ease my nerves. I grabbed my powerful LED flashlight from the passenger seat, along with a thick hoodie. The air was already cold, damp, and carried a faint, earthy smell of decay and wet leaves. Stepping out of the car, the silence was deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the wind. The hospital loomed, silent and imposing, radiating an aura of profound sadness and abandonment. Every instinct told me to get back in my car and drive away. But I was here, and I would told Mark I would text him. And Lena was waiting. Probably. I walked toward the main gate, pushing aside a section of the broken fence. The ground was uneven, covered in weeds and cracked pavement. The path to the hospital was barely visible, swallowed by years of neglect. As I got closer, the details of the building became clearer. The brickwork was crumbling. Ivy snaked its way up the walls, and the once grand entrance doors were warped and covered in graffiti. I pulled out my phone, typed a quick text to Mark here. Waiting for Lena. Place is creepy as hell. I did not send it immediately. I wanted to make sure she actually showed up. I stood there, for what felt like an eternity, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the oppressive darkness. The wind whistled through the broken windows, sounding like mournful whispers. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak and groan of the old building made me jump. I cursed myself for agreeing to this. What was I thinking? This was not adventurous. It was just plain stupid. Just as I was about to give up and leave, a figure emerged from the deeper shadows near the main entrance. My heart leaped into my throat. It was Lena. She moved with an almost ethereal grace, her dark hair stark against the pale moonlight. She was wearing a long, flowing coat that seemed to absorb the light, making her appear even more like a wraith. As she approached, her eyes, those striking green eyes, seemed to glow in the dimness. "Alex," she said, her voice a soft murmur that carried surprisingly well in the still night air. "You came." "Yeah." I managed, my voice a little hoarser than I liked. "You said 9. I am a little early, actually." I checked my watch. It was 9:15. She was actually late. She smiled, and it was a beautiful smile, but it did not quite reach her eyes. They remained fixed on me, intense and unblinking. "Punctuality is a virtue," she said, "but anticipation, that is an art." She gestured towards the main doors. One of them was ajar, a sliver of deeper darkness visible within. "Shall we?" My stomach churned, but I nodded, trying to project an air of confidence I definitely did not feel. "Lead the way." As we stepped across the threshold, a wave of cold air washed over me, carried with it the distinct scent of dust, decay, and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood and forgotten medicines. My flashlight beam danced across a cavernous entrance hall. The ceiling was high, stained with water damage, and cobwebs hung like tattered shrouds from every corner. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust and debris, fallen plaster, shattered glass, and what looked like old patient files scattered like fallen leaves. "Welcome to SD. Jude's." Lena whispered, her voice barely audible. "Where the past still breathes." She did not use a flashlight, her eyes seemingly adjusting to the gloom with ease. She moved with an unsettling familiarity, as if she had been here countless times before. I kept my beam steady, trying to take in my surroundings. There were old reception desks, overturned chairs, and a grand staircase that seemed to lead up into absolute blackness. So, I began, trying to break the oppressive silence. "What exactly are we looking for here?" She turned to me, her green eyes reflecting my flashlight beam like a cat's. "Answers, Alex, or perhaps questions. This place has seen so much suffering, so many secrets. Do not you feel it?" I did feel something. A profound sense of unease, a weight in the air that felt heavier than just dust and decay. It was the weight of countless forgotten lives, of pain and despair. We explored the ground floor first. We passed through what looked like an old waiting room, then into a series of consultation rooms, each one more desolate than the last. Empty filing cabinets stood open, their contents strewn across the floor. Syringes, still in their wrappers, lay alongside ancient, yellowed medical textbooks. In one room, a child's drawing, faded but still discernible, was tacked to a crumbling wall, a crude stick figure, holding hands with a monstrous, shadowy figure. It gave me chills. Lena seemed completely unfazed. She moved through the ruins with a strange reverence, occasionally touching a crumbling wall or picking up a discarded object, examining it with a detached curiosity. She spoke in hushed tones, almost to herself, about the patients who might have occupied these rooms, the treatments they endured, the forgotten screams. "They say the scream still echoes sometimes," she murmured, pausing in front of a particularly dilapidated room, "especially on nights like these, when the veil between worlds is thin." My heart hammered against my ribs. You believe in ghosts?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She turned to me, a faint, unsettling smile playing on her lips. "I believe in what lingers. Alex, what refuses to let go." We moved deeper into the hospital, into the patient wards. The long corridor stretched out before us, lined with empty beds, some still with rusty bed frames, others just impressions on the dusty floor. The air grew colder here, and the metallic, sweet scent became stronger, It was almost suffocating. My flashlight beam struggled to cut through the oppressive darkness, creating more shadows than it dispelled. This was a women's ward. Lena said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. They say some of them never left. Not truly. She pointed to a particular bed frame, twisted and broken. A young woman, Clara, was confined here. She believed she could see beyond the veil. They called it psychosis. But what if she was just gifted? I shivered, pulling my hoodie tighter around me. How do you know all this? She turned to me, her green eyes piercing the gloom. The walls remember. Alex, if you listen closely enough, they will tell you their stories. I tried to listen. All I heard was the wind rattling a loose window pane and the frantic pounding of my own heart. But as we walked, I started to notice things. Small, unsettling details. A child's shoe, perfectly preserved, sitting on a windowsill in an adult ward. A single, faded playing card, the Queen of Spades, pinned to a wall. And the shadows, they seemed to stretch and writhe, taking on fleeting, disturbing shapes in the periphery of my vision. Lena led me to a stairwell, a grand, sweeping affair that must have been impressive in its day. Now it was crumbling, the banister broken in places, the steps groaning under our weight. We ascended into the upper floors, where the decay was even more pronounced. The air grew heavier, colder. I could almost taste the dust and the metallic tang. We found ourselves in what looked like an old operating theater. The room was circular, with a raised platform in the center where a rusty, skeletal operating table still stood, its leather straps rotted away. Stains, dark and ominous, marred the floor and walls. The overhead surgical lights hung like dead spiders, their wires dangling. This is where the real work was done, Lena said, her voice laced with strange reverence. She walked toward the operating table, running her hand along its cold, pitted surface. The transformations, the interventions, the moments where life and death hung in the balance. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to get out. The air in this room felt thick, oppressive, as if the pain and fear of countless surgeries still lingered. Lena, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I think I have seen enough. This place is a lot. She turned from the table, her face illuminated by my flashlight. Her expression was unreadable, but her eyes, they seemed to glow with an intensity I had not seen before. Seen enough, Alex, but we have only just begun to scratch the surface. Do not you want to know what truly lies beneath? She took a step towards me, and then another. Her movements were fluid, almost too smooth. This hospital, Alex, it is not just a building. It is a living archive. Every scream, every tear, every desperate plea, it is all imprinted here. And sometimes, if you are open enough, you can feel it. You can become a part of it. A chill that had nothing to do with the cold air shot down my spine. Her words, her tone, her unblinking gaze, it was all wrong. This was not a date. This was something else entirely. My earlier alarm bells were now screaming, deafening in my ears. Lena, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, though my hands were trembling. I really think we should go. It is getting late. And this place is giving me the creeps. She smiled. Again, that unsettling, not quite reaching her eyes smile. Giving you the creeps. Or waking you up. Alex, waking you up to the truth of what lies beyond the mundane. She took another step, closing the distance between us. You swiped right because you crave the unusual. You agreed to come here because you wanted more. Do not tell me you are backing out now. I am not backing out. I lied, my voice cracking. I think we have explored enough for one night. Maybe we could get that coffee. Now, her head tilted slightly, like a bird listening to a distant sound. Coffee? No. Alex, the coffee is for those who are content with the surface. You, I sense we're different. You have a void, do not you? A longing for something deeper, Something that can truly fill that emptiness. My stomach clenched. How could she know that? I had not told her anything about my deeper feelings, my loneliness. My profile was generic, my text polite. How do you know that? I demanded, my flashlight beam wavering. Her smile widened, becoming something predatory. I see it. I feel it. The same longing that drew so many to this place, seeking solace, seeking answers, seeking release. She extended a hand towards me, her fingers long and slender, almost translucent in the dim light. Come, Alex, let me show you the ultimate connection, the ultimate release. My heart pounded like a drum against my ribs. Her eyes, those vivid green eyes, seemed to swirl with an unnatural light, pulling me in, threatening to drown me. I could feel a strange pressure in my head, a buzzing sensation that made me dizzy. This was not a person. This was not a date. This was something ancient, something hungry. No, I choked out, taking a step back. I need to go. She laughed, a low, guttural sound that echoed unnaturally in the operating theater. Go. Alex, you are already here. You are already a part of this place, just like all the others. Her hand shot out, not to grab me, but to point to the stains on the floor around the operating table. My flashlight beam followed, and I saw them clearly now. Not just dried blood, but something else. Faint outlines, like residual energy. And then, as if the air itself was shifting, I saw them. Faint, translucent figures, flickering at the edges of my vision. Faces, twisted in agony, their mouths open in silent screams. They were everywhere, surrounding the operating table, surrounding us. I let out a strangled cry, stumbling backward, tripping over something unseen. My flashlight clattered to the floor, its beam spinning wildly before settling on a corner, casting long, distorted shadows. The room was plunged into deeper gloom, illuminated only by the faint, eerie glow from Lena's eyes. They are waiting. Alex, she whispered, her voice now a chorus of multiple whispers, overlapping and echoing. They are waiting for a new companion, a new story to imprint upon these walls. Pure, unadulterated terror seized me. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly. I had to get out. Now, I turned and bolted, not caring where I was going, just away from Lena, away from those silent, screaming figures. I crashed through the door of the operating theater, slamming into the corridor. The darkness here was absolute, suffocating. I fumbled for my phone, desperate to use its light, but my hands were shaking too badly. You can't leave. Alex, Lena's voice, still a chorus, echoed behind me, closer than I expected. You chose to come here. You chose to be part of the unusual. I could hear her footsteps, light and swift, pattering behind me. Or were they more than footsteps? A rustling, a slithering sound that made my skin crawl. I pushed myself faster, blindly navigating the decaying corridor. I could feel the presence of the spectral figures now, cold spots brushing against my skin, faint murmurs whispering in my ears. I ran down the main staircase, nearly falling several times, my feet slipping on loose debris. Each step was a jarring impact that sent pain shooting through my ankles, but I ignored it. My only thought was escape. Get out, get out, get out. I burst into the main entrance hall, the faint moonlight streaming through the shattered windows, offering little comfort. The front door, the one we would enter through, was now closed, slammed shut. My heart sank. I threw myself against it, pushing, pulling, but it would not budge. It felt like it was sealed, welded shut by an unseen force, looking for a way out. Alex, Lena's voice, now right behind me, was a chilling melodic hum. There's no out here. Only in... I whirled around. She was standing just a few feet away, her eyes blazing with an unholy green light. Her face, once beautiful, was now distorted, elongated. Her mouth stretched into a wide, unnatural grin, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. Her long coat seemed to ripple and flow, almost like dark smoke. And around her, the faint, flickering figures of the former patients swirled, their silent screams now almost audible, a high-pitched whine that grated on my nerves. "What are you?" I gasped, backing away until my back hit the unyielding door. "I am the keeper of stories," she hissed, her voice a symphony of the damned, "the collector of souls. I am what this place made me, and now it is your turn." She lunged, not with physical attack, but with an ethereal reach. Her hands, long and skeletal, passed right through me, and I felt an icy coldness penetrate my very being, a sensation of being hollowed out, drained. My vision blurred, sounds became muffled. I could feel something trying to pull itself out of me, a part of my essence, my memories, my very self. I screamed, a raw, animalistic sound that tore from my throat. I thrashed, fighting against the unseen force, against the icy tendrils that were burrowing into my mind. I saw flashes of my life mittens. Mark, my parents, my first car, my embarrassing childhood moments all being ripped away, fading into the swirling green light of Lena's eyes. With a desperate, primal surge of adrenaline, I pushed back, channeling every ounce of fear and will into a single, desperate effort. I felt a tearing sensation, as if my very soul was being ripped. The coldness intensified, then suddenly receded. Lena recoiled, a look of surprise, almost pain, flickering across her distorted features. "You resist," she hissed, her voice losing some of its multi-layered quality, returning to a singular, enraged tone. It was my chance. I saw a window nearby, partially intact, but large enough for me to squeeze through. Without a second thought, I sprinted towards it, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. I did not care about the glass, about the jagged edges. I just needed to escape. I threw myself through the window, the glass shattering around me in a cascade of noise. I landed hard on the overgrown grass outside, shards of glass embedding themselves in my hands and arms. Pain shot through me, but it was a welcome pain, a physical pain that grounded me in reality. I scrambled to my feet, not looking back, and ran. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, stumbling through the weeds, tearing my clothes on unseen branches. I did not stop until I reached my car, fumbled with the keys, my hands slick with sweat and blood. I locked the doors, started the engine, and peeled out of there, tires spitting gravel. I did not look in the rear-view mirror, not once. I just drove, speeding down the dark, winding road, away from the looming shadow of SD. Jude's Asylum. I did not stop until I reached the brightly lit, familiar streets of my own neighborhood. I pulled into my driveway, my body shaking uncontrollably, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I sat there for a long time, the engine idling, the warmth of the car a stark contrast to the icy terror that still clung to me. I finally managed to pull out my phone. My fingers, still trembling, typed out a text. "I am home. Do not ask." I did not wait for a reply. I just stumbled out of the car, into my apartment, and collapsed onto the couch. Mittens immediately jumping onto my lap, purring, oblivious of the horror I had just endured. I never went back to Tinder. I deleted the app that night and every other dating app on my phone. The memory of Lena's face, her distorted smile, her glowing eyes, and the silent, screaming figures of the hospital is burned into my mind. I still feel it sometimes, that lingering coldness, that hollow sensation deep within me. Like a part of me was indeed ripped away, a piece of my soul left behind in that cursed place. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just right, I swear I can hear whispers, faint and distant, echoing the chorus of voices that try to claim me. I tell myself it was just a bad dream, a hallucination brought on by fear and the creepy atmosphere. But then I look at the faint, almost imperceptible scar above my left eyebrow, a tiny, jagged line I did not have before that night, a mark from a piece of shattered glass. And I remember the cold, the whispers, and Lena's final, chilling words, "There is no out here." Only then, I escaped the hospital. Yes, but I am not sure I ever truly escaped SD. Jude's. I think a part of it, a part of her, came home with me. And sometimes when I'm alone in the dark, I wonder if she is still waiting for me, listening just beyond the veil for the moment I finally break. For the moment I finally let her in. The world had been irrevocably cleaved into the night. I stumbled into the midnight grill. Before, there was a vague, manageable terror of the human threat of Mark, my stalker. After, there was something else entirely. Something ancient, vast, and utterly indifferent to human sanity. The memory of Brenda, her butcher knife gleaming under the diner's fluorescent lights, the patrons with their wide, unblinking eyes, and that thing on the grill, a human heart. Still beating, it was a wound that refused to heal. I would driven for hours that night, the rising sun doing little to dispel the gloom that had settled deep in my bones. Every shadow seemed to hold a pair of those unblinking eyes. Every reflection in a window seemed to distort into a grotesque, anticipatory grin. I was home now, if you could call it that, but my apartment, once a sanctuary for Mark, now felt like a cage under constant surveillance by unseen entities. The paranoia I would felt about Mark was like a child's toy gun compared to nuclear dread that now coursed through my veins. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them, the faces, the eyes, and that heart. I would try everything to distract myself, endless reruns of sitcoms, scrolling through social media, even attempting to read, but the words swam on the page, meaningless. My phone, once a source of connection, now felt like a portal to whatever was out there waiting. I would delete all my social media, even change my number, trying to sever every digital tether to the world, fearing that somehow they would find me through it. But the isolation was suffocating. I was alone, truly alone, with a horror I could not articulate, let alone share. Friends called, worried. But how do you explain a diner full of people staring at you while a waitress prepares a human heart? They would think I was having a breakdown, and maybe I was. The thought of Mark now seemed trivial, almost comforting in its simplicity. He was just a man. This was something else. Something that twisted reality itself. One night, probably around 3 a.m., my mind a buzzing hive of fear and exhaustion, I found myself staring at my phone. It felt like a lifetime ago that I would last use a dating app. The idea was absurd, really. Who was I to even think about dating? I was a shell of a person haunted by cosmic dread, but a desperate, almost primal urge for connection, for some semblance of normalcy, gnawed at me. A part of me, a very small, very foolish part, thought that maybe, just maybe, if I could find anyone to talk to share a laugh with, it might pull me back from the edge. It was a stupid, dangerous thought, but the human heart, even when it has been exposed to the grotesque, still yearns for warmth. So, against every fiber of my being, I re-downloaded Tinder. The icon felt alien on my screen, a relic from a life that no longer existed. I created a new profile, scrubbing away any trace of my old self, using a slightly different name, generic photos. I swiped left, a monotonous parade of faces, each one blurring into the next. My heart was not in it. It was just a distraction, a way to pass the endless, terrifying hours. Then, I saw him. It was a simple profile picture of a man, probably in his late 20s or early 30s, with kind eyes and a gentle smile. He had dark, slightly curly hair, a touch of stubble, and a nose that was just a little too prominent, giving his face character. He was wearing a plain gray t-shirt. Nothing extraordinary, nothing that should have made me pause. But I did. My thumb, poised to swipe left again, froze. A jolt, like a static shock, went through me. My breath hitched. There was something familiar about him. Not in the way you recognize a celebrity or someone you went to high school with. It was deeper, more primal. a memory on the tip of my tongue, a name just out of reach. I stared at the picture, my eyes wide, unblinking. The irony was not lost on me. I was becoming one of them, unable to tear my gaze away. His smile, though warm, seemed to hold a secret. His eyes, though kind, seemed to see me, really see me, in a way that made my skin crawl. Then it clicked. A cold, nauseating wave washed over me. A feeling far worse than the fear I would feel at the diner, because this was personal. This was an invasion of my deepest, most private sanctuary in my childhood. He looked exactly like Whisper. Whisper, the name unbidden, sprang into my mind, a ghost from a past I had long since buried. Whisper was my imaginary friend. I know, it sounds completely insane. A grown woman, terrified because a dating app match looks like her childhood imaginary friend. But you do not understand. Whisper was not like other kids' imaginary friends. He was not a cuddly teddy bear or a mischievous sprite. He was different. I must have been about 5 or 6 when Whisper first appeared. I was an only child, and my parents were busy, loving but often preoccupied. I was a quiet kid, prone to daydreaming. One afternoon, I was playing in my room, building a castle out of blocks, when I looked up and saw him. He was tall, even then, impossibly tall for a child's room. Thin, almost gaunt with long, spindly limbs. His hair was dark, like the man in the picture, but somehow it always seemed to shimmer, like it was made of shadows. His eyes were the most striking feature, dark, deep set, and always watching. But it was a smile that truly unnerved me, even as a child. It was too wide, too knowing, stretching almost unnaturally across his face. He never spoke, not with words anyway. His name, Whisper, came from the way he communicated. He would stand very close to me, and I would feel thoughts, ideas, even full sentences forming in my mind as if he was whispering them directly into my consciousness. They were not my thoughts. They were his. He was my constant companion. He would sit in my room while I played, always in the corner, never moving unless I moved. He would follow me into the kitchen, stand behind my chair at dinner, even accompany me to the bathroom. My parents, bless their hearts, just thought I had an active imagination. "Oh, is Whisper joining us for dinner tonight?" My mom would say, a little too brightly, when I would insist on setting an extra plate. My dad would chuckle and tell me eat my vegetables so you can grow as big and strong as Whisper. They never saw him. Of course. He was just for me. But Whisper was not always fun and games. There was an unsettling edge to him. He knew things I had not told anyone. He would whisper thoughts into my mind about my parents' arguments, about secrets my friends told me, about things I had done in private. He would sometimes suggest games that felt wrong, like hiding my mom's keys and watching her panic, or moving my dad's glasses just out of reach. I would never do them, but the suggestions would linger, a cold, dark stain on my innocence. The worst part was his possessiveness. If I tried to play with other kids, he would be there, standing just behind me, his silent presence a suffocating weight. He would whisper thoughts of doubt and suspicion about my friends, making me question their motives, their loyalty. He made me feel like he was the only one who truly understood me, the only one who truly saw me. As I got older, around 8 or 9, whispers started to fade. He became less frequent, less solid. The whispers grew fainter. I convinced myself it was just a phase, a childish fantasy I would outgrown. I pushed in the back of my mind, a peculiar, slightly embarrassing memory. By the time I was a teenager, I barely thought of him at all, dismissing him as a figment of an overactive imagination. Until now, until this Tinder profile. The man in the picture was not just similar to Whisper. He was Whisper. The same dark, slightly wavy hair. The same prominent nose. And those eyes, dark and deep set, held that same unsettling knowingness. Even the smile, though warm and inviting, stretched just a little too wide, revealing a hint of the same unsettling secret I remember from my childhood. My hand trembled as I held the phone. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drum. Was this a hallucination? Was a trauma from a midnight grill finally pushing me over the edge? Was I seeing things that were not there? Or was this something far, far worse? Morbid curiosity, a dangerous thing, took hold. I swiped right. The match was instantaneous. "You have got a new match," the screen declared, a cheerful chime echoing in the silent apartment. My stomach churned. He had matched me back. Of course he had. A message popped up almost immediately. "Hey, my new name. You have really captivating eyes." My blood ran cold. Captivating eyes. That was something Whisper used to tell me. Not in words, but a feeling, a thought that my eyes were special, that they held secrets. It was a small detail, easily dismissed as a common compliment. But combined with everything else, it felt like a direct hit. I did not reply immediately. I could not. I just stared at the message, then at his profile picture, then back at the message. The familiar dread, the cosmic horror from the diner, felt like it was merging with this new, personal terror. Were those unblinking eyes from the midnight grill somehow connected to Whisper's constant, unwavering gaze? Was this man, this Tinder match, a part of them? After what felt like an eternity, I forced myself to type a response. Something generic. "Hey, thanks. You too." Lame. I know, but my mind was a fog of fear. His reply was quick. "So, what are you up to tonight? Anything exciting?" I hesitated, just trying to relax. "Long week." "I get that," he wrote back. "It sounds like you have been through a lot lately." My breath caught in my throat. How could he know that? My profile was brand new, completely scrubbed. I had not mentioned anything about my recent trauma. Was it a lucky guess? A common platitude? Or was he Whisper? My fingers hovered over the keyboard. "What makes you say that?" I typed, trying to sound casual, but my voice, if I would spoken, would have been a tremor. "Just a feeling," he replied, almost instantly. "You have an aura about you, like you have seen things others have not." My heart hammered. He was speaking my language. He was speaking the language of the cosmic horror I had encountered. This was not a coincidence. This was too specific. I needed to meet him. I needed to see if my mind was playing tricks on me, or if this impossible, terrifying thing was actually happening. I needed to know if Whisper, my childhood imaginary friend, had somehow manifested into a flesh and blood man. "Would you want to grab a coffee sometime this week?" I typed, my hand shaking so badly, I almost dropped the phone. "I would love that," he replied. "How about tomorrow? There's a great little place on Elm Street, the Daily Grind. Around 2 p.m., the Daily Grind." It was my favorite coffee shop, a place I frequented when I dared to leave my apartment. I had not mentioned it on my profile. Another chill snaked down my spine. "Sounds good." I managed to type back, a hollow feeling in my chest. The next day was a blur of anxiety. I kept telling myself it was a test, a way to prove that my mind was broken, that I was seeing ghosts where there were none. But deep down, a terrifying part of me knew. I arrived at the Daily Grind a few minutes early, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I chose a table in the corner, tried to appear nonchalant, but my eyes darted nervously towards the door every few seconds. Every person who walked in seemed to hold a hint of him, a fleeting resemblance that made my stomach clench. Then he walked in. It was him. Exactly him. The man from the Tinder profile. The man who was Whisper. He was taller than I would imagine, even more gaunt in person, but not unhealthily so. His dark hair curled slightly at the nape of his neck, and that prominent nose gave his profile a distinctive, unsettling elegance. He scanned the room, and when his eyes landed on me, a wide, slow smile spread across his face. It was the same smile from the picture, but in person it held a depth and almost predatory warmth that made my blood run cold. It was Whisper's smile, the one that stretched a little too wide, revealing a secret knowledge. He walked toward my table with an easy, confident stride. Every movement was fluid, almost too graceful. He held himself with an unsettling stillness, like a predator patiently observing its prey. "Hi, my new name," he said, his voice a low, smooth baritone. It was not the voice I remembered from my childhood, of course, because Whisper never spoke aloud. But there was a resonance to it, a subtle vibration that felt familiar, like a chord struck deep within my memory. "Hi," I managed, my voice a little shaky. "Have a seat." He sat opposite me, his gaze never leaving mine. His eyes in person were even more striking. Dark, almost black, and so deep-set that they seemed to pull you in. They were kind, yes, but there was an unblinking intensity to them that was eerily familiar. "It is good to finally meet you," he said, his smile still in place. "I feel like I have known you for a long time." My breath hitched. He could not have chosen a more chilling opening line. I tried to laugh it off, a nervous, brittle sound. "Oh, yeah. What makes you say that?" He leaned forward slightly, his eyes still fixed on mine. "Just a feeling, like I said. A connection. Some people just resonate with each other. Do not they? Like old friends. Old friends." The words hung in the air, heavy and thick. I could feel the hairs on my arms, standing on end. I had to test him. I had to know. So, I began, trying to sound casual. "What do you do?" He shrugged, a small, elegant movement. "A little bit of everything. I am a bit of a wanderer. I like to observe, to learn, to connect." He paused, his gaze intensifying. "What about you? What were your childhood dreams? What did you want to be when you grew up?" The question felt like a direct hit. It was a question Whisper used to ask me, whispering thoughts into my mind about my future, about what I truly desired. I wanted to be an artist. I stammered, surprised by my own honesty, but I never really pursued it. "You should," he said, his voice soft. "You were always so good at drawing, especially faces. I remember you used to draw faces everywhere." My blood ran cold. I had not drawn faces everywhere as a child. I had drawn his face, Whisper's face, over and over again, in my sketchbooks, on the margins of my homework, even on the back of my bedroom door. No one else knew that. My parents never paid that much attention to my specific doodles. They just knew I liked to draw. How would you know that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He just smiled, a slow, knowing curve of his lips. Like I said, a feeling. Sometimes you just know things about people, especially when you've been around for a while. The double meaning was unmistakable. Around for A, while not just as in been on this planet for a while, but been around you for a while. I felt a cold dread settle in my stomach, worse than anything I would felt at the midnight grill. Because this was not some random, cosmic entity. This was something that had infiltrated my life, my memories, my very identity from the earliest days. "So what is your name, actually?" I asked, trying to steer the conversation back to something normal, something tangible. "Your profile just said Jay." He chuckled, a low, resonant sound that vibrated through me. "You can call me Julian, or Jay, or whatever you like. I have had many names. Many names." Another chilling detail. Whisper, I realized, was just the name I had given him. The coffee arrived, but I barely registered it. My hands were shaking too much to hold the cup steadily. Julian or Jay or Whisper just watched me, his dark eyes unblinking, that wide smile still playing on his lips. He did not touch his own coffee. He just watched. The date, if you could even call it that, ended with me feeling utterly drained and terrified. He walked me to my car, his presence a heavy, suffocating weight beside me. As I fumbled with my keys, he leaned in close, his voice a low whisper that seemed to bypass my ears and go straight to my mind. I had a wonderful time. My new name, it has been too long. Then he was gone, melting into the bustling street, as if he were made of shadows, just like Whisper used to disappear when my parents came into my room. The next few days were a blur of escalating paranoia. Julian started texting me constantly. His messages were always perfectly timed, always perfectly worded, always hinting an intimate knowledge of my thoughts and feelings. Thinking of you. Hope you are not too stressed about that presentation tomorrow. He would text, even though I had not mentioned the presentation to anyone. Or, did you remember to water your plants today? They looked a little droopy. He would never been to my apartment. I started seeing him everywhere. Not always him, but glimpses. A man with dark, curly hair across the street, turning just as I looked. A figure standing too still in the periphery of my vision, melting away when I focused. The unblinking eyes from the diner were no longer just in my memory, they were in these fleeting glimpses in the back of my mind, always watching. I stopped leaving my apartment. The midnight grill had made me a prisoner, and now Julian. Whisper was tightening the chains. I tried to block his number, but new messages would appear from different numbers, all with the same chilling familiarity. You can't get rid of me that easily. One read, I am always here. My friends called, worried sick. You sound terrible. My best friend. Sarah said, you have not left your apartment in days. Is this about that diner thing? You really need to see someone, my name. How could I explain? How could I tell her that the man I met on Tinder was my imaginary friend, who now seemed to know everything about me, who seemed to be everywhere? She would think I was having a psychotic break, and honestly, I was beginning to think so too. I started digging through old boxes in my closet, forgotten relics from my childhood. I found old school reports, faded photographs, and a dusty shoebox labeled my secrets. Inside, among dried flowers and forgotten trinkets, were my old sketchbooks. My hands trembled as I opened the first one. Page after page, there he was. Whisper. Tall, thin, with dark, shimmering hair, deep-set, unblinking eyes, and that wide, unsettling smile. I had drawn him hundreds of times, in every pose imaginable. And every single drawing was undeniably, terrifyingly Julian. The exact same features, the same unsettling aura. One page in particular made my blood freeze. It was a crude drawing of Whisper standing behind me, his hand on my shoulder, his wide smile stretching from ear to ear. And beneath it, in my childish scrawl, was a sentence Whisperer says he will always be with me. He says he is waiting. Waiting. That word echoed in my mind, a chilling refrain. Brenda at the Midnight Grill had said, they have been waiting for you. Was Whisper one of them? Had he always been? The realization crashed over me like a tidal wave. He was not imaginary. He was real. He had always been real. He had been a silent observer, a possessive entity, whispering thoughts into my mind, waiting for me to be vulnerable, to be alone, to be desperate enough to reach out. The cosmic horror I had encountered at the diner was not a separate entity, it was his. World is kind. The unblinking eyes were his eyes, multiplied, reflected in every corner reality. I had to confront him. I could not live like this, a prisoner in my own mind, my own home. I picked up my phone, my fingers flying across the keypad, my heart racing. We need to talk. I texted him. Meet me at the park by the old oak tree in an hour. It was a place I used to go with Whisper as a child, a place I thought was safe. His reply was instantaneous. I will be there. I knew you would come around. The park was deserted when I arrived, the late afternoon sun casting long, ominous shadows. The old oak tree, once a symbol of childhood wonder, now loomed gnarled and ancient, like a silent sentinel. I stood there, my arms wrapped around myself, shivering despite the mild air. Then he emerged from the shadows beneath the tree. Julian. He was not walking, he seemed to simply coalesce, his form solidifying from the encroaching darkness. His eyes were fixed on me, unblinking, just like in the drawings, just like at the diner. And that smile, it was wider now, stretching almost impossibly across his face, a silent, knowing grin that promised nothing but terror. You came, he said, his voice a low, satisfied purr. I knew you would. Who are you? I demanded, my voice trembling but firm. What do you want? He took a step closer, then another, until he was only a few feet away. His eyes, dark and fathomless, seemed to bore into my soul. I am Whisper, he said, his voice a melodic whisper that resonated directly in my mind. I am your oldest friend, your truest companion. You are not real. I choked out, desperate to cling to the last shreds of my sanity. You were never real. You were just my imagination. He chuckled, a sound that was both amused and deeply chilling. Oh, but I was, and I am. You just called me imaginary because it was easier for your parents to understand. Easier for you to understand. I have always been here, darling. Always watching. Always waiting. Waiting for what? I whispered, my eyes wide with terror. His smile widened further, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too numerous. For you to be ready. For you to see. For you to understand that the world is not as simple as you think. That there are others. And I am one of them. He took another step, and I instinctively recoiled. The midnight grill. I stammered. Those people burned to the heart. Oh, yes, he purred, his eyes gleaming. A little preview. A taste of what awaits. You see, you were always meant for us. You just needed a little push, a little nudge to open your eyes to the truth. He raised a hand, and I flinched, but he did not touch me. He simply gestured toward the surrounding trees, toward the deepening shadows. They are all around us, darling. Always have been. You just could not see them before. But now you are finally seeing the world as it truly is. And as I looked, as I stared into the shadows, I started to see them. Shapes, indistinct at first, then solidifying. Faces, pale and gaunt, emerging from the darkness. And their eyes, wide, unblinking, fixed on me, just like the patrons at the midnight grill. Just like Whisper's eyes. Panic seized me, a primal, all-consuming terror. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet were rooted to the spot. My breath caught in my throat. Julian, Whisper, whatever he was, took another step closer, his smile stretching impossibly wide. Do not be afraid, darling, he whispered, his voice filling my mind, drowning out all other thoughts. You belong with us now. You have always belonged. And now, you can't blink either. His eyes, dark and bottomless, were the last thing I saw before the world twisted and dissolved around me. I do not know what happened next. Not exactly. I did not pass out. Not truly. It was more like my perception shattered, my reality fractured into a million unblinking shards. I am still in my apartment. I think. Or maybe it is not my apartment anymore. The walls seem to breathe. The shadows seem to writhe. I see them everywhere now. The eyes. In the patterns on the wallpaper. In the dust motes dancing in the faint light. In my own reflection in the darkened window. They are wide. They are unblinking. And I can't blink either. I have not blinked since that day in the park. My eyes are wide open, dry and burning, fixed on the horror that consumed my life. Julian, Whisper, he is always here. I do not see him physically all the time, but I feel his presence, hear his whispers in my mind, telling me things, showing me things. He tells me about the others, about their world, about the ancient, cosmic dread that has always lurked just beyond the veil. He tells me that I am one of them now, that I have finally opened my eyes to the truth. The fear of Mark, the fear of the midnight grill is all gone, replaced by something far colder, far deeper. I am no longer afraid for my life. I am afraid for my soul, for my sanity, for the very fabric of reality that has been torn apart around me. And I can't blink. I can't look away. Because he is always watching. They are always watching. And I am just like them now, a frozen doll in a world of endless, unblinking eyes. You know, sometimes you just get tired of being alone. I mean, I love my own company. Do not get me wrong. I have always been the kind of person who is perfectly content with a good book and a quiet evening. But there comes a point, usually after a particularly long stretch of watching couples stroll by the coffee shop window, or seeing another engagement announcement pop up on social media, where you just think, maybe it is time. That is how I ended up on Tinder. Emily, 32, working a pretty standard office job, living in a decent apartment in the suburbs. Nothing exciting, nothing scandalous, just normal. And I was looking for normal, or at least something close to it. I swiped left on a lot of shirtless gym selfies and guys holding dead fish. But then, I saw Mark's profile. He had a friendly smile, a couple of pictures with a dog that looked suspiciously like a golden retriever, and a bio that was actually pretty charming. He worked in software, liked hiking, and claimed to make a mean lasagna. He seemed wholesome. Normal. I swiped right. We matched almost instantly. His first message was witty, not a generic pickup line. We chatted for a few days, then a week. He was engaging, remembered little details I would mention, and had a great sense of humor. He seemed genuinely interested, and I found myself looking forward to his messages. It was a nice change from the usual online dating duds. After about 10 days of texting, he suggested we meet up for coffee. Public place, middle of the day, standard first date protocol. I agreed. I was not nervous. Exactly, more cautiously optimistic. What did I have to lose? He was exactly like his pictures, maybe even a little better looking in person. Tall, with kind eyes and a genuinely warm smile. We talked for 2 hours straight. About our jobs, our hobbies, our families. He listened intently when I spoke, asked follow-up questions, and made me laugh several times. There was no awkward silence, no forced conversation. It felt easy, comfortable, like we would known each other longer than just a week of texting. When we parted ways, I felt a genuine flutter of excitement. This was not just another dud. This might actually be something. He texted me as soon as I got home, saying he had a wonderful time and could not wait to see me again. I smiled at my phone like a teenager. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. Our second date was a week later. He suggested he cook dinner at his place. Now, usually, I am a hard pass on going to a stranger's apartment on a second date. Call me old-fashioned, call me cautious, but it just feels too soon. But with Mark, it felt different. We were at such a great first date, and he seemed so genuinely nice, so safe. He would even mention his dog. Buster would be there, which felt like a reassuring detail. Who brings a date home to meet their dog if they are a serial killer? I hesitated for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. But the thought of another easy, fun evening with him outweighed my usual caution. Plus, he promised lasagna. Who turns down homemade lasagna? I drove out to his place that Saturday evening, a little nervous, a little excited. He lived a bit outside the city limits, in a quieter, more residential area. His house was a quaint, two-story bungalow, neatly kept, with a small garden out front. It looked perfectly normal, perfectly inviting. There was a faint aroma of garlic and tomatoes wafting from an open window, already making my stomach rumble. He met me at the door, that same warm smile on his face. He looked relaxed in a casual shirt and jeans. Buster, the golden retriever, bounded up to greet me, tail wagging furiously, nudging my hand for pets. Okay, good sign. Very good sign. Come on in. Emily, he said, stepping aside. Make yourself at home. Dinner's almost ready. The inside of his house was just as normal as the outside. Clean, tastefully decorated, not too cluttered. A comfortable-looking sofa, a bookshelf filled with actual books, a few framed landscape photos on the walls. It smelled like home cooking and dog. I slipped off my shoes, and Buster immediately adopted my feet as his new favorite resting spot. Mark led me into the kitchen, which was bright and organized. A pot of sauce simmered on the stove, and a pan of what looked like a perfectly layered lasagna sat waiting on the counter. Wow, this smells amazing, I said, genuinely impressed. He grinned. Hope you are hungry. Grab a seat at the island while I finish up. I sat down, feeling completely at ease. We chatted while he put the finishing touches on the meal. He asked about my day, told me a funny story about Buster, and generally kept the conversation light and engaging. It was exactly what I would hope for. After a few minutes, I realized I needed to use the restroom. Hey, Mark, I said, where's your bathroom? Down the hall, first door on the right, he replied, without looking up from stirring the sauce. Help yourself. I navigated the short hallway, Buster padding along behind me like a furry shadow. The bathroom was small but clean, with a simple shower curtain and a few neatly folded towels. I washed my hands and glanced around. That is when I saw it, on a small shelf above the toilet. Amidst a few generic toiletries was a small, framed photograph. It was a candid shot, taken from a slight distance, of a woman sitting at an outdoor cafe. She was looking down at her phone, a half-eaten pastry on the table in front of her. It was me. My heart gave a little lurch. I picked up the frame, my fingers trembling slightly. It was undeniably me. My hair was pulled back in a messy bun. I was wearing that gray sweater I always wear when I am working from home at a cafe. But I did not remember anyone taking my picture that day, and it was not a photo I would ever post it online. I stared at it, a cold knot forming in my stomach. What was this? Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it was a stock photo, and the woman just looked like me. No, it was too exact. That little scar above my eyebrow, the way my lip curled when I was concentrating. It was me. My mind raced for a logical explanation. Had he seen me somewhere and taken a picture? That felt creepy. But maybe he would just thought I was pretty and snapped a quick photo, then realized who I was when we matched. It was a stretch, but it was the only non-terrifying explanation I could come up with. I told myself to calm down. It was probably nothing. A weird coincidence. I put the picture back, trying to smooth out the sudden prickle of unease. I washed my hands again, more vigorously this time, as if to wash away the unsettling feeling. When I walked back into the kitchen, Mark was sliding the lasagna into the oven. Everything all right? He asked, glancing at me. Yeah, fine, I said, trying to sound casual. Too casual. Just admiring your decor. He chuckled. Thanks. Not much to it, but it is home. We sat down at the dining table, the aroma of the lasagna filling the air. He poured us some wine and we started eating. The lasagna, I have to admit, was delicious. But my appetite had suddenly vanished. The image of that photo kept flashing in my mind. I tried to act normal, to engage in conversation, but a part of my brain was frantically replaying every interaction we would have had, every detail of his profile, trying to find a hidden meaning, a red flag I would missed. He seemed so normal, so kind. So, Emily, he said, taking a sip of wine, you mentioned you like to walk your dog. Buster, down by the old oak grove in Miller Park, right? My fork clattered against my plate. Yeah, I said, my voice a little too high. How did you I do not think I mentioned that specific park? He frowned, a slight crease appearing between his eyebrows. Oh, did not you? My apologies. I must have misremembered. I just thought, well, I think I saw you there once, actually, walking a golden retriever. Thought it might have been you. He gave a small, self-deprecating laugh. Small world, right? My blood ran cold. I do not walk Buster in Miller Park. I walk him in the smaller, less crowded park closer to my apartment. I had never mentioned Miller Park to him. Not in text, not on the first date, not even on my profile. And Buster was not even my dog, he was my sister's. And I only walked him when I was house sitting for her, which I had not done in months. He had not misremembered. He had known. Known where I walked a dog I did not even own, at a park I never frequented. A wave of pure, unadulterated fear washed over me. The lasagna suddenly tasted like ash. I forced a smile, try and keep my breathing even. Yeah, small world. I echoed, my voice barely a whisper. My eyes darted around the room, suddenly seeing everything in a new, sinister light. The landscape photos on the wall, were they really landscapes? Or were they carefully cropped shots of places I frequented? I could not tell from this distance. I needed to get out, but I could not just stand up and run. He was right there between me and the door. I had to play it cool. I had to pretend everything was fine. This lasagna is incredible. Mark, I said, forcing a bite down. Seriously, you were not kidding. He beamed. Glad you like it. I told you I could cook. You definitely can. I said, then paused, thinking. You know, I just remembered. I actually have an early morning meeting tomorrow, and I still have some prep work to do tonight. It was a lie, but it was plausible. I should probably get going soon. His smile faltered slightly. Oh, already. We just started dessert. I know. I am so sorry. I said, putting on my most apologetic face. I really hate to cut it short, especially with such a delicious meal, but this meeting is pretty important. He looked disappointed, but nodded. I understand. Work is work. He pushed back his chair. Let me walk you out. Oh, no, do not worry about it. I said quickly, maybe too quickly. You stay here. I can let myself out. I needed to buy myself a few extra seconds. I needed to confirm my suspicions, just enough to not feel like I was going crazy. He insisted. Nonsense. It is the least I can do. My heart pounded. This was it. I had to be quick. As he stood up, I pretended to reach for my phone and my purse, which I would left on a small console table near the living room entrance. I just need to grab my phone. I mumbled, moving towards the living room. Sure, he said, heading for the front door, presumably to unlock it. This was my chance. My eyes scanned the living room, frantically. My gaze fell on a tall, narrow bookshelf tucked into an alcove. It was not just books. There were small trinkets, figurines, and more frames. My breath hitched. There on the second shelf was another photo. This one, clearly me, walking out of my apartment building, hands full of grocery bags. It was a clear shot taken from across the street. My apartment, my building. Then I saw another. And another. They were not just on the bookshelf. They were everywhere. Discreetly placed, almost artfully arranged, but undeniably present. On the mantelpiece, a small silver frame of me laughing with a friend at a street fair. On a side table, a black and white shot of me reading a book on a park bench. On the wall, disguised as part of a collage of travel photos, was a picture of me hiking, my back to the camera, but my distinctive backpack clearly visible. My blood ran cold. This was not a coincidence. This was not a small world. This was an obsession. My eyes landed on a large, ornate wooden chest in the corner of the room, partially obscured by a potted plant. It looked out of place, heavier than the other furniture. A morbid curiosity, mixed with sheer terror, compelled me. I had to know. Just a second. Mark. I called out, my voice thin. I think I dropped something behind the plant here. He was at the front door, Waiting. Everything okay? Yeah. Fine. I lied, my heart hammering against my ribs. Just clumsy. I knelt, pretending to search, my fingers fumbling for the lid of the chest. It was not locked. I lifted it slowly, my breath catching in my throat. Inside, carefully arranged in neat stacks, were photo albums, dozens of them. And on the very top of the stack, staring up at me, was a photo of my apartment window from the street, with a faint, blurry image of me inside, probably just waking up. I slammed the lid shut, a silent gasp escaping my lips. My entire body was shaking uncontrollably. This was not just photos. This was months, maybe years of surveillance. He knew my routine. He knew where I lived. He had seen me in my most private moments, without my knowledge, without my consent. He was not just a Tinder date. He was a stalker, a predator. I stood up, my legs feeling like jelly. I had to get out. Now. Found it, I yelled, trying to sound cheerful, my voice cracking slightly. Just a straight earring. I walked toward the front door, tried to keep my composure, trying to not let my eyes betray the horror I felt. Mark was standing there, holding the door open. Buster wagged his tail, seemingly oblivious to the silent scream building inside me. Ready to go, he asked, that same pleasant smile on his face. I forced myself to smile back. Ready? My hand was shaking so badly I could barely grab my purse strap. I walked past him, my skin crawling, every fiber of my being screaming to run. But I could not. I had to maintain the illusion of normalcy. Thanks again for dinner. Mark, I said, stepping out onto the porch. It was really delicious. Anytime. Emily, he said, his smile widening. I had a wonderful time. I will text you. My blood ran cold again. I will text you. The implication was clear. This was not over for him. Great. I managed, already backing away towards my car, which was parked at the curb. Have a good night. I practically ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands slick with sweat. I could feel his eyes on me, watching me, even though I did not dare look back. The image of those photo albums of my window, of myself, taken without my knowledge, burned in my mind. Finally, I got the car door open, practically throwing myself inside. I locked the doors with a frantic click, then shoved the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. I put the car in reverse, my eyes glued to my rearview mirror. He was still standing on the porch, watching me. His smile was gone. His expression was unreadable. But his eyes seemed to hold a chilling intensity that I had not noticed before. He raised a hand in a slow, deliberate wave. I peeled out of his driveway, tires squealing, not caring about the noise. I did not stop until I was several blocks away, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hand still gripping the steering wheel, knuckles white. I was shaking violently, tears streaming down my face. I could not breathe. The sheer violation, the terrifying realization that I had been watched, observed, cataloged, for who knew how long, by a man I had just met, was overwhelming. My home, my safe space, had been compromised. My privacy shattered. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbled with the screen. I called the police. I tried to explain, through gasps and sobs, what I had found. They listened patiently, professionally. They told me to drive straight home and not stop. They said they would send officers to his house immediately. The drive home was a blur of paranoia. Every car behind me, every shadow, felt like him. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see his headlights in pursuit. When I finally pulled into my apartment complex, I did not even park properly. I just ran inside, locking the door behind me, then double-checking all the windows. The police came to my apartment later that night. 2 officers, a man and a woman, both kind but serious. I recounted everything, from the first photo in the bathroom to the chest full of albums. They took notes, asked questions. They told me they had gone to Mark's house, but he was not there. The house was empty. They found no photos, no albums, nothing. My blood ran cold all over again. "Are you sure, madam?" The female officer asked gently. "Could you have been mistaken? Perhaps they were just regular photos, and the stress of the situation made you misinterpret them." "No," I cried, my voice raw. "I know what I saw. They were pictures of me, my apartment, my dog, Buster in Miller Park." He knew things he should not have known. They looked at each other, a flicker of doubt in their eyes. "We will continue to investigate." "MS," Thompson, the male officer, said, but without any evidence. They left me with a sense of profound helplessness. They believed me, I think, but they could not act on my word alone. He had cleared out everything. He knew I would find them. He knew I would run. He had planned for this. The next few days were a living nightmare. I could not sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow outside my window sent me into a panic. I changed my locks, installed security camera, and stopped going to my usual coffee shop. I avoided walking in parks, even the small one near my apartment. I felt exposed, vulnerable, constantly watched. I deleted my Tinder account, but it felt like a pointless gesture. He already had my information. He knew my name, my workplace, my address. He had photos of me. The police called a few times to say they had not found anything. No trace of Mark. His phone was disconnected. His work claimed he had been on leave for a while, and they had not heard from him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. But I knew he had not. I knew he was still out there. Every time I left my apartment, I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, the sensation of being observed. I scanned every face in the crowd, every parked car, searching for a familiar silhouette, a chillingly familiar smile. I still avoid Tinder. I still avoid all dating apps, really. The thought of putting myself out there again, of trusting someone, of letting them into my life, is terrifying. How do you ever know? How do you ever truly know what someone is hiding? Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the fear is at its worst, I find myself staring at my own reflection in the darkened window. I see my tired eyes, my haunted expression, and I wonder, with a sickening lurch in my stomach, if somewhere out there, Mark is looking at a photo of me, right now, a photo taken just today, as I walked to my car or bought groceries, or simply sat alone in my living room, thinking I was safe. And I wonder if he is smiling, that predatory, chilling grin, knowing that he is still watching, and that he always will be. You know, I am not usually the guy who goes for the adventure date. I am more of a coffee shop, maybe a movie, keep it casual kind of guy. My Tinder profile probably screams safe, slightly boring, but reliable. And honestly, after a string of duds ghostings, awkward silences, and one particularly memorable conversation about the merits of competitive pigeon racing, I was starting to think maybe I should just delete the app and embrace my destiny as a crazy cat person. Then Alara popped up. Her profile picture was different. Most people are trying to look their best, all smiles and good lighting. Alara's photo was almost artistic. She was standing in what looked like an old, overgrown garden. Shadows playing across her face, a faint, almost mischievous smile on her lips. Her eyes, though, they were what got me. Dark, deep set, and they seemed to hold a secret. Not in a creepy way, not at first, but in a way that made you think, okay, this person has layers. Her bio was short curiosity is my compass. Seeking fellow explorers of the unusual. I swiped, right? What did I have to lose? To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. Her first message was, "Hey there, fellow curious soul. Your profile hints at a depth I find intriguing." Already, I was a little disarmed. Most first messages are hey or sup. We started chatting, and it was actually good, like genuinely engaging. She was not asking generic questions about my job or my hobbies. She wanted to know about my biggest fears, my most vivid dreams, the things that kept me up at night. It was intense, a little much for a dating app, but I found myself opening up in ways I had not with anyone before. She had a way of making you feel like your thoughts were profound, not just random anxieties. After a few days of this surprisingly deep conversation, I finally suggested we meet up. Standard stuff coffee, maybe dinner. That is when she hit me with it. Oh, I have a much better idea for a first date, she typed. There's an old abandoned hospital about an hour outside the city. It is called Blackwood Asylum. The local legends say it is haunted, but I think it is just a fascinating piece of history. Perfect for an urban exploration. Are you game for something a little less conventional? My gut reaction was a hard no. An abandoned asylum. For a first date. That is like a horror movie setup, right? I picture myself tripping over a rusty gurney, getting tetanus, or worse, running into some actual serial killer. But then I looked at her profile picture again, at those deep, knowing eyes, and something in me hesitated. She was so confident, so alluringly unconventional. And frankly, my life had been pretty damn conventional lately. Maybe this was the unusual I needed. An abandoned asylum. I typed back, trying to sound cool and adventurous, not like the guy who still checks under his bed sometimes. Sounds interesting. What time? She suggested we meet just before sunset. The light is best then, she said, and it adds to the atmosphere. I spent the next few days trying to convince myself this was a good idea. I even looked up Blackwood Asylum online. The stories were exactly what you would expect, whispers of unethical experiments, patients disappearing, a fire that supposedly took out an entire wing, and an abrupt closure decades ago. Local teens dared each other to spend a night there. Some claimed to have seen shadowy figures, heard disembodied screams. Others just said it was a dilapidated building full of rats and rusty nails. I tried to focus on the latter. Rats and rusty nails. Totally manageable. The day of the date. I was a bundle of nerves. I double-checked my car's gas tank, packed a flashlight, and even considered bringing a small first aid kit. You know, just in case. Practicality, not fear. Definitely not fear. The drive out of the city was long, past sprawling suburbs that slowly gave way to winding country roads. The trees grew thicker, taller, forming a tunnel of shadows over the asphalt. The air grew cooler, heavier, as the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges. A sense of unease settled over me. This was not just a quirky date. It was a journey into somewhere forgotten. Finally, the GPS announced. Arrived at destination. I peered through the twilight. There it was. Blackwood Asylum. It was less a building and more a hulking skeletal ruin. A colossal structure of dark brick and broken windows, overgrown with ivy that looked like grasping skeletal hands. A rusted, ornate iron fence, half collapsed, marked the perimeter. The main gates hung askew, groaning softly in the breeze. Beyond them, a long, cracked driveway led to the imposing front entrance, a grand but decaying archway that seemed to gape like a silent scream. And there, leaning against the crumbling stone archway, was Alara. She was even more striking in person. Taller than I expected, with long, dark hair that caught the last rays of the sun like spun midnight. She was wearing practical but stylish dark clothing cargo pants, a fitted jacket and sturdy boots. Her face was framed by shadows, but those eyes, they were just as I remembered from her photo, deep and captivating, and utterly unblinking. She did not even seem to shiver in the cool evening air. She offered a small, knowing smile as I pulled up. "You made it," she said, her voice a low, melodic murmur that sent a strange shiver down my spine. It was not cold, but it felt ancient. Would not miss it. I lied, my voice a little rougher than I intended. I got out of my car, trying to project an air of casual confidence. Place looks charming. She laughed, a soft, breathy sound that seemed to echo off the decaying walls of the asylum. It has its own kind of charm. Does not it? She pushed off the archway, her movements fluid and graceful, almost too smooth. Ready to explore. I nodded, flashlight already in hand. As I will ever be. We walked up the crumbling drive. The air grew heavy with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood mixed with dust. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of our footsteps on loose gravel and the distant cry of some nocturnal bird. The front doors were massive, heavy oak, splintered and hanging precariously from rusted hinges. Ilera pushed one open with surprising ease, and it groaned a long, mournful sound, like the last breath of a dying patient. Inside, the darkness was absolute, thick and oppressive, broken only by the beam of my flashlight. Dust motes danced in the light, like tiny, frantic spirits. The grand entrance hall was a cavernous space, 2 stories high, with a sweeping staircase that looked like it would crumble if you so much as touched it. Plaster peeled from the walls in great, curling flakes, revealing layers of faded paint once a hopeful pale blue, now a bruised gray. Welcome to Blackwood. Ilera whispered, her voice barely audible, yet it seemed to fill the vast space. Once a place of healing, now a place of quiet. I shone my light around, try and take it all in. Empty reception desks, overturned chairs, files scattered across the floor, their contents long unreadable. It is bigger than I imagined. Oh, this is just the beginning, she said, already moving deeper into the shadows. She did not seem to need a light. Her eyes, I noticed, seemed to gleam faintly in the gloom, reflecting the minimal ambient light from the broken windows. We moved through a maze of corridors. Each room we entered told a story of sudden abandonment. Patient records strewn on the floor, faded photographs pinned to corkboards, a child's toy lying forgotten in what must have been a playroom. The deeper we went, the colder it got, a damp, penetrating chill that seeped into my bones. They say this wing was for the most troubled patients. Ilera said, her voice a low murmur as we entered a long corridor lined with identical, heavy wooden doors, most of them ajar. The ones who heard voices, saw things others could not. The ones who struggled with reality. My flashlight beam danced over the peeling paint, the faint outlines of numbers on the doors. I could almost hear the echoes of tormented screams, the hushed whispers of doctors, the rattling of restraints. My imagination was running wild, and it was not helping my nerves. You really believe in ghosts? I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice wavered slightly. Ilera paused, turned to face me. Her face was in shadow, but I could feel the intensity of her gaze. I believe in residual energy, she said slowly, in the imprints left by powerful emotions, and in some cases in things that linger, long after the body has given up its fight. I did not like the sound of that. Things that linger. She just smiled, that same knowing, unnervingly steady smile. Come on, I want to show you the old operating theater. It is quite preserved. Preserved. The word felt wrong in this decaying place. But I followed her, drawn by an inexplicable pull, a mixture of fear and a morbid curiosity that was quickly eclipsing my common sense. We descended a flight of stairs that groaned under our weight, the air growing even colder, heavier. The metallic smell intensified. My heart hammered against my ribs. I kept shining my light ahead, trying to pierce the gloom, but it felt like the darkness was actively pushing back, absorbing the light. Careful here, Ilera said, her voice a little closer than I expected, making me jump. The floorboards are a bit rotten. We stepped into a large, circular room. In the center, under a gaping hole in the ceiling where a massive, rusted light fixture once hung, stood an operating table. It was old, stained, and looked disturbingly like a torture device. Around it, Surgical instruments lay scattered on trays, glinting dully in my flashlight beam scalpels, clamps, saws. They looked like they would have been used yesterday, not decades ago. This is intense. I managed, my voice barely a whisper. The air here felt charged, heavy with unspeakable memories. I could almost feel the cold sweat of patients, the tension of surgeons, the sharp bite of steel. Ilera walked slowly around the operating table, her fingers tracing the cold metal. "Can you feel it?" she asked, her voice soft, almost reverent. The echoes of pain, of hope, of desperation. I could. I really could. A wave of nausea washed over me. I wanted to get out. I wanted to run. This was not a date. This was psychological torture. "I think we have seen enough," I said, my voice firmer this time. "It is getting late. We should head back." Ilera stopped, her back to me. "But we have not even gotten to the best part yet," she said. Her voice had changed, just subtly, a deeper resonance, a hint of something predatory. Before I could respond, a distinct thump echoed from somewhere deeper within the asylum. It was not a creak or a groan. It was solid, like something heavy falling, or moving. My head snapped towards the sound. What was that? Ilera slowly turned. Her face was still in shadow, but I could see her eyes, those unblinking, dark eyes, and they seemed to glow in inner light now, a cold, pale luminescence. Her smile was still there, but it was wider now, stretched thin, almost inhuman. "Just a resident," she whispered, and the sound sent a jolt of pure terror through me. "They are waking up. Residents." My blood ran cold. "Ilera," this is not funny. "We need to go. Now." I took a step back, my hand fumbling for the doorframe, but Ilera was suddenly in front of me, blocking my path. She had not moved, not visibly, but she was there impossibly fast. "Oh, but you have only just arrived," she said, her voice now a chilling purr. "And they have been waiting for you." Her eyes were fixed on mine, unblinking, unyielding. I felt a strange pressure in my head, a dull ache behind my eyes, as if something was trying to pry its way into my mind. I could not look away. It was like I was caught in a tractor beam, unable to move, unable to break eye contact. "Waiting for me." I stammered, my voice barely a squeak. "For someone like you," she corrected, her smile widening further, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too numerous. "Curious, open, ready to see." A low moan, thin and reedy, drifted from the darkness beyond Ilera. Then another, closer. It sounded like a child crying, but stretched and distorted, like it was coming from a broken doll. Panic clawed at my throat. This was not a quirky date. This was not even a prank. This was something ancient, something wrong. I tried to push past her, but she did not budge. It was like trying to move a solid wall. Her grip on my arm was surprisingly strong, her fingers like iron bands. Her skin felt unnaturally cold. "Do not worry," she whispered, her breath like ice on my ear. "It won't hurt much. Not at first." I finally broke free, yanking my arm away with a surge of adrenaline. I did not care about politeness anymore. I did not care about appearing brave. I just wanted to escape. I spun around, flashlight beam wildly cutting through the darkness, and bolted. The operating theater door seemed miles away. I scrambled through it, heart pounding like a drum against my ribs, and ran blindly down the corridor. The moans and whispers grew louder, closer, seeming to come from all directions. The air grew thick with that metallic, sweet smell, now mixed with something else, something like decay and ozone. "You can't run." Ilera's voice echoed, not behind me, but seemingly all around me, bouncing off the crumbling walls. Not from them. Not from us. I crashed through another door, finding myself in what looked like a patient ward. Rows of rusted bed frames, mattresses torn and stained, stood like silent sentinels. My flashlight beam landed on one of them, And for a split second, I saw it, a figure, thin and hunched, sitting on the edge of the bed. Its head was tilted at an impossible angle, and its eyes, they were dark, hollow, and fixed on me, unblinking. I screamed a raw, primal sound and stumbled backward. The figure did not move, but it felt like its gaze was burning into my very soul. I could feel other presences now, in the corners of the room, behind the other beds. They were watching, always watching. I turned and ran again, deeper into the asylum, desperately searching for an exit. The labyrinthine corridors twisted and turned, each one looking identical to the last. My sense of direction was gone. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, forming grotesque shapes. Lost little explorer. Illyra's voice, now tinged with cruel amusement, found me again. Do not worry. We will help you find your way. I heard footsteps behind me now, not heavy, but light, almost skittering. More than one. I risked a glance over my shoulder. In the dimness, I saw them, pale, emaciated figures, moving with an unnatural gait, their limbs too long, their heads too large for their withered bodies. Their eyes, all of them, were wide and unblinking, reflecting nothing but the oppressive darkness. They were not running, but they were gaining on me. One of them let out a low, guttural chittering sound, and the others joined in a chorus of alien noises that scraped against my sanity. I burst into another room, this one a large cafeteria. Tables and chairs lay overturned, plates and cutlery scattered everywhere. A massive kitchen beyond, filled with rusting ovens and sinks, looked like a black hole. My flashlight beam swept across the room, and then it stopped. At the far end, sitting perfectly upright at a table, was a group of figures. They looked like patients, still in tattered gowns. But their skin was papery, their hair thin and white, their features gaunt. And their eyes, they were all fixed on me. Wide, dry, unblinking. And Illyra was among them. She was standing behind one of the figures, her hand resting on its shoulder, her unblinking gaze meeting mine across the dilapidated room. Her smile was no longer human. It was a rictus, stretching her mouth impossibly wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that glinted in the faint light. Her eyes, those deep, dark pools, now pulsed with faint, malevolent red light. "Found you," she purred, her voice no longer soft, but resonant, multi-layered sound that seemed to emanate from every corner of the room, from every unblinking gaze. "You are just what they needed." The figures at the table began to stir. Their heads slowly turned, their bodies creaking and cracking like old wood. They did not stand, not yet, but their hands, long and skeletal, twitched. I could feel something else now, a chilling presence pressing in on me from the ceiling, from the floor, from the very walls. It was not just physical entities, it was a cosmic dread, a vast, ancient hunger that had been dormant here, waiting. And Illyra, she was its shepherd. No, I choked out, stumbling back against a wall, my legs threatening to give out. "Get away from me." Illyra took a step forward, and then another. Her movements were slow, deliberate, each step a predatory advance. The other figures began to rise, slowly, agonizingly, their joints popping and grinding. "You came looking for something unusual," Illyra said, her voice dropping to a low, guttural growl that vibrated through my bones. "And you found it. You found us. We have been watching you. You know, from the moment you swiped right, from the moment you started talking about your fears, your dreams. You are so open, so inviting." Her hand reached out, long, pale fingers extending towards me. I instinctively flinched away, but there was nowhere to go. The unblinking eyes of the patients were closing in, their forms wavering at the edges of my vision. "Do not worry," she repeated, that same chilling phrase, but now it held a promise of eternal torment. "You will fit right in here. You will learn to see, just like us, forever watching, forever waiting." I closed my eyes, squeezing them shut, trying to block out the sight of her monstrous smile. the approaching skeletal figures, the overwhelming sense of ancient, unblinking eyes pressing in on me from every direction. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted, my lungs burning. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing outside the asylum. The sun was rising, casting long, pale shadows across the overgrown grounds. My car was still parked where I had left it. The grand entrance of Blackwood Asylum loomed before me. Silent and still, the broken windows like vacant eyes. It was over. I was out. But then I looked down at my hands. They were trembling, but that was not what caught my attention. My skin felt cold, dry, and my eyes, I could not blink. I tried. I really tried. But my eyelids would not obey. They were wide, dry, and burning, just like the eyes of the figures I would seen inside, just like Alara's, and I could still feel them. The unblinking eyes. They were not just in the asylum anymore. They were in the trees, in the morning mist, in the reflections of the dew on the grass. They were in the depths of my own mind. I got into my car, started the engine, and drove away, but I knew I was not free. Ilara had not just lured me to a date, she had opened a door I could never close. I was one of them now, an unwilling part of their endless watch. The fear of being alone, the fear of my conventional life, it was all gone, replaced by a vast, cold dread, a profound understanding of the cosmic horror that now consumed me. I drive now, day after day, my eyes wide and dry, always watching, always seeing, forever trapped in a fractured reality, a frozen doll in a world of unblinking eyes, waiting for the next curious soul to swipe right. And sometimes in the dead of night, I hear a low melodic whisper, a voice that sounds impossibly ancient, purring. You will fit right in here. I live in constant fear. I have changed my routine, installed cameras, and deleted dating apps. The police found nothing, but I know he is still out there. Mark. His name is a poison in my mind, a phantom limb that aches with every shadow, every unexpected sound. It has been months since that night, since I found those pictures, since I saw that unnerving, predatory smile replace his charming facade as I drove away. Months of looking over my shoulder, of checking locks 3 times, of sleeping with a baseball bat beside my bed. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now feels like a cage. The cameras I installed feel less like protection and more like a constant reminder of the threat. Every red blink of the indicator light is a tiny digital eye watching me, a proxy for the eyes I know are out there, still tracking my movements. I avoid windows, keep the blinds drawn tight, and only leave for absolute necessities, usually under the cover of darkness. My life has shrunk to the size of these 4 walls, and even here, I do not feel safe. The isolation is a different kind of torture. I used to be a social person, always out with friends, enjoying the city. Now, every text, every call from a friend asking to meet up sends a jolt of anxiety through me. What if Mark sees us? What if he uses my friends to get to me? The paranoia has festered, turning me into a hermit. I make excuses, vague apologies, until the invitations stop coming. Loneliness, once a fleeting feeling, has become a heavy cloak, suffocating me. I tried therapy briefly. The therapist was kind, empathetic, but her words felt hollow. How do you explain to someone that a man who seemed so normal, so wholesome, was secretly a predator who documented your entire life without your knowledge? How do you convey the visceral horror of finding your own face, unposed and unaware, framed in a stranger's home? She talked about coping mechanisms, about rebuilding trust, but it all felt like theoretical nonsense when the very fabric of my reality had been ripped apart. I stopped going. It felt safer to just exist in my own private hell. The days blend into weeks, weeks into months. My diet consists mostly of instant noodles and frozen meals, things that require minimal effort and no trips to crowded grocery stores. My sleep is fitful, plagued by nightmares of unblinking eyes and candid photos. I wake up in a cold sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs, convinced I hear a floorboard creak, a door rattle. One night, the gnawing hunger for something, anything, resembling normalcy became unbearable. It was not just physical hunger, it was a hunger for the mundane, for a moment where I was not constantly on high alert. I craved the simple act of sitting in a public place, eating food someone else had prepared, without the specter of Mark looming over me. The idea was stupid, reckless. I knew, but the alternative was to stay trapped, slowly going mad. I decided on a diner. Not my usual haunts, of course. Somewhere far, somewhere I would never been before, a place anonymous and forgettable. I spent an hour researching on my laptop, looking for a spot that was open late. Had good reviews, but was not too popular. I found one about 45 minutes away, on the edge of a small, forgotten town I would only ever driven through. The Midnight Grill, the website called it. It looked like a classic roadside diner, neon sign buzzing, chrome glinting. Perfect. The drive was agonizing. Every car that pulled up behind me, every set of headlights in my rearview mirror sent a wave of panic through me. I changed lanes frequently, took circuitous routes, convinced I was being followed. My hands were slick on the steering wheel, my jaw clenched so tight it ached. I kept telling myself it was irrational, that I was safe, but the whispers of paranoia were loud. He knows where you are. He is always watching. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw the faded neon sign of the Midnight Grill. It hummed a low, tired tune in the darkness. The parking lot was sparsely populated. Only a handful of cars, mostly older models. I parked as far away from the entrance as possible, beneath the flickering yellow glow of a street lamp, giving myself a clear view of the surrounding area. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart, and then, with a final check of my surroundings, I pushed open the car door. The night air was cold, crisp, carrying the faint scent of exhaust and something else, something metallic and damp like old rain. The diner's large glass windows glowed with a warm, inviting light, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness outside. For a fleeting moment, I felt a tremor of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could have one normal night. I pushed open the heavy glass door, the small bell above it jingling with a surprisingly loud, cheerful sound. The warmth inside washed over me, a welcome relief from the chill. The air was thick with the comforting aroma of frying onions, coffee, and something sweet like maple syrup. It was exactly what I would picture red vinyl booths, a long chrome counter with spinning stools, black and white checker floor tiles. A classic, timeless diner. There were maybe 7 or 8 patrons scattered around, mostly at the counter or in booths by the windows. A lone waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Brenda, stood behind the counter, wiping it down with a damp cloth. She glanced up as I entered, offering a small, automatic smile. "Just one tonight?" she asked, her voice a low rumble. "Yeah, just me." I replied, trying to sound casual, normal. I chose a booth in the far corner, away from the windows, where I had a good view of the entire room and the entrance. I slid onto the smooth vinyl, the material cool against my skin, and picked up the laminated menu. It was greasy, worn, and wonderfully ordinary. As Brenda brought over a glass of water and a coffee mug, I let my gaze drift around the diner. It was quiet, almost too quiet for a place with several people inside. There was no clatter of cutlery, no murmur of conversation, no gentle hum of background noise. Just a low thrum of the fluorescent lights and the occasional soft clink of Brenda wiping down the counter. I took a sip of water, the ice-cold liquid a shock against my dry throat. That is, when I noticed it. Or rather, when I really noticed it. The patrons, they were all looking at me. It was not a quick glance, the kind people give a new arrival. It was sustained, unwavering stare. Every single one of them, without exception, had turned their heads or shifted slightly in their seats to face my booth. Their eyes were fixed on me. My heart gave a sudden, uncomfortable lurch. This was new. This was different from Mark's surveillance. This was direct. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my paranoia acting up. Maybe I looked out of place, or perhaps I was fidgeting. I pretended to study the menu, my eyes scanning the list of burgers and sandwiches. But my peripheral vision was screaming. They were not just looking, they were staring. And they were not blinking. The thought hit me with the force of physical blow. I slowly lowered the menu, my gaze sweeping across the room. The man in the booth directly across from me, hunched over a plate of what looked like untouched pancakes, had his head turned at an awkward angle. His eyes, a murky brown, were wide open, focused entirely on me. No flicker, no movement of the eyelids, just a still, vacant gaze. At the counter, a woman with bright red lipstick and a beehive hairdo sat rigidly on her stool. Her hands were clasped in front of her, her knuckles white. Her eyes, a startling blue, were locked onto mine, unblinking, unmoving. The light from the fluorescent tubes overhead caught in them, making them seem unnaturally bright, almost glassy. Further down, a young couple sat in another booth. They were facing each other, but both of their heads were twisted towards me, their necks craned at impossible angles. Their eyes, dark and expressionless, were fixed like painted dolls. The woman had a half-eaten slice of pie in front of her, the fork still poised in midair, as if frozen in time. A cold knot formed in my stomach, much like the one that had formed the night I saw my own photo in Mark's bathroom. But this was different. This was not personal. This was universal. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry again. My initial thought was that this was some kind of elaborate prank, or maybe a flash mob, though that seemed highly unlikely in a desolate roadside diner at this hour. But there was no hint of amusement in their faces, no suppressed giggles, no telltale signs of a joke. Only that blank, unwavering stare. My eyes darted to Brenda, who was now approaching my booth with a coffee pot. Surely she would notice. Surely she would be disturbed by this strange tableau. She poured coffee into my mug, the hot liquid steaming gently. Her movements were smooth, practiced, almost mechanical. When she finished, she looked up, her tired eyes meeting mine. And she did not blink either. Her eyes were a dull gray, slightly bloodshot, but completely still. There was no warmth, no recognition, just that same vacant, unblinking intensity. It was as if a switch had been flipped, turning her into another one of them. "Ready to order?" she asked, her voice flat, devoid of any inflection. I stared back, my mind reeling. The aroma of coffee, once comforting, now felt cloying, suffocating. I tried to speak, but my throat felt constricted. Yeah. I finally managed to croak out, my voice barely a whisper. "Just a cheeseburger. And fries." "Got it," she said, her lips barely moving. She did not write anything down. She just turned and walked back toward the counter, her stride unnaturally even, her back perfectly straight. I watched her go, my gaze fixed on her. She moved behind the counter, picked up a spatula, and walked to the grill. Her movements were precise, efficient, but completely devoid of the usual subtle shifts and micro-expressions that define human interaction. She was like a very well-programmed robot. The silence in the diner pressed in on me. The only sounds were the faint sizzle of the grill and the distant hum of the neon sign. No one moved. No one coughed, shifted, or even breathed audibly. It was a tableau of frozen humanity, all eyes on me. I picked up my coffee mug, my hand trembling slightly, and took a large gulp. It was scalding hot, but I barely registered the pain. My mind was racing, trying desperately to find a rational explanation. Carbon monoxide leak, some kind of mass hysteria, a drug in the air, but none of it made sense. Their stillness was too perfect, too absolute. I risked another look around the room. The man with the pancakes, the woman with the beehive, the young couple, they were all still exactly as I would left them, their unblinking eyes burning into me. It felt like I was trapped in a photograph, but I was the only moving subject. A bead of sweat trickled down my temple. This was worse than Mark. Mark was human, however twisted. This was something else. Something fundamentally wrong with the world. My phone. I needed to call. Someone, anyone. The police, maybe. But what would I even say? There's a diner full of people who won't blink and are staring at me. They would think I was crazy or high. I discreetly reached into my pocket for my phone. My fingers brushed against the cool metal, a small comfort. As I pulled it out, trying to keep my movements minimal, a slight creak came from the booth across from me. The man with the pancakes. He had not moved his head, but his neck seemed to have elongated slightly, his posture becoming even more rigid. And his lips, they were slowly, almost imperceptibly, curving upwards into a faint, unsettling smile. It was not a friendly smile. It was a smile of pure, unadulterated anticipation. My blood ran cold. I fumbled with my phone, my fingers suddenly clumsy. I unlocked the screen, the bright light a jarring contrast to the dim, oppressive atmosphere. I quickly navigated to my contacts, my thumb hovering over the emergency number. But then, a new sound cut through the oppressive silence. A low, guttural scraping from behind the counter. Brenda. She was pulling a large, heavy pot across the stovetop, but the sound was not right. It was too loud, too heavy, like metal dragging on concrete. And then a smell, not the comforting aroma of onions and coffee anymore. Something metallic, coppery, like old blood. I looked up. Brenda was still at the grill, her back to me, but she was not cooking a cheeseburger. Her arms were moving in a strange, rhythmic motion, plunging something into the pot and pulling it out again. And the scraping sound continued. My gaze drifted to the cutting board beside her. There was something on it, something dark and glistening. I could not quite make it out from my angle, but it was a regular, lumpy, and definitely not a hamburger patty. My instincts, sharpened by months of living on the edge, screamed at me to get out. Now, I started to slide out of the booth, my legs feeling heavy, my muscles stiff with fear. The vinyl squeaked loudly, a harsh sound in the silence. Immediately, every head in the diner turned a fraction of an inch more towards me. The unblinking eyes widened almost imperceptibly, the faint smiles on some of their faces stretching just a little further. It was like a ripple effect, a silent, collective response to my attempt to escape. I froze, halfway out of the booth, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The air suddenly felt heavy, thick, as if the very atmosphere of the diner was pressing down on me. Then, Brenda turned around. She was not smiling. Her face was completely blank, her unblinking eyes fixed on me. In her right hand, she held a large, gleaming butcher knife. It was impossibly clean, reflecting the fluorescent lights with a blinding, sterile gleam. And in her left hand, she held something else. It was a thing from the cutting board. Dark, irregular, lumpy. It was a human heart, still beating faintly, a slow, sickening throb. My stomach heaved. A wave of nausea washed over me. So intense I thought I would vomit right there. The coppery smell was overwhelming now, mingling with a sweet, sickly scent of something else I could not quite place. Brenda took a step forward, then another. Her movements were slow, deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. The butcher knife glinted. The heart in her hand pulsed softly. I scrambled out of the booth, knocking over my coffee mug. It shattered on the floor, sending dark liquid and ceramic shards scattering. The sound was deafening in the silence. No one flinched. No one broke their stare. Only Brenda continued her slow, relentless advance. My eyes darted to the door. It was so far away, blocked by tables and booths and the unmoving, unblinking figures. They were like a silent living wall, their gazes pinning me in place. "You are not leaving," Brenda said, her voice still flat, but now with an underlying current of something cold and ancient. It was not a threat, it was a statement of fact, an unalterable decree. I could feel the blood draining from my face. My legs felt like jelly, but adrenaline was pumping through my veins, screaming at me to run, to scream, to fight. I took a step back, then another, my eyes locked on Brenda, and that terrifying knife. The man with the pancakes was still smiling, his neck now twisted so far he looked like a broken doll. The woman with the beehive had tilted her head, her blue eyes gleaming with an eerie light. They were not just staring, they were waiting. I spun around, ignoring Brenda for a moment, and bolted towards the nearest exit, a door marked restrooms. It was a desperate, irrational move, but it was the only direction not directly facing the unblinking crowd. My hand hit the door handle, cold and metallic. I twisted it, pushed. It was locked. Panic, raw and unadulterated, seized me. I rattled the handle, slammed my fist against the wood. Nothing. Behind me, I heard Brenda's footsteps, slow and deliberate, getting closer. The scraping sound of the heart dragging against her palm. I turned back, my breath catching in my throat. She was closer now, only a few feet away. The butcher knife was raised, catching the light. The heart in her other hand pulsed with a sickening rhythm. Her eyes, those unblinking gray eyes, seemed to bore into my soul. And for the first time, I saw something in them. Not malice, not anger, but a profound, ancient emptiness. As if there was nothing behind them at all, just a void. And then she spoke again, her voice a low, raspy whisper that seemed to echo directly inside my head, bypassing my ears entirely. "We have been waiting." The words were a physical blow. We, not just Brenda, not just the people in the diner, but something far, far older. Suddenly, the silence shattered. Not with screams, not with shouts, but with a chorus of low, guttural moans that erupted from every single patron in the diner. It was a sound of deep, unending hunger, a sound that vibrated in my bones. The unblinking eyes of the patrons seemed to glow with a faint, internal light. Their smiles widened, twisting their faces into grotesque parodies of human expression. The man with the pancakes began to slowly, agonizingly, lift his fork, a small piece of pancake impaled on it, towards his mouth. The woman with the beehive started to slowly, mechanically, bring her clasped hands apart. They were moving, slowly, deliberately, but they were moving, and they were all still staring at me. Brenda took another step, raising the knife higher. The heart in her hand pulsed faster now, like a trapped bird. I did not think. I reacted with a desperate roar. I lunged past her, towards the main entrance, the one I would come in through. I slammed my shoulder into the glass door, expecting resistance, expecting it to be locked like the restroom door. But it was not. It flew open with a screech of hinges, sending me stumbling out into the cold night air. I did not look back. I did not dare. I ran. I ran across the parking lot, my lungs burning, my legs pumping. I could hear the faint, guttural moans behind me, growing louder, more insistent. I could feel those unblinking eyes on my back, even through the thick glass of the diner. I scrambled into my car, fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse, tires squealing, and tore out of the parking lot, not even bothering to put on my seatbelt. I sped down the desolate highway, the diner shrinking in my rear-view mirror, its neon sign still humming, still glowing, a malevolent beacon in the darkness. I did not stop until I was miles away, until the small town was a distant memory, until the sun began to paint the horizon with a faint, gray light. I drove until I reached a rest stop, pulling into a dark corner, and then I just sat there, shaking, Gasping for air, the image of those unblinking eyes burned into my retina. The smell of copper and something sweet, sickly, clung to my clothes, to my hair, to my very being. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that what I had seen was real. It was not a hallucination, not a dream. It was a glimpse into something truly ancient, truly wrong. The fear of Mark, the stalker who had invaded my life, now seemed almost quaint, personal, manageable. This was different. This was cosmic. This was the world itself, revealing a gaping, terrifying maw beneath its veneer of normalcy. I am back in my apartment now. The cameras are still on. The blinds are still drawn. But the fear is no longer just for Mark. It is for every face I see, every stranger I pass. I see unblinking eyes everywhere. In the reflection of my darkened window, in the shadows that dance in the corners of my room, in the deepest recesses of my own mind. I know he is still out there. Mark. But now, I know they are out there too. And I wonder if my fear, my constant vigilance against a human threat, somehow made me vulnerable to something far, far worse. Something that had been waiting patiently, in the quiet corners of the world, for someone like me to stumble into their gaze. Someone who was already broken, already primed for their kind of horror. And I can't blink. I just can't blink anymore. Not when I know what is watching. The world was a dangerous place. That much I knew. After Julian, after the fragment, after seeing the woman in the grocery store, there was no denying it. My apartment, once a sanctuary, had become a cage, and paranoia my only constant companion. I was a seer, cursed with the knowledge that the monsters walked among us, hidden behind a thin veil of glamour, and I was watching, always watching. But even a seer, even someone as traumatized as I was, could not live in total isolation forever. The silence of my apartment, once a comfort, began to press in on me, heavy and suffocating. The terror of the echoes was a cold, constant companion, but loneliness was a different kind of chill, one that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I craved human connection, a sliver of normalcy, a moment where I did not have to wonder the person across from me was a predator in disguise. It was a foolish, desperate hope. I know, but was there a tiny, flickering ember in the vast darkness of my fear? And so, with a trembling hand and a stomach churning with dread, I did something incredibly stupid. I downloaded Tinder. I spent hours scrolling, my fingers hovering over profiles, my eyes scanning for any hint, any tiny imperfection in the carefully curated images that might betray something monstrous beneath. It was exhausting, like trying to see through smoke. Every smile seemed forced, every pose unnatural, every bio a potential lie. My seer ability, usually a terrifying curse, felt useless here, dulled by the sheer volume of faces and the artificiality of the platform. Or maybe, I thought, it only worked when they were close, when their glamour was under stress, or when they wanted to be seen. Most profiles I swiped left on immediately. Too muscular, too intense, too vague, too perfect. Anything that felt like a red flag, however faint, was an instant no. I was looking for bland. I was looking for unremarkable, for something so utterly average that it felt safe. And that is how I found Mark. His profile was almost aggressively normal. A few blurry photos, one of him smiling, politely at a generic outdoor cafe. One with a dog that was not clearly his. Another of him standing awkwardly in front of a landmark I did not recognize. His bio was equally unremarkable software engineer. Enjoys hiking, good food, and quiet nights in. No flashy cars, no extreme sports, no cryptic quotes. Just Mark. He was average height, average build, with unremarkable brown hair and eyes that seemed, in his profile picture, to hold a slightly tired but pleasant expression. He looked like the kind of guy you would completely forget 5 minutes after meeting him. And in my world, that felt like the safest thing imaginable. I swiped right, a nervous flutter in my chest that had nothing to do with excitement and everything to do with dread. To my surprise, we matched. His first message was polite, Almost formal, hey, my name. Nice to connect. How's your week going? No creepy pickup lines, no immediate demands. It was exactly what I had wanted boring. We exchanged a few messages, each one carefully vetted by my paranoid brain. He asked about my job, my hobbies, my favorite coffee. I kept my answers vague, offering just enough information to seem human, without giving away anything that could be used against me. He seemed genuinely interested, or at least a good faker. Eventually, he suggested meeting for coffee. No pressure, just a casual chat, he wrote. That sounded good. Casual, public, safe. The coffee shop was bustling, a comforting cacophony of clanking mugs and hushed conversations. I arrived early, picked a table near the door, and watched the entrance, my heart thrumming a nervous rhythm against my ribs. When Mark walked in, he was exactly as his photos portrayed him average. He spotted me, offered a hesitant smile, and made his way over. "Hey," he said, pulling out the chair opposite me. His voice was pleasant, a little deeper than I expected. "You look just like your pictures." I forced a smile. "You too." We ordered, and the conversation began. He talked about his work, a relatively mundane job involving coding and spreadsheets. He asked about my life, and I gave him the carefully curated version freelance graphic designer. Loves reading, enjoys quiet walks. All true, but stripped of any personal detail that might hint at the terrifying reality I inhabited. I tried to see him. I focused, pushing past the initial layer of human appearance, searching for the telltale shimmer, the unnatural glow, the subtle shift in features that would betray an echo. But there was nothing, just Mark. His brown eyes met mine, steady and unremarkable. His smile was a little stiff, but that could just be nerves. He laughed at my jokes, offered thoughtful responses, and seemed genuinely engaged. There were a few moments, though, that made a tiny alarm bell ring in the back of my mind. His eye contact was intense. Not aggressive, but unblinking, as if he was trying to read something deep within me. And he asked a question that felt a little too personal. A little too soon. What is the biggest challenge you have faced recently? I deflected, of course, with a vague answer about work stress. He nodded, but his gaze lingered, as if he knew I was holding something back. I chalked it up to first date awkwardness, to my own PTSD making me overthink everything. Julian had left me with a permanent filter of suspicion, and I knew I could not trust my own reactions completely anymore. The date ended pleasantly enough. He walked me to my car, we exchanged polite goodbyes, and he said he would like to see me again. I drove home, a strange mix of relief and disappointment washing over me. Relief that he had not turned out to be a monster. Disappointment that I still felt so utterly alone, so disconnected. But there was also a tiny, fragile spark of hope. Maybe, just maybe, this could be a step towards normalcy. A few days later, Mark texted. He would have a good time, and he wanted to know if I was free for dinner. "I cook a pretty mean lasagna," he wrote, followed by a winking emoji. Then, "The kicker, how about at my place? I have a nice quiet spot." My stomach clenched. Dinner at his place. All the alarm bells that had been briefly silenced by the coffee date roared back to life. Stranger's house. Every fiber of my being screamed no. This was exactly the kind of situation that could go horribly wrong. But then that insidious loneliness crept back in, whispering temptations. He seemed so normal, so polite. Maybe I was just overreacting. Maybe I needed to push past my fear just a little to reclaim some part of my life. I rationalized it. I could leave if I felt uncomfortable. I would share my location with a friend, even if I could not tell her why I was so paranoid. I would have my keys ready, my phone charged. I could handle it. I had to, with a deep breath that did little to calm my racing heart. I typed out a reply, "Sound great." Mark. What time? The evening of the second date arrived, and I dressed carefully, choosing an outfit that was comfortable but also easy to move in, just in case. My heart hammered with a mixture of apprehension and a strange, almost forgotten sense of anticipation. I drove to his address, a quiet suburban street lined with neat, unassuming houses. His place was a modest two-story, well-maintained with a small, manicured lawn. Nothing about it screamed monster's lair. In fact, it screamed average suburban dwelling. Mark greeted me at the door, a genuine smile on his face this time. He was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, looking relaxed. "Come on in," he said, stepping aside. The inside of his house was just as neat, almost sterile. Everything was in its place, clean lines, minimalist decor. No personal clutter, no quirky touches that might tell you something about the person living there. It was almost too neat, like a showroom. A faint, almost imperceptible scent hung in the air, something vaguely chemical mixed with the aroma of cooking food. I tried to place it, but could not. "Smells delicious," I said, trying to sound normal, as my eyes darted around the living room, searching for anything out of place. "Lasagna's almost ready," he said, leading me to the kitchen. "Make yourself at home." "Wine." I accepted a glass of red wine, trying to relax. He was a good host, attentive without being smothering. We sat at the small dining table, and the lasagna was indeed excellent. He talked about his day, asked about mine, and for a while, I almost forgot my paranoia. Almost. But little things kept pricking at my carefully constructed calm. His eyes, again, were too intense, following my every movement, every sip of wine. When I laughed, his smile seemed to linger a fraction too long, a little too wide. And that subtle scent was still there, underlying the garlic and cheese of lasagna. It was like ozone, or something metallic, something vaguely unnatural. I dismissed it, again, as my overactive imagination. Julian had messed me up, plain and simple. "I just need to use the restroom," I said after we finished eating, needing a moment to myself, a chance to breathe and recalibrate my senses. "Of course," he said, gesturing down a short hallway. "First door on the left." I walked down the hall, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. The house was quiet, almost eerily so. The bathroom was spotless, gleaming white tiles, fresh towels, a small decorative plant on the counter. I splashed water on my face, trying to clear my head. The reflection in the mirror showed a woman whose eyes were too wide, too haunted. I looked away, disgusted with my own fear. As I reached for a hand towel, my gaze fell on a small, unobtrusive shelf above the toilet. Tucked behind plant, almost hidden, was a tiny, framed photograph. It was an old-fashioned silver frame, the kind you might find in a vintage shop. Curiosity, or perhaps a subconscious sense of dread, compelled me to reach for it. My fingers trembled as I lifted the frame. The picture inside was small, but clear. It was me. My breath hitched. My blood ran cold. It was not a picture I would ever taken, or one I would ever post it online. It was a candid shot, taken from a distance, of me standing by my apartment window, looking out. My hair was messy. I was wearing old sweatpants, and I was holding a coffee mug. A moment of private, mundane life, stolen. Panic, hot and immediate, surged through me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My hands shook so violently I almost dropped the frame. He had been watching me. This was not a coincidence. This was not a first date photo. This was stalking. I carefully placed the frame back, my mind racing. I needed to get out. Now. But I could not just bolt. I had to be subtle. I had to find a way to escape without alarming him. My eyes darted around the bathroom, searching. Was this the only one? Or were there more? My gaze landed on a small decorative basket on the floor, filled with rolled-up hand towels. I knelt, pretending to adjust a loose shoelace, and casually peered inside. Beneath the towels, nestled among potpourri, was another small photo album. My fingers, numb with terror, fumbled with the clasp. Inside, a horrifying gallery. Pages filled with photos of me. Me at the grocery store, pushing my cart, head down. Me walking my dog in the park, laughing at something he had done. Me sitting on a bench, scrolling through my phone at a cafe. Me leaving my apartment for work. Me checking my mailbox. Each photo was dated, time-stamped, and sometimes even annotated with small, neat handwriting I recognized as marks. Subject appears stressed. Consistent morning routine. Interaction with neighbor brief. Polite. He was not just watching me, he was studying me, cataloging my life. Then I saw it. A series of photos, taken from a long distance, clearly zoomed in. They were grainy, but unmistakable. Me, in the woods, dousing a fragment of Julian's flesh with fluid. Me, striking the match. Me, watching the purple-red thing shriek and writhe as it burned. My stomach churned, bile rising in my throat. He knew. He knew about Julian. He knew about the echoes. And he knew I was a seer. This was not just a human stalker. This was something far, far worse. This was an echo or someone connected to them, sent to observe me, to understand my capabilities, to the what? Capture me, destroy me. My mind reeled, trying to process the implications. Everything all right in there. My name, Mark's voice, smooth and unconcerned, drifted from the living room. It sounded like a normal question, but now it felt like a predator's query. I froze, the album clutched in my hand. My heart was a frantic drum, echoing in my ears. I had to think. I had to get out. I shoved the album back into the basket, trying to make it look undisturbed. I took a deep, shaky breath, splashing more water on my face. My reflection was a mask of terror. Yeah, just fine. I called back, tried to inject a casualness I did not feel into my voice. Be right out. I forced myself to walk out of the bathroom, try to keep my movements natural, not too fast, not too slow. Mark was standing in the living room, by the fireplace, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. His eyes, those brown, unremarkable eyes, seemed to bore into me, dissecting every micro-expression on my face. You look a little pale, he said, his voice still even, but with an undercurrent I had not noticed before, a hint of something cold and calculating. Everything okay? I tried to meet his gaze, but my eyes kept darting away. Just a little tired. I mumbled, my voice thin and reedy. Long day. He nodded slowly, that smile widening just a fraction. I understand. It can be exhausting, can't it? All that observing. My blood ran cold. He knew. He was playing with me. He was telling me he knew. And then it happened, as he spoke. As his smile stretched, the glamour flickered. Just for a split second, a horrific glitch in the matrix. His eyes, those bland brown eyes, glowed with an unsettling, vibrant green. His skin seemed to ripple, like water disturbed by a stone, and for an instant his teeth elongated, sharpening into points. A predatory grin, ancient and malevolent, stretched across a face that was no longer quite human. He was one of them. An echo. And he had been watching me, studying me, for weeks, maybe months. The photos were not just the work of a human stalker. They were the meticulous research of a hunter. He had not just observed my routines. He had observed my fight. He knew I could see them. He knew I could destroy them. And now, he had me as home. The sheer, overwhelming terror paralyzed me for a moment. But then, a primal instinct, honed by Julian and the fragment, kicked in. Survive. Escape. My eyes darted around the room. The front door. It was only a few feet away, but Mark was between me and it, blocking my path. On the mantelpiece, a heavy, decorative ceramic vase sat innocently. It was my only chance. Without thinking, I lunged, grabbing the vase. It was heavier than it looked, cold and smooth against my clammy hands. I did not aim. I just threw it, with all my might, at the wall next to him. The vase shattered with a deafening crash. Shards of ceramic sprang across the room. Mark flinched, his head snapping towards the sound, the glamour momentarily dropping completely. His face was a blur of shifting, inhuman features, his eyes blazing green, a guttural snarl escaping his throat. That was all the time I needed. I bolted, my feet hammered against the carpet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I did not look back. The front door was suddenly within reach. My fingers fumbled with the deadbolt, slick with sweat. It clicked open. I twisted the handle, shoved the door open, and burst out into the cool night air. I did not stop to grab my purse or my phone, which I had left on his coffee table. I did not care. All that mattered was putting distance between myself and that house, between myself and him. I ran blindly down the sidewalk, not caring where I was going, my lungs burning. The image of his true face burned into my mind. I could hear something behind me, a rapid, heavy thudding, faster than any human run. He was coming. I kept running, my legs screaming in protest, until my vision blurred and my chest ached. I finally collapsed behind a large evergreen bush in someone's front yard, gasping for air, trembling uncontrollably. I could still hear the distant thudding, but it seemed to be fading, or perhaps my own panic breathing was drowning it out. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only minutes, I managed to stumble to a brightly lit gas station. I burst inside, wild-eyed and shaking, and stammered out a plea for help to the bewildered clerk. He called 911. The police arrived, 2 officers, their faces etched with skepticism as I tried to explain what had happened. A Tinder date, a house full of photos, a monster. They looked at me, then at each other, their expressions clearly saying, another crazy one. Without a phone, without my purse, without any physical evidence of assault, my story sounded like the ravings of a lunatic. They went to Mark's house. Of course. They found nothing. No shattered vase. No photo albums. Mark answered the door, calm and collected, looking exactly like the average software engineer from his Tinder profile. He expressed concern for my mental well-being, suggesting I might have had too much to drink, or perhaps misunderstood his intentions. He even showed them my purse and phone, neatly placed on his coffee table, as if I had simply left them in a hurry. They could not do anything. They offered to drive me home, warning me about making false reports. I accepted the ride, numb with a new, deeper kind of horror. Back in my apartment, the silence that had once been suffocating was now utterly terrifying. My sanctuary was gone. My prison was now a target. Mark, the Echo, knew where I lived. He knew my routines. He knew about my seer ability. He knew I had destroyed one of them. And he was just one of them. The world was no longer just dangerous. It was actively hunting me. The photos in that album, they were not just observations. They were preparations. And the photos of me burning the fragment, they were a declaration of war. I was watching, always watching. But now, I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that they were watching me back. And the hunt had truly begun. All right, so you know how it is with dating apps, right? You swipe through hundreds of faces, a mix of gym selfies, blurry group shots, and people holding fish they probably did not even catch. Most of the time, it is just a sea of mediocrity, a necessary evil if you are trying to meet someone new in this day and age. I am Sarah, by the way, and I have had my share of duds. Believe me, guys who only want to talk about their crypto portfolio, guys who show up looking nothing like their profile pictures, guys who are just boring. You start to think maybe you are just not cut out for this online dating thing. That maybe the universe is telling you to just get a cat and embrace the single life. But then, sometimes you come across a profile that actually makes you pause. That is how it was with Mark. His pictures were good, not overly posed, just a genuine warm smile and kind eyes. He was handsome, in a classic, understated way. His bio was not some generic list of hobbies, it was thoughtful. talking about a love for obscure cinema, a passion for cooking, and a quiet appreciation for the overlooked beauty in the mundane. Sounded a little deep, maybe, but intriguing. It felt authentic. So, I swiped right, and to my surprise, we matched almost instantly. Our conversations flowed effortlessly, right from the start. We talked about everything: our favorite books, weird dreams we had had, the existential dread of being an adult. He was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, which, let's be honest, is a rare commodity these days. He asked thoughtful questions, listened to my answers, and built on them. It was not just small talk, it felt like we were actually connecting, peeling back layers. I started to think, maybe, just maybe, I would found someone different, someone real. After a week or so of texting and a couple phone calls that stretched late into the night, he suggested we meet up. He said he would love to cook for me at his place. Now, I know what you are thinking: first date, going to his apartment. Red flag, right? And normally, I would agree with you. My friends would have had my head. But Mark was not pushy about it. He explained that he had just moved into a new place, was still settling in, and honestly, he just preferred a more intimate setting for a first meeting, where we could really talk without the noise of a restaurant. He promised to make his famous lamb ragu, and his description of it sounded heavenly. Plus, he just had this calming, trustworthy vibe about him. I felt safe with him, even though we would never met. Call it naive, call it gut feeling, but I went with it. I told myself it would be fine. What is the worst that could happen? So, Friday night, I put on my favorite dress, did my hair, and tried to ignore the tiny flutter of nerves in my stomach. His apartment was not in the trendiest part of town, but it was not sketchy either. Just a quiet, tree-lined street with a mix of older brick buildings and some newer, slightly more modern ones. His was one of the older ones, well-maintained, with a solid oak door that looked like it had seen a century of tenants come and go. I rang the doorbell, and a moment later, the door swung open. Mark stood there, looking even better than his pictures, if that was possible. He had a warm, genuine smile that reached his eyes, and he was wearing a simple, well-fitting sweater that made him look effortlessly stylish. "Sarah," he said, his voice just as charming as it had been on the phone. Come in. Dinner's almost ready." The apartment itself was interesting. It was spacious, with high ceilings and beautiful hardwood floors, but it felt a little sparse. Minimalist, maybe, or just not fully decorated yet. There were some nice pieces of art on the walls, abstract and thought-provoking, and a couple of bookshelves overflowing with books, which I loved. But there was not much in the way of personal clutter, no family photos, no random trinkets, nothing that screamed I live here. It felt more like a model home, impeccably clean, almost sterile. And then I saw them. In the corner of the living room, near a large window, were several objects covered with thick, canvas-like sheets. They were bulky, irregularly shaped, and definitely not furniture. Not the kind of furniture you would cover. Anyway, they looked like boxes, or maybe crates, but too large to be just storage boxes. There were about 4 or 5 of them, standing upright, held together like silent sentinels. My eyes must have lingered on them, because Mark followed my gaze. "Oh, those," he chuckled, a perfectly normal, disarming sound. "Yeah, I am still unpacking some things from a move. Mostly art supplies, canvases, that kind of stuff. I have not had a chance to set up my studio space yet. Do not mind them." His explanation was perfectly reasonable. He was an artist. After all, if his profile and the art on his walls were any indication. And he had just moved. So, I nodded, smiled, and tried to brush off the little prickle of unease that had just run down my spine. It was probably nothing. Just my imagination, making a mountain out of a molehill. He led me into the kitchen, which was gleaming, spotless. A huge island dominated the center, and a rich, savory aroma filled the air. "Lamb ragu, as promised," he said, gesturing proudly to a simmering pot on the stove. Hope you are hungry. We had a lovely evening, honestly. The food was incredibly rich, tender, perfectly seasoned. He poured us some excellent red wine. We talked for hours, picking up right where our online conversations had left off. He was engaging, attentive, and made me laugh. I found myself completely charmed, forgetting all about the covered objects in the living room. Almost, but every now and then, I would catch him looking at me across the table. His eyes, those kind, warm eyes from his profile, would sometimes hold a gaze that lasted just a beat too long, a little too intense. And sometimes, just sometimes, I would notice that he did not seem to blink, or at least not as often as a normal person would. It was subtle, barely noticeable, but once I saw it, I could not unsee it. It was like his eyes were fixed, just staring. And in those moments, that warm smile of his did not quite reach them. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe the wine was getting to me. Maybe I was just overthinking things, as I often do. But the feeling of unease, that tiny, persistent prickle, never quite went away. It was like a background hum, something you could ignore for a while, but it was always there. We finished dinner, and he insisted on doing the dishes while I relaxed. I offered to help, but he waved me off with that charming smile. My kitchen, my rules, he said playfully. So I wandered back into the living room, glass of wine in hand, pretending to admire one of his abstract paintings. But my eyes kept drifting back to the covered objects. They were larger than I would initially thought, especially the one in the very back. It was almost as tall as I was. And as I stood there, pretending to be engrossed in the art, I heard it, a faint sound, a rustle, like something shifting underneath heavy fabric. My heart gave a little jump. I froze listening. Nothing. Just the quiet hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen and the gentle clinking of dishes. I told myself it was the building settling, or the wind outside. This was an old building, after all. But then it happened again. A soft, almost imperceptible scrape. And then a sound that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. A low, guttural murmur, like a sigh or a whimper, quickly stifled. My breath hitched. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. A pet? No, he had not mentioned having a pet. And if it was a pet, why would it be covered up like that? And why that sound? It was not a cat's meow or a dog's bark. It was something else. Something muffled and unhappy. I looked toward the kitchen. Mark was still busy, his back to me. This was my chance. My curiosity, mixed with growing cold dread, overcame my better judgment. I told myself I just needed a quick look, just a peek to satisfy my brain, to prove that it was just art supplies, just my imagination running wild. I walked slowly toward the covered objects, each step feeling unnaturally loud on the hardwood floor. The air around them felt colder, staler. There was a faint, earthy smell, too, like damp soil mixed with something musky. It was faint, but definitely there. I reached the largest one, the one that had made the sound. The sheet was thick, heavy canvas, rough to the touch. My hand trembled as I reached out, my fingers brushing against the fabric. I could feel the distinct outline of bars underneath. Bars. Not a box. Not a crate. A cage. My blood ran cold. This was not art. This was not storage. My mind screamed at me to run, to just get out, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. I had to know. I had to see. With a surge of adrenaline, I gripped the corner of the sheet and slowly, carefully, pulled it back. Just a little. Enough to see inside. The darkness beneath the sheet was absolute for a moment. Then my eyes adjusted to the dim light, filtering through the window. And what I saw will forever be burned into my mind. It was a cage, all right. A sturdy metal cage, much like something you'd see in a zoo, but taller, narrower. And inside, huddled in the far corner, was a figure. It was a man, or what used to be a man. He was emaciated skeletal, his skin stretched taut over sharp bones. His hair was long and matted, his clothes reduced to filthy rags. His limbs were thin and weak, and he was curled into a fetal position, facing away from me. But the most horrifying thing, the thing that made a silent scream catch in my throat, was his eyes. He slowly turned his head, and his eyes, wide and unblinking, stared directly at me. They were a dull, milky white, devoid of any discernible pupil or iris, reflecting no light, no emotion. Just a blank, vacant stare. And they were dry. So incredibly dry, fixed in that terrifying, unblinking gaze. It was a gaze of someone who had seen too much, or perhaps nothing at all for a very, very long time. He did not move otherwise, did not make a sound, just stared. And in that moment, I felt it, the same cold, unblinking presence that I had felt in Mark's own eyes, amplified 1,000 times. It was not just him, it was them. I gasped, a small, choked sound, and the sheet slipped from my trembling fingers, falling back into place with a soft thud. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. My mind was reeling, trying to process what I had just seen. A man in a cage, in Mark's living room. Everything all right. Sarah, Mark's voice, startlingly close, cut through my terror. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat. He was standing in the doorway to the kitchen, a wine bottle in one hand, a perfectly normal, polite smile on his face. But his eyes, those eyes were fixed on me, unblinking. And for the first time, I noticed a slight, almost imperceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth, a shadow of something predatory. Yeah, I managed, my voice a whisper. Yeah, fine. Just admiring your art. It is very striking. I tried to sound casual, to force a smile, but I knew it was a pathetic attempt. My hands were shaking, and I could feel the blood draining from my face. He took a step closer, his smile widening slightly. Oh, which piece caught your eye? His gaze flickered toward the covered cages, then back to me. You are very observant. Sarah, I like that about you. The compliment felt like a threat. I needed to get out. Now, I just remembered I have an early start tomorrow. I babbled, backing away slowly toward the front door. I should probably get going. Thank you for dinner. Mark, it was truly delicious. He put the wine bottle down on a nearby table, his movement slow and deliberate. Oh, leaving so soon. But we were just getting to the best part of the evening. His voice was still soft, still charming, but there was an underlying current of something cold and unyielding. The kind of voice that tells you no even when it is saying yes. No, really. I insisted, my hand fumbling for the doorknob. It would not turn. It was locked, and there was no lock visible. Just a smooth, polished metal knob. Mark took another step, closing the distance between us. His smile was gone now, replaced by an expression of unsettling calm. Is something bothering you? Sarah, he asked, his head tilted slightly to one side. You seem agitated. The musky, earthy smell from the cages was stronger now, mixed with something else, something metallic and faintly sweet. I could hear the faint rustling again, a chorus of soft, almost imperceptible sounds from behind the sheets. And then a low, collective moan, like a hungry sigh. I just need to go home. I pleaded, my voice cracking. My eyes darted around the room, desperately searching for an escape, for a window, for anything. But the windows were high, and the lock seemed impossibly secure. He was right in front of me now, so close I could feel the unnatural chill radiating from him. His eyes were wide, unblinking, fixed on mine. They had a pale, almost translucent quality to them, like polished stones. And they were starting to glow faintly with a cold, pale light. You have such open eyes. Sarah, he whispered, his voice no longer charming, but a low, guttural purr that vibrated through the floorboards. So much curiosity, so much potential. My gaze felt his mouth, and I saw it. His lips, once so warm and inviting, seemed to stretch just a fraction too wide, revealing teeth that looked a little too long, a little too sharp at the tips. You are just what they needed, he continued, his voice echoing from everywhere and nowhere at once, filling the silent room. We have been watching you, waiting. You are so inviting, so perfect. Panic seized me, raw and primal. I screamed a choked, desperate sound and pushed past him, stumbling towards the other side of the living room, away from the cages, away from him. I heard a rip and realized I would brush against one of the covered objects, tearing the heavy canvas. A sliver of light illuminated the inside of another cage, and this one was different. This one held not a man, but something else entirely. Something vaguely humanoid, but twisted, elongated, with too many joints and limbs, its skin a sickly gray. And its head was tilted, its mouth open in a silent, stretched scream. And its eyes, oh God, its eyes were just like the first one. Wide, unblinking, milky white, reflecting nothing but an endless, cosmic void. No, I shrieked, scrambling backwards, my hands outstretched, trying to push away the horror. Mark was behind me in an instant, moving with a speed that was utterly unnatural. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. His skin felt cold, dry like parchment. Do not worry. Sarah, he purred, his breath ghosting over my ear, chilling me to the bone. You will be comfortable. We take very good care of our guests, and you will fit right in. You already have the eyes for it. His grip tightened, and I felt a searing pain as something sharp, like a needle, pierced my skin. The room began to spin, the edges blurring, the musky smell intensifying. I could hear the rustling and the low moans from behind the sheets growing louder, closer, like a symphony of hungry things waking up. The unblinking eyes from the cages seemed to multiply, staring out from every shadow, every corner of the room. They were everywhere. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me was Mark's face, his smile impossibly wide, his eyes pulsing with that cold, pale light, reflecting the horror of what I was about to become. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul, that I was not leaving this apartment. Not in the way I had hoped, anyway. I do not know how long I was out. It felt like an eternity, or perhaps just a blink. But when I finally came to, it was not in Mark's apartment. I was in my car, parked on my street. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and orange. I was outside. I was free, but I was not. My body felt heavy, sluggish, as if I had been running for days. My throat was raw, my head throbbing. I lifted a hand to my face, my fingers brushing against my eyelids. They felt stiff, dry. I tried to blink. I could not. My eyes were wide open, fixed, staring straight ahead at the dashboard, at the road, at the world outside. No matter how hard I tried, they would not close. They would not even moisten. They were just open. A wave of nausea washed over me. I looked in the rearview mirror, and my reflection stared back. My eyes, once so full of life, so quick to blink, were now wide, dry, and unmoving, just like theirs, just like the figures in the cages, just like Mark. The horror of it hit me then, a cold, crushing weight. I might be out of that apartment, but I was not free. Not really. I was changed, marked. I started the car, my movement stiff and unnatural. I drove, and I drove. I do not know where I am going or what I am looking for, but I can feel them, their unblinking gaze. Everywhere, watching, waiting. I see people on the street going about their lives, oblivious. And I wonder, how many of them are like me? How many of them have met someone online? Someone charming, someone who seemed too good to be true. How many of them have fixed, unblinking eyes, just waiting for the next curious soul to swipe right? Because I am still here. I am still driving. And I am still watching. And part of me, the part that is not me anymore, feels a strange, cold satisfaction in it. A part of their endless, cosmic horror. Forever watching, forever waiting. And my eyes never close. Not anymore. The silence of my apartment, once a comforting blanket, was now a shroud. It pressed in on me, heavy and suffocating. Each tick of the old wall clock a hammer blow against my skull. Mark knew. He knew where I lived. He knew what I was. My sanctuary. The only place I would ever truly felt safe from the glamour-veiled horrors outside was gone. It was just another cage now. But this time, the bars were made of my own terror. The police, bless their oblivious hearts, had been no help. They would see a distraught woman, rambling about glowing eyes and sharpened teeth, about a meticulously cataloged history of her life hidden behind a potted plant. Mark, calm and collected, had played the part of the concerned, slightly bewildered date perfectly. He would even have the audacity to look pain when I pointed at him, screaming about his true face. They would take in my statement, listen with thinly veiled pity, and then suggested I seek counseling. They would found nothing, of course. No photo album, no broken vase, no evidence of forced entry. Mark had cleaned up, or perhaps, with whatever dark power he possessed, he would simply undone it. The sheer, chilling efficiency of it made my stomach clench. I had not slept since that night. Every shadow danced with menace. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps approaching my door. I would barricaded it, of course, piled furniture against it like a frantic squirrel hoarding nuts for winter. It was pathetic. I knew, a flimsy defense against a monster that could probably walk through walls if it felt like it. But it was all I had. Days bled into nights. I ate what little non-perishable food I had left cold, tasteless, and swallowed with a dry throat. My phone, a portal to the world I would tried so desperately to re-enter, lay dead on the counter. I could not charge it. I could not risk making a sound. Could not risk a light from the screen alerting him. My mind, already a frayed tapestry, began to unravel further. The paranoia, once a manageable hum, was now a roaring tempest. I saw echoes everywhere, in the patterns on the wallpaper, in the dust motes dancing in the slivers of light that pierced the drawn blinds. The worst part was not just the fear of Mark, but the profound, crushing isolation. I had no one, no family, no friends who would believe me. The curse of the seer was not just seeing the monsters, it was being utterly alone with that knowledge. And now, the one person who knew what I was also the one hunting me. A week passed, or maybe it was two. Time had lost all meaning. My body ached, my head throbbed, and the gnawing emptiness in my stomach was a constant, painful reminder of my predicament. I was starving, not just for food, but for something, anything, that felt real and safe. The apartment, once my sanctuary, was now a tomb, slowly suffocating me. I had to get out, not to escape Mark, not really, but to simply breathe, to see if the world still existed beyond my four walls of terror. The thought of stepping outside made my breath catch. Every nerve ending screamed. No, stay hidden. But the alternative was slow, agonizing starvation, or worse, succumbing to the creeping madness. I needed food, real food, and maybe, just maybe, a fleeting moment of normalcy before the inevitable. I pulled out my darkest clothes, a nondescript hoodie and a baseball cap. I had not looked in a mirror in days, but I imagined I looked like a ghost, hollow-eyed and gaunt. Good, less recognizable. I rummaged through my emergency stash, finding a small, worn $20 bill and a switchblade I would bought years ago in a fit of paranoia. It felt pathetically inadequate, but it was better than nothing. My plan, if you could even call it that, was simple find a diner. Somewhere busy, somewhere anonymous, somewhere Mark would not expect me. A diner felt like a relic of a safer time, a place where people gathered for comfort and mundane conversations. It was a desperate hope, a fragile delusion, but it was all I had. Stepping out of my apartment building was like emerging from a deep-sea dive. The sunlight, even muted by the city haze, felt too bright, too harsh. Every sound a distant siren, a car horn. The chatter of passers-by was amplified, assaulting my overstimulated senses. I kept my head down, pulling the cap low, my eyes darting, scanning, searching for any sign of him. Every person I passed, every reflection in a shop window, was a potential threat. I saw glamour everywhere, not just the subtle shimmer of an echo, but the way it clung to everything, distorting the world into something alien and menacing. I walked for what felt like miles, hugging the shadows, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I avoided main streets, sticking to grimy alleyways and less trafficked side roads, moving with the frantic, jerky movements of a cornered animal. My legs ached, my lungs burned, but the adrenaline kept me going. Finally, tucked away on a street I did not recognize, I saw at the daily grind, a diner with a faded neon sign and steam rising from its vents. It looked normal, aggressively normal, just like Mark's Tinder profile. A wave of relief, so potent almost buckled my knees, washed over me. This was it. This was my brief reprieve. I pushed open the door, the small bell above it jingling, a sound that seemed ridiculously loud in the sudden quiet. The aroma of stale coffee, sizzling bacon, and something vaguely sweet hit me, a nostalgic comfort I had not realized I missed so much. My stomach growled loudly, embarrassingly. The diner was not packed, but it was not empty either. There were about 10 or 12 people scattered at tables and along the counter. A waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Brenda, stood by the coffee machine, wiping it down. The fluorescent lights hummed, casting a sterile glow on the checkered floor and red vinyl booths. I slid into an empty booth at the back, furthest from the door, my back to the wall. It was a strategic move, giving me a full view of the room. I pulled the cap down even further and tried to melt into the shadows. My hands, clammy with sweat, trembled slightly as I picked up the laminated menu. Brenda came over, a pad and pencil in hand. "What can I get for you, Han?" she asked, her voice flat, tired. "Just coffee, black, and a plain cheeseburger. Well done." I mumbled, trying to keep my voice steady. I did not look her in the eye, scanning the room instead. That is, when I noticed it. It started subtly. A fleeting glance from a man at the counter, then another from a woman in a booth near the window. Nothing unusual. People look at newcomers. But then the glances did not break. They lingered. I looked up, slowly, cautiously, my gaze sweeping across the room. Every single person in that diner was looking at me. The man at the counter, hunched over a plate of pancakes, his fork halfway to his mouth, stared. His eyes, a murky brown, were wide, unblinking. The woman by the window, sipping from a mug, her lips pursed, stared. Her gaze was as fixed as if she were a statue. A young couple in a booth across from me, who had been whispering intimately moments before, were now both turned toward me, their faces blank, their eyes like chips of glass. Even Brenda, as she walked away to put in my order, paused by the kitchen door, her head slightly turned, her eyes locked onto me. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. It was not just that they were looking, it was the way they were looking. There was no curiosity, no judgment, no recognition in their eyes. Just a cold, unwavering focus. And they were not blinking. None of them. Not once. I tried to rationalize it. Paranoia. You are overtired. You are starving. You are seeing things. They are just looking at you because you are acting weird, huddled in the back like a scared rabbit. But the sheer unanimity of their gaze, the unnerving stillness of their faces, defied any rational explanation. I forced myself to look away, to focus on the menu again, but the words swam before my eyes. I could feel their collective stare, a tangible weight pressing down on me, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. I took a shaky breath, trying to calm myself. This was it. This was the moment I finally broke. A faint shimmer caught my eye. It was from the man at the counter, the one with the pancakes. A subtle distortion around his head, like heat rising from asphalt, a momentary waver in his outline. Glamour. Oh God! My blood ran cold. They were not just staring. They were seeing me, and they were not normal. I gripped the underside of the table, my knuckles white. How many? All of them. Was this a trap? Was Mark here? My eyes darted to the kitchen door, then to the main entrance. No Mark, but that did not mean anything. He could be waiting outside, or these could be his associates. His family. The silence in the diner became oppressive. No clinking of cutlery, no murmur of conversation, no sizzling from the kitchen. Just the low hum of the fluorescent lights and the frantic thumping of my own heart. It was a still life tableau of horror, and I was the central, unwilling exhibit. Brenda returned with my coffee, sliding the mug across the table. Her eyes, still wide and unblinking, were fixed on mine. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips. It was not a friendly smile. It was a predator's smile, a silent, knowing baring of teeth. I stared into the black coffee, the surface reflecting my own terrified face. I could not drink it, could not trust it, could not trust anything. Your burger will be out soon. Han, Brenda said, her voice still flat, but now there was a subtle undertone to it, a low, guttural quality that made my skin crawl. She did not move away. She just stood there by my booth, watching me. I swallowed hard. I think I need to use the restroom. I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. I needed to get away, even for a moment, to breathe, to think. Brenda's smile widened just a fraction. She gestured with her chin towards a door at the back. Of course, Han, it is right through there. Her eyes never left mine. I pushed myself out of the booth, trying to appear casual, trying to ignore the dozen pairs of eyes that followed my every move. Every step felt like walking through thick mud. I could feel their gazes on my back, burning holes through my hoodie. I did not dare look back. The restroom was small and dimly lit, smelling faintly of disinfectant and mildew. I locked the door behind me with a shaky hand, leaning against it, gasping for air. My reflection in the grimy mirror stared back at me, a pale, terrified stranger. This was not paranoia. This was real. They were echoes, all of them, and they knew I was Seer. Mark must have told them. He had not just been stalking me, he had been gathering intelligence, preparing. This diner was not a coincidence. It was a trap, a carefully laid, agonizingly patient trap. My mind raced. How could I get out? The front door was too exposed. Brenda was waiting. The others were watching. I looked around the tiny bathroom. A small, frosted window, high up, barely large enough for a child to squeeze through. No good. Then I noticed it. A small, rusted grate near the floor, leading to what looked like a ventilation shaft. It was old, probably has not been opened in decades. Desperate, I knelt down, fumbling with the switchblade. The screws were rusted tight. I scraped at them, my heart hammering, the sound of my frantic efforts echoing in the small space. Suddenly, a soft tap on the door. My breath hitched. I froze, the switchblade still in my hand. Everything all right in there? Han. Brenda's voice, muffled through the door, was no longer flat. It was deeper, rougher, laced with an unsettling amusement. I did not answer. I just held my breath, listening. I could hear other muffled movements now, shuffling, the creak of floorboards just outside the door. They were gathering. "We just want to talk." Another voice, low and gravelly, added. It sounded like the man from the counter. "Mark told us all about you, about what you can do." Terror, cold and absolute, washed over me. They were not going to just stare. They were going to do something. I redoubled my efforts on the grate, scraping frantically at the screws. One gave way with a screech of metal. Then another. My fingers were bleeding, but I barely registered the pain. Such a shame. Brenda's voice again, closer now, her face probably pressed against the door. "You could have been one of us. Seen the truth. Joined the hunt." A sickening crack. The door shuddered. They were trying to force it open. I yanked at the grate. It came loose with a final, protesting groan, revealing a dark, dusty tunnel. It was narrow, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through, but it was my only chance. The door splintered, with groaning, hinges straining. I scrambled into the shaft, pushing myself forward, dust and cobwebs clinging to my clothes, scratching my skin. The air was thick and stale, smelling of grease and decay. Behind me, the door burst open with a crash. I heard Brenda's voice, sharp and angry. "She is in the vents. Get her." I crawled, pushing with my feet, pulling with my hands, ignoring the claustrophobia that threatened to overwhelm me. The shaft was a labyrinth, twisting and turning, the sound of the pursuit echoing from below. Their voices, no longer human, were guttural, hissing a chorus of predatory hunger. "She can't hide from us. Mark wants her alive." Such a waste, running like that. I could hear them in the kitchen now, above me, below me. They were everywhere. The glamour was gone from their voices, replaced by raw, monstrous intent. I could hear the scraping of claws, the wet thud of heavy bodies moving through the kitchen. My lungs burned. My muscles screamed. But the thought of Mark, of those glowing green eyes and sharpened teeth, spurred me on. I would not be caught. Not here. Not like this. The shaft opened into a larger space, a dimly lit storage room, stacked high with boxes of supplies. I dropped to the floor, landing with a soft thud, my body aching. I could hear their approach, their heavy footsteps shaking the floor above me. I crept between the shelves, heart hammering, trying to find another exit. There, a back door, rusted and chained, but a door nonetheless. I did not have time to think. I grabbed a heavy metal pipe from a nearby shelf, its cold weight a small comfort in my trembling hands. The storage room door burst open, revealing not Brenda, but the man from the counter. His glamour was completely gone. His face was a mass of pale, stretched skin, his eyes glowing with an unnatural green light, his mouth distended, filled with razor-sharp teeth. He was taller than I remembered, his limbs elongated, his fingers ending in wicked claws. He was an echo, a pure, unadulterated monster. He lunged, a low growl rumbling in his chest. I swung the pipe wildly, catching him across the chest. He staggered back, a sound like tearing fabric escaping his throat. It was not enough to stop him, but it bought me a precious second. I threw myself at the chain door, yanking, pulling, desperate. The chains were old, rusted. With a final, desperate heave, one of the links snapped with a deafening clang. The echo recovered, closing the distance in a terrifying blur. I could feel his hot, fetid breath on my neck. I squeezed the partially open door, scraping my shoulder just as his claws raked across the metal, missing me by inches. I burst out into a grimy alleyway, the night air cold and sharp against my face. The sounds of the city were back, muted, but real. I did not stop to look back. I just ran faster than I ever thought possible, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I did not know where I was going, did not know if they were right behind me. But I knew one thing: the daily grind was a trap. Mark had not just been stalking me, he had been orchestrating. He had not just come for me once he would send his pack. My apartment was no longer safe. The city, once a sprawling anonymous haven, was now a hunting ground. And I, the lone seer, was the prey. The hunt had truly begun, and I was utterly, terrifyingly alone, running through a world teeming with monsters, with no sanctuary left to hide. Every shadow held a pair of unblinking eyes, every alleyway a potential ambush. Mark was not just a stalker. He was a hunter, and he had an entire pack. And they were all looking for me. You know, it is funny how a single night can unravel everything you thought you knew about the world. One moment, you are just a regular person, swiping through profiles, hoping for a decent connection, maybe a dinner and a movie. The next, you are running for your life from something that should not exist, something that eats, well, you will see. My name's Sarah, and I am just your average late 20s, early 30s woman trying to navigate the minefield that is modern dating. I would have had my share of duds. The guys who looked nothing like their photos, the ones who talked exclusively about their cryptocurrency investments, the ones who thought a first date at a dive bar was a romantic gesture. But I was still a hopeful romantic at heart, always believing that the right person was out there, just one more swipe away. That is where Julian came in. I found him on Serendipity, one of those slightly more upscale dating apps where people actually bothered to write complete sentences in their profiles. His photos were impeccable, one of him hiking in the Dolomites, another what looked like a black tie gala, a third, a candid shot of him laughing with friends at a sun-drenched cafe in Paris. He was handsome, in a classic, almost old-world way sharp jawline, kind eyes, a smile that seemed to hint at fascinating secrets. His profile description was equally captivating, well-traveled, a connoisseur of obscure art and forgotten literature, a lover of unique culinary experiences. He seemed, honestly, too good to be true. Our initial conversations were effortless. He did not just ask about my day, he asked about my passions, my dreams, the books that had shaped me. He was witty, intelligent, and possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of things I would only vaguely heard of. He spoke of ancient cultures, philosophical concepts, and the subtle nuances of a perfect espresso. I found myself completely captivated. It felt like I would stumble upon a diamond in the rough, a man who actually understood the art of conversation. After a week of exchanging increasingly delightful messages, Julian suggested our first date. He did not propose a run-of-the-mill bistro or a trendy downtown spot. Instead, he mentioned a place called the Gilded Maw. He described it as an exclusive, almost secret establishment, known only to a select few. He said it specialized in unique, adventurous cuisine and offered discreet atmosphere that fostered genuine connection. I was flattered, a little intimidated by the exclusivity, but mostly, I was incredibly excited. This was different. This was special. I tried to look up the Gilded Maw online, of course. My searches yielded next to nothing a few cryptic mentions on obscure food blogs, a single blurry photo of a dark, ornate doorway, and then nothing. When I brought it up, Julian chuckled charmingly. "Ah, Sarah," he would message, "that is part of its allure. It is not meant for the masses. It is an experience best discovered, not researched." I bought it. Hook, line, and sinker. I mean, who does not love a bit of mystery and exclusivity, especially when it comes to a date? The night of our date, Julian arrived promptly at my apartment in a sleek, vintage car, a dark, polished beast that looked like it belonged in a classic film. He was even more charming in person, his smile radiating warmth, his eyes sparkling with genuine interest. He complimented my dress, held the car door open, and made me feel like the most fascinating woman in the world. I was absolutely smitten. The drive was short but winding, taking us through parts of the city I rarely visited, eventually leading us to an old, forgotten district. The streets grew narrower, the buildings older, their stone facades stained with centuries of grime. We finally pulled up in front of an imposing structure that looked like a repurposed bank or a forgotten library, dark, heavy stone, with tall, arched windows that were completely blacked out. There was no visible sign, just an unmarked, heavy oak door. My initial excitement mingled with a faint tremor of unease. It was too discreet. Julian, however, seemed perfectly at ease. He led me through the heavy door, which opened silently into a dimly lit vestibule. The air inside was thick, not unpleasant, but unfamiliar, a peculiar, earthy scent that I could not quite place, mixed with something vaguely metallic. It was opulent, almost overwhelmingly so. Heavy velvet drapes hung from impossibly high ceilings, absorbing all sound. Dark, polished wood gleamed under the soft glow of antique lamps. Strange, abstract art adorned the walls, vast canvases filled with swirling, indistinct shapes that seemed to shift and writhe in the low light, almost as if they were alive. I found myself staring at one, convinced I saw an eye open and close within the swirling depths, before Julian gently guided me forward. The restaurant was surprisingly empty for such an exclusive place. A few other tables were occupied, but the patrons were hushed, almost reverent, their faces indistinct in shadows. The staff were impeccably dressed in dark, tailored suits, moving with an unnerving silence. They seemed to glide rather than walk, their expressions blank, their eyes unnervingly attentive. One of them, a tall man with a gaunt face, led us to a secluded booth draped in deep crimson velvet. There was no physical menu. The waiter, who seemed to materialize out of the shadows, stood silently beside our table. His voice, when he spoke, was a low, smooth murmur, almost a whisper. "Good evening, esteemed guests. Tonight, we offer the crimson bloom, the whispering earth, and the midnight harvest." The name sounded poetic, mystical, but utterly vague. I felt a surge of awkwardness. I usually like to know what I was ordering, to have some idea of ingredients. But Julian was so confident, so at ease, that I did not want to appear unsophisticated. Julian, without a moment of hesitation, turned to the waiter, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. "Tonight," he announced, his voice carrying a note of quiet authority, "I believe we will have the living feast." My breath hitched. The waiter's eyes, which had been impassive, flickered. A faint, almost imperceptible smile, or was it a grimace, touched his lips. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "An excellent choice, sir." I looked at Julian, my brow furrowed in confusion. The living feast. I did not see that on the list. Julian chuckled, a low, rich sound. "Ah, my dear Sarah, that is an off-menu special. A truly immersive culinary experience, reserved for those with the most discerning palates. It is a taste of true life, a connection to the primal forces." He leaned in slightly, his eyes sparkling. "You simply must try it, or at least share the experience with me. It is something you won't soon forget." His enthusiasm was infectious, and despite the growing knot of apprehension in my stomach, I found myself nodding weakly. I still needed to order something for myself, though, and for me, I managed, trying to sound sophisticated. "I will have the midnight harvest. Please." I hoped it was some kind of exotic mushroom dish, maybe with truffle oil. Something dark, earthy, but ultimately recognizable as food. The waiter nodded again, his movements fluid, and then glided away into the shadows. The wait felt endless. Julian seemed to grow quieter, a strange, almost predatory glint in his eye as he gazed into the middle distance. He still smiled, but the warmth I would initially felt from him seemed to recede, replaced by something colder, more ancient. I tried to make small talk, asking him about his travels, but his responses were short, almost distracted. My mind kept drifting back to his order, the living feast. The name itself sent a shiver down my spine. What kind of living food could be served in a restaurant? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a performance art piece, an avant-garde culinary experience with very realistic props. But the earthy, metallic scent in the air seemed to intensify, wrapping around me like a damp shroud. Finally, the waiter returned, accompanied by another silent figure. Between them, They carry a large, ornate silver platter covered by a gleaming cloche. They placed it carefully on the table between Julian and me, the metal clinking softly as it settled. The earthy scent, now undeniably metallic, grew stronger, almost overwhelming. It prickled the back of my throat, tasting of damp soil and something else. Something raw. My own dish arrived shortly after. It was a bowl of dark, glistening, fungus-like growths, arranged artfully. They were obsidian black, but seemed to shimmer with an inner light, and I could have sworn they pulsed faintly, like they were breathing. I pushed it slightly away, my appetite suddenly gone. Then, with a dramatic flourish, the waiter lifted the silver cloche from Julian's platter. I gasped a small, choked sound that died in my throat. My blood ran cold, and the peculiar earthy smell instantly solidified into something far more horrifying. It was not food, not as I knew it. On the platter lay a mass of dark, glistening, purplish-red tissue. It looked like raw, exposed organs, but somehow wrong. It pulsed, faintly but unmistakably, with a slow, rhythmic beat like a monstrous heart. Veins, or something that looked disturbingly like them, throbbed beneath its slick, wet surface. Tiny, hair-like tendrils, impossibly delicate, twitched and writhed on its surface, almost imperceptibly, as if sensing the air around them. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper seemed to emanate from it, a soft, chitinous rustling that sounded like 1,000 tiny insects rubbing their legs together. It was a sound that crawled under my skin and into my brain. My stomach lurched violently. I felt a wave of nausea, so profound it made my vision swim. This was not a prop. This was not art. This was alive. Julian, however, beamed. A genuine, unsettling smile stretched across his face, his eyes alight with an almost childlike glee. "Ah, perfection," he murmured, his voice a low, reverent whisper. He picked up a specialized utensil along, slender instrument with a sharp, curved blade, unlike any cutlery I would ever seen. He seemed to handle it with practiced ease. My internal panic was a screaming siren. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation, any explanation for what I was seeing. A prank, a very elaborate, very disturbing joke. But the smell, the movement, the undeniable, visceral horror of it was too real. I felt faint, my hands trembling uncontrollably. I needed to leave. Now, I tried to excuse myself, to stand up, to make any kind of movement that would take me away from that table, away from that thing. But Julian's hand, surprisingly strong, reached out and gently yet firmly rested on my wrist. His touch was warm, but it felt like a brand. "Where are you going, my dear?" he asked, his voice still soft, but with an underlying current that chilled me to the bone. "The main course has just arrived." His grip tightened, a silent warning. Julian ignored my terror, his gaze fixed on the pulsing mass before him. He carefully, almost surgically, cut into the purplish-red tissue. A dark, viscous liquid, thick like crude oil, oozed out, pooling on the platter. The tendrils on the surface seemed to recoil slightly, then twitch more vigorously. He speared a piece, a glistening, still quivering morsel, and brought it slowly to his mouth. He closed his eyes, a look of pure ecstasy transforming his features. He chewed slowly, deliberately, his jaw working a way that made my own teeth ache. He savored it, his expression one of profound, almost spiritual pleasure. "Oh, Sarah," he sighed, his eyes still closed, the subtle bitterness of memory, the warmth of sheer vitality, the whisper of ancient slumber. He opened his eyes then, and they seemed to glow in the dim light, reflecting the strange inner luminescence of the food. It truly is a taste of true life. I was gagging internally, my throat constricted, my stomach churning so violently I thought I might actually be sick right there at the table. My own midnight harvest sat before me, those black, glistening fungus-like growths now seeming to writhe and pulse with renewed vigor. I pushed the bowl further away with a trembling hand, convinced it was watching me, judging me. Julian, still smiling that unsettling smile, extended his utensil, offered me a piece of the living feast. The morsel quivered slightly, a dark drop of viscous liquid clinging to its side. "You must try it." "Sarah," he insisted, his voice a silken command, yet with an edge of steel. "It is an experience, a taste of true life." His eyes, I noticed, were no longer merely sparkling. They were glowing, a faint, sickly green, an unnatural light that seemed to emanate from within. It was the same color as the glowing eyes I had heard about in Alex's story, a chilling thought that sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I shook my head, tears pricking at my eyes. "No," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "I can't. Please. Julian, I need to leave." The charming facade Julian had maintained throughout the evening finally shattered. His smile stretched unnaturally wide, becoming a predatory, almost reptilian grin that revealed too many teeth. His eyes, now fully glowing green, burned with an intensity that made me feel like prey. His voice dropped, losing its cultured cadence, becoming a low, guttural rumble that seemed to vibrate through the very floor. "No. Sarah," he snarled, the sound barely human. "You are not leaving. Not yet." I looked around frantically. The other patrons, who had been indistinct shadows, now seemed to be watching us, their faces still obscured, but their collective gaze felt heavy, suffocating. Some of them were slowly, deliberately, eating similar dishes, their movements unerringly synchronized. They were all part of this. Fear, cold and absolute, finally overcame my shock. I pulled my hand away from Julian's grasp with a desperate jerk, pushing my chair back with a loud, scraping shriek that echoed unnaturally in the velvet-draped silence. It was the loudest sound I had made all night, and it felt like a declaration of war. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, and bolted for the entrance, not caring about manners, about Julian, about anything but escape. The restaurant seemed to stretch and distort around me as I ran. The elegant, opulent decor twisted into something grotesque. The abstract art on the walls now clearly depicted tormented faces, their mouths agape in silent screams. The earthy, metallic smell became overwhelming, like a charnel house, thick with the stench of blood and decay. I could hear Julian's voice behind me, no longer human, echoing with a chilling, guttural resonance that seemed to tear through the very fabric of the air. "You can't escape the feast." "Sarah," he roared, the words reverberating in my bones. And then, from the table I would just fled. The whispers of the food intensified, becoming a chorus of faint, hungry, chitinous sounds, like 1,000 tiny insects whispering my name. My lungs burned, my heart hammered against my ribs, threatening to burst. I pushed through a heavy velvet curtain, stumbling into the vestibule, then fumbled with the heavy oak door. It felt impossibly heavy, as if resisting my escape. I clawed at the latch, my fingers numb with terror, and with a final desperate heave, it sprang open. I burst out into the street, gasping for air, gulping down the cool night air that suddenly tasted sweet and clean after the putrid stench of the restaurant. Julian's sleek, vintage car was gone. The streetlights flickered, casting long, dancing shadows. I looked back, expecting to see the imposing, dark stone building, but what I saw instead made my blood run cold. The building was still there, but it looked different. Older, more decrepit. The stone was crumbling, the arched windows boarded up, the heavy oak door warped and rotting. There was no sign of the opulence I had just witnessed, no glow of antique lamps, no velvet drapes. It looked like an abandoned, condemned structure, swallowed by time and decay. It was impossible. I had just been inside. I had just seen. I did not wait to make sense of it. I ran. I ran blindly through the unfamiliar streets, not knowing where I was going, just needing to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place, between myself and him. I flagged down a taxi eventually, my body shaking uncontrollably, my clothes disheveled, my hair wild. The driver gave me a concerned glance, but said nothing as I stammered out my address. Once home, I locked every door, every window, and then I called the police. My story, as I tried to explain it through choked sobs and hysterical gasps, was incoherent. A restaurant moving food, glowing eyes. He tried to make me eat it was alive. I sounded completely insane, even to myself. The police officer on the phone was patient, but his voice held that familiar tone of polite dismissal. He suggested I might have had a bad date. Perhaps my drink had been spiked. He promised to send a patrol car to check out the address I gave him, but I knew, even then, it was pointless. They found nothing, of course. The patrol car reported back that the building I described was indeed abandoned and condemned, slated for demolition. No signs of a restaurant, no recent activity. Julian's profile on Serendipity had vanished, completely wiped from existence, as if he had never been there. The months that followed were a blur of trauma and terror. I could not eat properly. Every shadow held a threat. Every strange sound sent me into a fresh panic. I checked my locks obsessively, multiple times a night, convinced that he, or something worse, would find me. I lost weight, my eyes perpetually wide with fear, dark circles beneath them. Sometimes, I would see him. A fleeting glimpse in a crowded street, a reflection in a shop window that vanished the moment I turned my head. He never approached, never called, never made any overt move. He just watched, a silent, terrifying reminder that he was still out there, that this nightmare was not over. Then one night, I woke up to the unmistakable metallic, earthy smell. It was faint, but it was there, clinging to the air in my apartment, a smell that had been seared into my brain. My heart hammered. I crept out of bed, every nerve on edge, and followed the scent to my kitchen. There, on my clean kitchen counter, beside the fruit bowl, lay a small, dark, glistening mass. It pulsed faintly, rhythmically, just like the living feast on Julian's platter. It was a fragment, a discarded piece, perhaps, or a warning. A single, hair-like tendril twitched on its surface. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that tore from my throat. I did not touch it. I did not get close. I just stared at it, frozen in pure, unadulterated horror, as the tendril continued to twitch, a silent, sickening motion that spoke volumes. I knew then that they were still out there. Julian, the restaurant, whatever they were not just hungry for food, they were hungry for something deeper, something vital. And I had been almost on the menu. I live in constant fear now, a terror that had become a permanent resident in my soul. I know that one wrong turn, one moment of carelessness, one fleeting desire for something unique or exclusive, could lead me back to the gilded maw. The memory of those pulsing tendrils, the hungry green eyes, and the taste he described will forever haunt my waking and sleeping hours. And I know, with chilling certainty, that they are waiting for me to make just one more mistake. You know, I thought I would seen it all when it came to dating apps. The catfish, the ghosters, the guys who thought a picture of their abs was a personality. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for Emily. I am Alex, by the way, 32, work in marketing, live in a decent apartment, and for the past 5 years, my love life has been primarily curated by algorithms. It is a sad state of affairs. I know, but hey, it is the modern world. Most dates were forgettable, awkward small talk, forced laughs, the usual. But every now and then, you would get one that seemed different. Emily was different. Her profile picture was a little blurry, but she had these bright, intelligent eyes and a smile that reached them. Her bio was short, quirky, something about loving old books and conspiracy theories, which I found kind of charming. We matched, and our conversations were surprisingly good. She did not just give one-word answers. She actually engaged, asked questions, and had a quick wit. We talked for about a week, and I felt a genuine connection, something rare in the digital wasteland of online dating. So we set up a date. Dinner and drinks at a casual Italian place downtown. I showed up a few minutes early, nursing a sparkling water, trying to calm the usual first date jitters. Then she walked in, and wow, she was even prettier in person. Taller than I expected, with long dark hair that framed her face perfectly. Her eyes, those bright, intelligent eyes from her profile, sparkled even more. She wore a simple black dress, nothing too fancy, but she carried herself with this quiet confidence that I found instantly appealing. The date was fantastic. Seriously, it was one of the best first dates I would ever had. We talked for hours about everything and nothing. We laughed. We found common ground on obscure movies. We even debated the merits of pineapple on pizza. She was pro. I am firmly anti, but we agreed to disagree. There was no awkward silence, no desperate glances at my watch. It just flowed. She was smart, funny, and genuinely interesting. I found myself thinking, okay, Alex, maybe this one's different. Maybe this is actually going somewhere. Around 10:30, the restaurant was starting to empty out. We would finish our second round of drinks, and I was just about to suggest we call it a night, maybe hint at a second date, when she said, "Hey, it is a beautiful night. The stars are really clear out here, even with the city lights. Want to go for a drive? I know a spot a little bit out of town where you can see them perfectly. It is really quiet." Now, normally, I would be a little hesitant about a spontaneous late night drive with someone I would just met. My internal alarm bells would usually be ringing. But with Emily, after such a perfect evening, I did not feel that usual apprehension. There was something so disarmingly innocent about her suggestion, almost childlike in its enthusiasm for stargazing. Plus, I was completely smitten. My good judgment had apparently gone on vacation. "Sure," I said, probably with a stupid grin on my face. "Sounds great." "Awesome." She beamed, her eyes sparkling. "My car is just around the corner." We walked out into the cool night air. Her car was an older model, a dark sedan, maybe a Honda Accord or something similar, but well maintained. It looked unassuming. I slid into the passenger seat, and the interior smelled faintly of vanilla and old paper, a surprisingly comforting scent. She started the engine, and we pulled out of the parking lot. The city lights began to recede as she navigated us onto the highway. We kept talking, the conversation just as easy as it had been inside. She told me about growing up in a small town, about her dreams of opening a bookstore. I found myself sharing more than I usually would on a first date. After about 20 minutes on the highway, she took an exit I did not recognize. It was a smaller, two-lane road, darker than the highway, with trees lining both sides. There were no streetlights out here, just the occasional distant glow of a house or a farm. So, where exactly are we headed? I asked, leaning back in my seat, feeling completely at ease. She glanced at me, a soft smile playing on her lips. Just a little further. It is a hidden gem. Not many people know about it. I nodded, still smiling. Sounded like a cool, secret spot. I like that. I pulled out my phone, more out of habit than anything, just to check the time. As I unlocked it, the map app was still open from when I would navigate to the restaurant earlier. My eyes drifted to it, just for a second. We were on a road, clearly. My phone had a GPS signal. It showed our little blue dot moving along. But the road we were on, it was just a faint, thin line on the map. Not a named road. Not even a state highway number. It was like a ghost road, a suggestion of a path. Barely there. That was the first flicker of unease. Huh. I mumbled, more to myself than to her. "Everything okay?" she asked, her voice soft. "Yeah, just this road," I said, holding up my phone slightly. "It looks like it is barely on the map. What is it called?" She chuckled, a light, airy sound. "Oh, it is not really called anything. It is an old service road, leads to some abandoned logging trails. Most maps do not bother with it, but it is the best way to get to the spot. That made sense. I guess old service roads, logging trails. Not uncommon in this part of the country. I put my phone away, trying to shake off the weird feeling. But it lingered. The trees outside were getting denser, closer to the road, their branches forming a tunnel overhead that blocked out most of the moonlight. It was getting darker than I expected. She continued driving, her hands relaxed on the wheel. The car hummed along, the only sound apart from our quiet conversation. We talked about books again, about our favorite authors. I tried to focus on her voice, on the pleasantness of the date, but that little nagging thought, that tiny seed of doubt, had been planted. After another 5 minutes, the road's surface changed. It went from asphalt to gravel, and the car started to kick up dust. The ride became a little bumpier. The trees were so thick now that I could not see anything beyond them, just an endless wall of dark foliage. It felt isolated, really isolated. I pulled my phone out again. My signal was patchy now, just 1 or 2 bars. I opened GutGoo Maps, then APBO Maps, just to be sure. I zoomed in. I zoomed out. I rotated the map. Nothing. The road we were on simply did not exist. My blued was floating in a sea of green off any discernible path. It was like we were driving through a blank space on the digital world. My heart started to beat a little faster. This was not just an old service road. This was something else. This was impossible. "Hey, Emily," I said, trying to keep my voice light, casual. "Are you sure this is the right way? My phone says we are literally off the map." I tried to laugh, but it came out a little strained. She glanced at me again, that same soft smile. "Oh, Alex, maps are so unreliable out here, especially the digital ones. They never get these old back roads right. Do not worry. I know exactly where we are going." Her composure was unsettling. Too calm. My internal alarm bells were starting to clang now, not just flicker. I looked out the window. The trees were ancient, gnarled, twisted. They looked like they would have been here for centuries, watching everything that passed. The air felt colder, heavier. "How much further is it?" I asked, my voice a little tighter than I intended. "Not far," she said, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. "Just a few more minutes." A few more minutes. That is what people always say right before something bad happens in movies. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt dry. I gripped my phone tighter. No signal now. Completely gone. I felt a surge of panic. "Emily," I said, my voice firmer this time. "I am serious. This road is not on any map. I am getting a little freaked out. Can we just turn back? We can find another spot to see the stars, maybe close to town." She did not answer right away. The smile on her face slowly faded, replaced by a neutral expression. Her eyes, those bright, intelligent eyes, seemed to lose some of their warmth, becoming flat, almost reflective like dark glass. "We are almost there. Alex," she said, her voice now devoid of its earlier lightness. It was flat, monotone. A chill ran down my spine. The way she said my name, it was like she was reciting it from a script. Not like someone who just spent hours getting to know me. "No," I said, my voice rising. "Turn the car around. Now, I do not want to go to this spot anymore." She ignored me. The car sped up slightly on the gravel road, sending rocks pinging against the undercarriage. The trees outside seemed to blur. My heart was pounding like a drum against my ribs. I looked at the door handle, then at her. She was staring straight ahead, her hand still on the wheel, but her knuckles were white. "Emily, I am not kidding." I yelled, my voice cracking. "Pull over. Let me out." She did not even flinch. It was like I was not even there, like my words were just background noise. She was a statue, a machine, driving forward into the oppressive darkness. I tried the door handle. It was locked. Of course. I slammed my fist against the window. "Let me out." She finally spoke, her voice still flat, but with an underlying current of something cold and utterly terrifying. "You wanted to see the stars. Alex, I am taking you to see the stars." Her tone sent a wave of pure, unadulterated terror through me. This was not Emily. Not the Emily I would spend the evening with. This was a stranger, a predator, and I was trapped in her car, speeding down a road that did not exist, into a darkness that felt ancient. I looked around the car, desperate for anything. My eyes landed on her phone mount on the dashboard. It was empty. She had not been using a GPS. She just knew this road. She knew this road that was not anywhere. The air in the car grew heavy, thick with an unspoken dread. I could feel my breath catching in my throat. I tried to think, to plan, but my mind was a jumbled mess of fear. What did she want? Where was she taking me? Suddenly, the trees on the left side of the road thinned, revealing a clearing. But it was not a normal clearing. It was a vast, open space, completely devoid of vegetation, like a perfectly circular scar on the landscape. And in the center of it, under the weak, distant glow of what few stars managed to pierce the oppressive darkness, stood something that made my blood run cold. It was a structure, or what looked like one. It was tall, slender, and black, almost absorbing the light around it. It was not made of wood or metal or stone that I recognized. It looked organic, yet perfectly symmetrical, like a giant obsidian needle piercing the sky. It hummed, a low, barely perceptible vibration that I could feel in my bones, not just here, and around its base. I could see shapes, dark, indistinct shapes moving slowly, deliberately. Emily slowed the car, then pulled off the gravel road and onto a faint dirt track that led directly towards a clearing. What is that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. My entire body was shaking. She turned to me then, and the smile was back. But it was not her charming, innocent smile. It was wide, too wide, stretching her lips in a way that looked unnatural. Her eyes were still flat, but now they seemed to reflect a faint, sickly green light, like a cat's eyes in the dark. "That, Alex," she purred, her voice now a low, guttural rumble that did not sound human, "is where we see the real stars." My stomach lurched. I could smell something now, a metallic, earthy odor, like old blood and damp soil. The shapes at the base of the black structure were becoming clearer. They were not human. They were hunched, spindly figures, too many limbs, too many joints. Their movements were jerky, unnatural. I screamed. It was a raw, guttural sound, ripped from the deepest part of my fear. I fumbled for the door handle again, pulling, twisting, desperate. It was still locked. I threw myself against my door, kicking, punching, anything to get out. Emily just kept driving, her wide, unnatural smile fixed on her face, her eyes glowing. The hum from the structure grew louder, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the car, through my very being. It felt like it was trying to dismantle me from the inside out. We were getting closer to the clearing, closer to the black needle, closer to the moving shapes. I could see them clearly now. They were tall, gaunt, with long, unnaturally thin limbs. Their heads were smooth, featureless, with only two large black, reflective eyes that seemed to drink in the light. They were not walking, they were gliding, their feet never quite touching the ground. "No, please," I begged, tears streaming down my face. "Let me go. What do you want?" Emily laughed then, a sound that was a chilling echo of her earlier, pleasant chuckle, but now distorted like broken glass. "We want to show you the truth. Alex, the truth of what is out there. The truth of what is here." She brought the car to a stop at the edge of the clearing, the hum of the structure now deafening. It was a living sound, a breathing sound. The spindly figures turned their featureless heads towards us, their black eyes reflecting the faint, green glow from Emily's eyes. They began to glide toward the car, slowly, deliberately, like specters. No. Oh God, no. I shrieked, pressing myself against the passenger door, trying to make myself as small as possible. Emily turned off the engine. The sudden silence was even more terrifying than the hum. She turned to me, her smile still wide, her eyes burning green. "It is time." "Alex," she whispered, her voice a low growl. She reached across me, her hand brushing my arm. Her skin was cold, unnaturally so, like marble. Her fingers were long, too long, and tipped with sharp, black nails. She did not grab me, not yet. She just reached for something on the dashboard. It was a small, silver device, no bigger than a remote control. She pressed a button. Immediately, the car doors unlocked with a soft click. My mind raced. This was it. This was my chance. As soon as I heard the click, I threw open my door, scrambling out of the car. My legs were unsteady, almost giving out beneath me, but the adrenaline surged, pumping through my veins. I did not look back at Emily, did not look at the black structure, did not look at the gliding figures. I just ran. I ran into the thick, dark woods, away from the clearing, away from the car, away from Emily and whatever horrific things were waiting there. Branches whipped at my face. Roots tripped me, but I did not stop. I could hear sound behind me, a low, guttural chittering, a whisper that seemed to slither through the trees, calling my name. "Alex, Alex." It was not Emily's voice. It was multiple voices, overlapping, whispering, echoing, coming from everywhere and nowhere. It was the sound of the spindly figures. I realized with a fresh wave of terror. They were coming for me. I pushed through the undergrowth, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from that place, away from that road, away from that thing. I ran for what felt like an eternity, stumbling, falling, picking myself up again. The whispers grew fainter, then disappeared. The chittering stopped. The hum was gone. Only the sound of my ragged breathing filled the night. Eventually, I collapsed against a thick tree trunk, gasping for air, my body screaming in protest. I was covered in scratches, my clothes torn, my hands bleeding. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the images, the glowing eyes, the wide smile, the black needle, the gliding figures. When I finally opened my eyes, the darkness was starting to recede. A faint, gray light was appearing on the horizon. Dawn. I had run all night. I slowly pushed myself up, my muscles aching. I looked around. The trees were still dense, but they looked normal. Just normal trees in a normal forest. There was no sign of the clearing, no sign of the black structure, no sign of the non-existent road. I stumbled through the woods, following the rising sun, until I finally broke through the tree line. And there it was, a familiar paved road, a county road, with a road sign clearly visible in the distance. I recognized it. It was about 10 miles from my apartment. I walked the rest of the way, a dazed, hollow-shelled man. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. When I finally reached my apartment, the sun was fully up. I looked at myself in the mirror. I was a mess, but I was alive. I called the police. I tried to explain what happened. They listened patiently, their faces growing more skeptical with each sentence. A non-existent road. A date who turned into a monster. A black alien structure. They asked if I would been drinking heavily. I told them I had not. They took down my statement, promised to look into it, but I could tell they thought I was either crazy or on drugs. They found no trace of Emily's car, no strange structures, no unmapped roads in the area I described. I tried to find Emily's profile on the dating app. It was gone, completely scrubbed, like she would never existed. It has been months since that night. I still can't sleep without the lights on. Every car that passes my apartment at night sends a jolt of terror through me. I have deleted all my dating apps. I do not go out much anymore. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent and the shadows play tricks on my eyes, I feel a coldness on my skin, like the touch of Emily's hand. I remember her wide, unnatural smile, her glowing green eyes, and that low, guttural hum that vibrated through my bones. And I remember the road that was not there, but that I drove down, the road that led to something unspeakable, something that exists just beyond the veil of our reality. I know it is still out there, waiting. And sometimes when I am driving, and I take a turn onto an unfamiliar street, I feel a cold dread creep up my spine. Because what if I take the wrong turn? What if I find myself on that road again? What if one day the road finds me? I saw the real stars at night. All right, and I wish to God I could unsee them. I wish I could forget. But I can't. I am Alex, and I went on a date with Emily, and she showed me a road that does not exist and a world that should not. And now, I am just waiting for the day that road comes back for me, because I know deep down it will. Online dating, man, it is a minefield. You scroll through endless profiles, each one a curated highlight reel, designed to hide the inevitable weirdness that lurks beneath. I would have had my fair share of duds, believe me. The guy who only talked about his cat's elaborate diet, the woman who showed up in a full wizard costume, the one who tried to sell me essential oils within 5 minutes of meeting. Yeah, I would seen it all. Or so I thought. My name's Alex, and I am just your average guy, pushing 30, living in a quiet suburban town that is just far enough from the city to feel peaceful, but close enough for a decent commute. I work a pretty standard office job, nothing glamorous. My life was, for lack of a better word, unremarkable. And honestly, that is how I liked it. I was not looking for fireworks, just a quiet connection. Someone to share a pizza with and binge watch a show on a Friday night. Then I matched with Lena. Her profile was intriguing. Not over the top, no flashy vacation photos or inspirational quotes plastered everywhere. Just a few natural-looking selfies, a thoughtful paragraph about her love for old books and hiking, and a quirky line about her inability to keep a houseplant alive. She seemed genuine, a little introspective, and honestly really beautiful. Her eyes, in particular, caught my attention. They were a startling shade of green, wide and expressive, hinting at a deep well of thought behind them. We started texting, and it was surprisingly easy. She was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in my life, asking follow-up questions that showed she would actually read my profile. We talked about everything from our favorite obscure movies to the best local coffee shops. After a few days of effortless back and forth, I felt a cautious optimism I had not felt in a long time. This, I thought, might actually be different. We decided to meet for dinner at the Gilded Spoon, a local bistro known for its slightly upscale but still relaxed atmosphere. I figured it was a good middle ground, nice enough to show I was serious, but not so fancy that it felt like a job interview. I arrived a little early, ordered a beer, and tried to calm my nerves. First dates always felt like performance, and I was never quite sure of my lines. Then she walked in. She was even more striking in person. She wore a simple black dress that somehow managed to look elegant without being flashy, and her dark hair was pulled back in a loose bun, framing her face perfectly. Her eyes, those green eyes, seemed to sparkle under the restaurant's soft lighting. She gave me a warm, genuine smile, and for a moment, all my anxieties melted away. Alex, hi, I am Lena, she said, her voice a little softer than I would imagined, but just as pleasant. Lena, it is great to finally meet you. I replied, standing up to greet her. We shook hands, and her grip was firm, confident. She slid into the seat opposite me, and for the first few minutes, it was all small talk, the usual getting to know you dance. How was her day? How was mine? The weather, the food, all perfectly normal. She was an engaging conversationalist, making eye contact that felt intense but not uncomfortable. She listened intently when I spoke, sometimes tilting her head slightly, as if trying to catch every nuance of my words. There was a certain stillness about her, a quiet grace that was captivating. I found myself rambling a little, eager to fill the silence, but she never seemed bored. We ordered our food, I went for the steak, she opted for the salmon, and the conversation flowed easily. We talked about our hobbies, our families, our dreams. She told me about her job as a graphic designer, how she loved the creative outlet, but sometimes found the corporate environment stifling. I told her about my quiet life, my love for old sci-fi novels, and my attempt at learning to play the guitar, which mostly involved frustrating my neighbors. It was during one of these lulls, when our appetizers had just arrived, and I was mid-sentence about a particularly disastrous chord, that I first heard it, a faint whisper, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. It was so soft, almost imperceptible, lost beneath the clinking of silverware and the murmur of other diners. Emily. I paused, frowning. Sorry, did you say something? Lena blinked, her green eyes wide and innocent. No, just listening to you. Alex, you were talking about your guitar. She smiled, a perfect, polite smile. I shrugged it off. Must have been the background noise, or my imagination playing tricks. I was probably just a little over-caffeinated and on edge. Right, the guitar. Anyway, so I was trying to learn this one song, and we continued talking, and the appetizers were cleared, replaced by our main courses. The food was excellent, and the wine we would order was slowly helping me relax. Lena was still captivating, her attention unwavering, her smile always ready. But then it happened again. This time, a little clearer, a little closer. Michael. It was just a breath, a fleeting sound, as if someone had exhaled a name right next to my ear. I looked at Lena, who was gracefully cutting into her salmon, her gaze fixed on her plate. Her lips were not moving. Lena, I said, a slight edge of confusion in my voice. Are you sure you are not saying anything? I keep hearing whispers. She looked up, her fork paused halfway to her mouth. Her green eyes met mine, and for a split second, they seemed to hold an unnerving depth, a kind of ancient stillness that sent a shiver down my spine. Then, just as quickly, the moment passed. She laughed, a light, airy sound. Whispers. Oh, Alex, you must be hearing things. Maybe the acoustics in here are playing tricks on you. Or maybe I am just a very animated listener. She gestured with her fork. You have my full attention. I promise. I tried to dismiss it again. It had to be the acoustics. Or maybe I was just more nervous than I thought. I took a long sip of my wine, tried to regain my composure. It was a good date, a really good date. I did not want to ruin it by sounding paranoid. But the whispers did not stop. They became more frequent, more insistent. Sometimes they were just single names, barely audible. Other times, they were fragments, like echoes from a distant room. Sarah from Oakwood, Thomas the hiker. I started to feel a prickle of unease at the back of my neck. It was not just my imagination anymore. I was definitely hearing them, and they seemed to emanate from somewhere around Lena, or perhaps even through her, despite her perfectly composed facade. Her eyes, I noticed, seemed to stay open for longer stretches than was natural, her blinks almost imperceptible. When she did blink, it was a slow, deliberate movement, like a doll's eyes resetting. I tried to keep the conversation going, but my mind was now half listening, trying to decipher the ghostly sounds. I watched her closely, tried to catch her in the act, but her lips remained sealed, her expression serene. It was like she was a ventriloquist, but the dummy was invisible, and the words were meant only for me. So, Alex, she said, her voice cutting to the phantom whispers, you mentioned you like old sci-fi. Any particular favorites? I force a smile. Oh, definitely. Dune is a classic, of course. And I have always had a soft spot for Philip K. Dick, Do Android's Dream of Electric Sheep is brilliant. Ah, Dick, she murmured, her eyes distant for a moment. He understood the blur between reality and illusion, did not he? The way the world can shift subtly until you are not sure what is real anymore. As she spoke, I heard it again, clearer than ever. Michael Sterling went missing from Riverbend Park 2 years ago. My blood ran cold. Michael Sterling. I knew that name. It had been all over the local news a couple of years back. A young man disappeared without a trace while out jogging. His face had been plastered on every lamppost, every grocery store bulletin board. I stared at Lena, my fork clattering against my plate. Michael Sterling. I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Did you just say Michael Sterling? She looked at me, her green eyes unwavering. Did I? I do not recall. I was talking about Philip K. Dick, Alex, is everything. All right, you look a little pale. Her smile was still there, warm and inviting, but it did not reach her eyes. Her eyes, I realized, were fixed on me with an unsettling intensity. They did not seem to blink at all now. A wave of dread washed over me. This was not a quirk. This was not nerves. This was something else entirely. Something deeply, fundamentally wrong. My stomach churned, and suddenly, the delicious steak in front of me seemed utterly unappetizing. I think I just need some air. I mumbled, pushing my chair back. Excuse me for a moment. I practically bolted for the restroom, splashing cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. My reflection in the mirror looked haggard, my eyes wide with fear. What the hell was happening? Was she messing with me? Was it some kind of elaborate prank? But the name's Michael Sterling. That was not a joke. I took a few deep breaths, trying to convince myself that I was overreacting. Maybe she would heard the news report on the radio, and it had just been on her mind. Maybe she was a true crime enthusiast and was just mumbling to herself. People did strange things, but the feeling in my gut was screaming. This was not normal. I returned to the table, trying to compose myself, to act as if nothing was amiss. Lena was sitting exactly as I would left her, her gaze still fixed on the doorway I would exited. She smiled warmly as I approached. Feeling better, she asked, her voice laced with concern that somehow felt more chilling than comforting. Yeah, just a little warm in here. I lied, forcing a smile. I sat back down, my body tense, ready to bolt at a moment's notice. I needed to get out of here. You know, she said, her voice dropping a little, it is funny how some people just vanish. Is not it? 1 minute they are there, living their lives, and the next poof, gone. Like they were never even here. As she spoke, the whisper started again, louder now, almost like a chorus of hushed voices. Emily Vance disappeared from Willow Creek. Last year, her car found abandoned by the old mill pond. Thomas O'Malley never returned from his morning hike. In the foothills, search teams found nothing. I recognize these names too. These were local cases, unsolved mysteries that had haunted the community for months, even years. Emily Vance, the young college student. Thomas O'Malley, the retired teacher. These were not just random names. These were people who had vanished, leaving behind only questions and grief. Lena's eyes were fixed on me, unblinking, those beautiful green irises now seeming to hold an unsettling depth, like staring into a bottomless well. Her smile was still there, but it felt frozen, a mask. It did not reach her eyes, which now seemed to be seeing something far beyond me, far beyond this restaurant. How do you know these names? I asked, my voice barely a croak. My heart was pounding against my ribs, a frantic drum against a growing terror. She tilted her head, a gesture that had seemed charming earlier, but now felt predatory. Know them, she repeated, her voice soft, almost a purr. Oh, I do not know them. Alex, not personally, anyway, but I remember them. We all do. We all do. I stammered. Who is we? Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too white, a little too sharp. The ones who listen, she whispered, and for a terrifying moment, her voice seemed to deepen, to take on a resonant quality that was not human. The ones who watch, the ones who remember. The whispers around us intensified, now a cacophony of names, locations, fragments of lives cut short. It felt like the air itself was vibrating with the ghosts of the lost. I could almost make out faces in periphery of my vision, fleeting shadows that darted just beyond my sight. The other diners, who a moment ago had been accompanying backdrop, now seemed distant, their laughter and chatter muffled, as if separated from me by a thick pane of glass. It was just Lena and me, trapped in a bubble of escalating horror. I need to go, I managed, pushing my chair back with more force than necessary. The scraping sound echoed loudly in the sudden, eerie silence that had fallen over our table. The whispers for a moment died down. Lena did not try to stop me. She just watched, her unblinking gaze following my every move. Her smile remained fixed and unsettling. Of course. Alex, she said, her voice eerily calm. It has been a lovely evening. But the night is still young, is not it? I grabbed my jacket, fumbling with the sleeves, my hands trembling. I practically ran out of the restaurant, not bothering to pay, not caring about the looks I might be getting. I just needed to escape. I needed to breathe. The cool night air hit me like a shock, but it did little to calm my racing heart. I fumbled for my car keys, my mind a whirlwind of fear and disbelief. Had that really just happened? Was I losing my mind? As I unlocked my car, I heard her voice behind me, soft but clear, carrying on the night breeze. You forgot something. Alex. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Lena was standing by the restaurant entrance, bathed in the glow of the streetlights, her silhouette impossibly still. She held up my phone, which I would clearly left on the table in my panicked exit. Oh, right. I mumbled, my voice tight. I walked back towards her, my legs feeling like lead. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but some part of me, some ingrained social politeness, would not let me leave without my phone. As I reached for it, her hand brushed mine. Her skin felt unnaturally cold, like marble. Her green eyes, now fully illuminated by the street lamp, were wide, unnervingly still. They did not blink, not once. They seemed to absorb the light, reflecting nothing, like two dark, bottomless pools. And in their depths, I saw a flicker, a fleeting image of something ancient and vast, something that stretched beyond human comprehension. It is not just the names. Alex, she whispered, her voice a dry rustle, like the whispers themselves. It is the knowing, the seeing, the remembering. Before I could react, before I could even process her words, her other hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with surprising strength. Her grip was like a vice, cold and unyielding. I tried to pull away, but she held me fast. Her face was inches from mine, her unblinking eyes boring into mine, and I saw it in the milky white film that seemed to be growing subtly around the edges of her irises, making them seem even more vacant, more alien. They want you to remember too, she breathed, and her breath was cold, like the air from a crypt. They want you to see what they see, to know what they know. A sharp, searing pain shot through my wrist. I cried out, trying to pull away, but her grip tightened. I looked down and saw a needle impossibly thin, glinting in the streetlight, already plunged deep into my flesh. No, I screamed, struggling desperately, but sudden weakness washed over me. My muscles turned to jelly. The world began to spin, the streetlights blurring into streaks of light. Lena's face, still unblinking, still smiling, was the last thing I saw before darkness consumed me. Her eyes, those wide, unnerving green eyes, now entirely milky white, staring into nothing, yet seeing everything. The sun was a cruel, mocking orange when I woke up. I was in my car, parked on my street, right in front of my house. The engine was off, the keys in ignition. My head throbbed, and my throat was raw, like I had been screaming for hours. My body felt heavy, sluggish, as if I had been drugged. I tried to blink, to clear the blurry vision, but I could not. My eyelids would not move. They felt frozen, stuck open. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I reached up, my fingers trembling, and touched my eyes. They were wide open, dry, unmoving, just like hers, just like Lena's. I fumbled for my phone, my vision swimming, and managed to turn on the selfie camera. My reflection stared back at me, a distorted, terrifying image. My eyes were wide, unblinking, the pupils dilated, the whites around them rimmed with an unnatural, almost iridescent sheen. There was no warmth, no life, just a hollow, vacant stare. A low murmur started then, deep in the recesses of my mind, a chorus of hushed voices, whispering names. Alex Miller from Meadowbrook Lane, Lena Petrova, the graphic designer, Mark the chef, Sarah the one who watches. The names were endless, a relentless torrent, each one a life, a story, a disappearance. I heard my own name among them, a chilling confirmation of my new reality. And then, a name I had not heard before, yet it resonated with an ancient, terrifying familiarity, Sarah. The one who watches, the one who has changed. I was out, but I was not free. Not anymore. I was changed, marked, part of their endless, cosmic horror. I started the car, the engine turning over with a familiar roar that felt utterly alien in my new, silent world. My eyes did not sting, did not water. They just watched. They saw everything. The mundane houses of my street, the early morning joggers, the paper boy on his route. But I saw more than that. I saw the faint, shimmering outlines of figures in the periphery, impossible shapes that flickered at the edge of perception. I heard the whispers, the names, the stories of the lost, echoing in my mind like a never-ending dirge. I drove, aimlessly at first, then with a growing, terrifying purpose. I did not know where I was going, or what I was looking for, but I knew I had to keep moving. I had to keep watching. I had to remember. My eyes never closed. They would never close again. I was one of them now. A witness, a conduit, forever awake, forever seeing, forever carrying the burden of the lost. The world had peeled back a layer, revealing the true, horrifying reality beneath, and I was now inextricably part of it. The cosmic horror was no longer something I read about in sci-fi novels. It was the air I breathed, the ground I drove on, the unblinking gaze I now carried to the endless, terrifying dawn. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that I was just another name, waiting to be whispered. Okay, so I would always been a pretty independent person, never really needing anyone else to validate my existence. My apartment was small, but it was mine, filled with books and the scent of lukewarm coffee, a safe little bubble in the sprawling chaos of the city. I was pushing 30, and the thought of settling down, getting married, having kids, it felt less like a dream and more like a distant, slightly sticky obligation. But then the loneliness started to creep in, a quiet, insistent hum beneath the surface of my otherwise perfectly content life. My friends were all pairing off, their social media feeds a relentless parade of engagement rings and baby bumps. I would roll my eyes. Sure, but a part of me, a small, vulnerable part, felt left behind. That is how I ended up on Tinder. I would tried it before, a few years back, and it was a disaster. A parade of awkward small talk, forced smiles, and the lingering scent of desperation. So, I approached it with a healthy dose of cynicism this time, swiping left on anyone who posed with a dead fish or a tiger. My expectations were subterranean. I just wanted a distraction, maybe a decent conversation, someone to split a pizza with on a Tuesday night. I was curled up on my couch, a lukewarm mug of herbal tea beside me, mindlessly flicking through profiles when I saw him. His name was Ethan. His profile picture was simple enough, a candid shot, probably taken by a friend, of him laughing, head tilted back slightly. He had dark, messy hair, a strong jawline, and a pair of eyes that were they were the bluest eyes I would ever see. Not just blue, but almost impossibly vibrant, like chips of polished sapphire. He was tall. You could tell even from a seated photo, with a lean build. And his smile was wide, genuine, reaching those startling blue eyes. My thumb froze. My breath hitched. The tea went cold. It was like a punch to the gut, a sudden, sharp jolt that resonated deep in my chest. Not because he was incredibly handsome, though he was. Not because he looked familiar in the way a celebrity or someone you had seen on the street might. No, this was different. This was impossible. I stared at the screen, my heart hammering against my ribs, dread seeping into my veins. Because Ethan, this man on my phone screen, looked exactly like Flickr. Flickr was my imaginary friend. I know, right? Imaginary friends. Kids have them. I had him from about the age of 5 until I was maybe 8 or 9. He was always there, a constant companion. I remember him so vividly, even now, nearly 25 years later. Tall and gangly, with limbs that seemed a little too long for his body, like a puppet whose strings were slightly tangled. He always wore the same thing in my mind's eye, faded red scarf, even indoors, and a smile. Always that smile. A wide, almost exaggerated grin that showed a bit too much gum, a bit too many teeth. But I never found it unsettling then. And his eyes, those impossible blue eyes. I would spend years convincing myself that Flickr was a figment of my overactive imagination, a coping mechanism for being an only child with busy parents. He faded away, as imaginary friends do, replaced by real friends, school, and the mundane realities of growing up. I had not thought about him, truly thought about him, in decades. But seeing Ethan's face, it was like a forgotten key unlocking a door in my mind that I had not even realized was there. The resemblance was not just passing. It was not a reminds me of situation. It was uncanny. The exact shape of his nose, the slight dimple in his left cheek when he smiled, the way his dark hair fell over his forehead, even the lean, almost wiry build. It was Flickr, aged up, real. My mind raced, desperately trying to find a logical explanation. Coincidence, of course. It had to be. There are billions of people in the world. People look alike. It is not unheard of. But the feeling in my gut was anything but logical. It was a primal alarm bell, screaming that something was fundamentally wrong. I could not swipe past him. I just sat there, staring, a strange mixture of fascination and terror holding me captive. Finally, with a shaky breath, I swiped right. A morbid curiosity had taken root, choking out all reason. I needed to know. I needed to know if it was just a face, or if there was something more. Almost immediately, be it as a match, notification popped up. My stomach lurched. A message came in moments later. Hey Sarah, great profile. You look like you have interesting stories to tell. It was a perfectly normal, innocuous message. But coming from him, it felt loaded. It felt like a trap. I typed out a reply, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. Hey Ethan, thanks, you too. What kind of stories are we talking about? I tried to keep my tone light, casual, betraying none of the frantic internal screaming happening inside my head. He responded quickly. The kind that keep you up at night, maybe, or the kind that make you laugh till your sides hurt. I am open to both. I actually managed a small, nervous laugh. He was charming, dangerously charming. We chatted back and forth for a few days. He seemed normal. He talked about his job in graphic design, his love for hiking, his terrible attempts at cooking. He had a dry wit that made me smile, genuinely smile, for the first time since seeing his picture. I found myself looking forward to his messages, even as that cold knot of fear remained lodged in my stomach. I tried to push Flickr out of my mind, to convince myself that this was just a guy, a very handsome guy, who happened to share an unsettling resemblance to a childhood fantasy. But then, the little thing started. He asked me what my favorite color was. Green. I replied, always has been. Ah, he typed back. I had a feeling. You always did like the color of new leaves after a spring rain. I stare at the message. I had not told him that. Not in our conversations. Not anywhere on my profile. It was a random, specific detail from my childhood. Something Flickr had said to me once when we were sitting under the old oak tree in my backyard, watching a storm pass. My mother had always made me change out of my wet clothes immediately, but Flickr loved the smell of the rain, the way the world looked fresh and vibrant. He would point out the green of the leaves, glistening with water, and said that exact phrase. My fingers trembled as I typed. How did you know that? His reply came back almost instantly. Just a lucky guess, I suppose. Or maybe you just radiate spring rain green vibes. He added a winking emoji. It was a plausible enough deflection, but the hair on my arm stood on end. My heart started that frantic hammering again. I felt cold, despite the warm air in my apartment. I spent the rest of the night digging through old boxes in my closet. Pictures, drawings, childhood diaries. I found it. A crayon drawing on faded construction paper. A stick figure of me, with a messy brown blob for hair, holding hands with a tall, lanky figure. The figure had a big, wide smile, 2 impossibly blue circles for eyes, and a bright red scribble around its neck. Flickr. I held it up to my phone, comparing the drawing to Ethan's Tinder profile picture. The proportions of the head, the tilt of the smile, the intensity of the eyes. It was chilling. The child in me, the one who had conjured Flickr, was screaming. The adult in me was trying to rationalize it away as a trick of memory, a child's artistic interpretation. But the similarities were too stark. We eventually made plans for a first date. A casual coffee shop in my neighborhood. I told myself I was going to observe him, to find the flaws, the differences that would shatter this illusion. I was going to prove to myself that he was not Flickr. The day of the date, I was a wreck. I changed outfits 3 times. My hands clammy, my stomach churning. I almost canceled, but that morbid curiosity, that desperate need for answers, propelled me out the door. He was already there when I arrived, sitting at a small table by the window, sipping a latte. He looked up as I walked in, and that wide, familiar smile spread across his face. Those blue eyes, luminous, fixed on me. It was him. It was Flickr. Up close, the resemblance was even more striking. The way his dark hair curled slightly at the nape of his neck, the thin line of a scar above his left eyebrow that I had not noticed in the pictures. He was tall, just as I remembered Flickr, with a lean, almost fragile-looking frame that belied an underlying strength. His movements were fluid, almost too graceful. "Sarah," he said, standing up. His voice was smooth, a low baritone that sent a shiver down my spine. "It is good to finally meet you in person." "Ethan." I managed, my voice a little breathless. I sat down opposite him, my eyes scanning every inch of his face, searching for a single deviation from my childhood memory. There were none. We talked. He was charming, attentive, and incredibly easy to talk to. He asked about my work, my hobbies, my dreams. He listened intently, his blue eyes never leaving mine. It should have been a perfect first date. But every compliment, every shared laugh, every moment of easy conversation felt like a carefully constructed lie. I tried to be subtle. "So, did you have a lot of imaginary friends when you were a kid?" I asked, tried to make it sound like a lighthearted, Getting to know you question. He paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. Imaginary friends. No, not really. I was a pretty solitary kid. Actually, kept to myself. Why do you ask? Oh, just curious, I said, trying to wave it off. I had one. Flicker. He was pretty vivid for a while. Ethan's smile widened a fraction. Flicker. Huh. Sounds like a fun name. What was he like? His tone was perfectly neutral, but those eyes, they held a flicker of something unreadable, something ancient. It was like he was testing me, waiting to see what I would reveal. He was tall and lanky. I said, forcing myself to describe him, watching Ethan's face for any reaction. Always smiling. Had bright blue eyes just like yours, actually. And he always wore a red scarf, even in the summer. Ethan chuckled. A red scarf. That is quite a fashion statement for an imaginary friend. And blue eyes like mine. What a coincidence. He took a sip of his coffee, his gaze unwavering. So, you do not happen to remember him having a small scar above his left eyebrow, do you? He asked, casually touching the faint white line above his own eye. My blood ran cold. I had not mentioned the scar. I had not even consciously remembered it until I saw it on him. But now, a memory flash flicker, climbing a tree too fast, a branch snapping, a tiny cut on his forehead, which, as a child, I had simply assumed healed instantly because he was imaginary. I swallowed hard. No, I lied, my voice a little too shaky. I do not remember that. He just smiled, a knowing glint in his blue eyes. Too bad. Would have been an even bigger coincidence. Would not it? The rest of the date was a blur. I was polite. I laughed in the right places. But my mind was screaming. This was not a coincidence. This was impossible. This was wrong. When he walked me to my door, he leaned in, his scent a faint mix of cedar and something else. Something subtly metallic, like ozone before a storm filling my senses. I had a really great time. Sarah, he murmured, his voice low. We should do this again soon. Yeah, I mumbled, pulling away slightly. Sure. He smiled again, that wide, too perfect smile. Do not forget your oldest friend, Sarah. And then he was gone, walking away into the night, leaving me standing on my doorstep, my heart pounding, my breath catching in my throat. My oldest friend. That phrase. It was not something a normal Tinder match would say. It was something Flicker would say. Over the next few days. I tried to ghost him. I did not reply to his texts. I let his calls go to voicemail. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I was letting my imagination get the better of me, but the fear was a constant, gnawing presence. Then the texts started getting weird. Not aggressive, not threatening, just knowing. Rough day at work. Huh, maybe a walk in the park would clear your head. I had just come home from a terrible day and had been contemplating a walk, thinking about that old oak tree in your backyard. Sarah, it always was your favorite spot. I had not mentioned my childhood home or the tree to him. Do not worry about that strange noise in your wall. It is just the house settling. I had heard a creak in my wall an hour before and had been trying to ignore it. He was not just guessing. He knew. He knew things he could not possibly know. It was like he was inside my head or watching me. The thought made my skin crawl. I stopped going to my usual coffee shop. I took different routes to work. I started looking over my shoulder constantly. Every shadow seemed to stretch and contort. Every tall, lanky figure in my peripheral vision made my heart leap into my throat. I felt like I was being hunted, but by something invisible, something that had been patiently waiting for me for decades. I finally confided in my best friend, Chloe, over the phone. I tried to explain the resemblance, the strange comments, the feeling of being watched. She listened patiently, then sighed. Sarah, honey, I think you are just a little stressed. You have been single for a while. You are putting yourself out there, and you met a guy who reminds you of your childhood imaginary friend. It is a weird coincidence. I get it, but you are letting your imagination run wild. No, Chloe, you do not understand. I insisted, my voice tight with desperation. He knows things. Things only Flicker would know. Things I barely remember. Maybe he did a little digging online, she suggested, trying to be helpful. People do that. Or maybe you mentioned something in passing that you forgot. He knows about the oak tree. I whispered. He knows about the green leaves after the rain. He knew about the scar. And he called himself my oldest friend. There was a long silence on the other end. Okay, Chloe said slowly. That is a little creepy. But still, it is probably just a weird guy. Block him. Sarah, block him on everything. Change your number if you have to. He will get the hint. I tried. I blocked his number, his Tinder profile, his social media. But it did not stop the feeling. It did not stop the dread that settled in my bones. Then, the packages started arriving. Small, innocuous boxes left on my doorstep. No return address, no sender name. The first one contained a small, crudely carved wooden bird. It looked exactly like one Flicker and I had found together in the woods behind my childhood home. A bird I had convinced myself was magic. The second contained a single wilted red rose, wrapped in a faded red scarf. The exact shade of red Flicker's scarf. I did not open the third package. I just stared at it, sitting on my welcome mat, a small, flat box wrapped in plain brown paper. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the core, what it would contain. Something from my past, something only Flicker and I shared. I called Chloe again, hysterical. He is leaving things. Chloe. He is leaving things that only he can know about. He is not just a weird guy. He is Flicker. He is real and he is here. Chloe sounded genuinely scared this time. Sarah, you need to go to the police. This is harassment. What am I going to tell them? I cried. That my Tinder match is my imaginary friend from childhood. They will lock me up. Then come stay with me, she said. Just for a few days. Get out of there. I wanted to. Desperately. But a strange, almost hypnotic pull kept me rooted in my apartment. I felt like I was caught in a spider's web, and the spider was finally ready to make its move. I knew I could not keep running, could not keep hiding. I had to confront him. I had to know what he was, and what he wanted. I sent him a single text from an old and used burner phone I still had. Meet me at the old abandoned pier. Midnight. Alone. His reply came back immediately. Of course. Sarah, I will be there. I knew you would come around. The pier was a desolate stretch of rotting wood and rusted metal, jutting out into the black expanse of the bay. It was a place I used to go as a teenager, a place of solitude and forgotten dreams. The wind howled, whipping my hair around my face, carrying the salty tang of the ocean. The moon was a sliver, casting long, dancing shadows. He was already there, standing at the very end of the pier, his tall, lean silhouette stark against the dark water. He was wearing a dark jacket, and I could almost imagine the red scarf, even though it was not there. As I approached, he turned, and his smile was the first thing I saw. Wide, impossibly wide, stretching his lips into a grotesque parody of warmth. And his eyes, they glowed, those sapphire blue eyes, reflecting the distant city lights with an unnatural intensity. Sarah, he said, his voice carrying easily over the wind. I knew you would come. You always were curious. Were not you? Were you? I demanded, my voice trembling but firm. Who are you? He tilted his head, a gesture so familiar it made my stomach churn. I am Flicker, of course. Your oldest friend. I thought you would remember. Flicker is not real. I said, trying to convince myself as much as him. You are just a man. A stalker. His smile did not waver. Oh, but I am real. Sarah, more real than you can imagine. You wished for me, did not you? You needed a friend, someone who truly understood you, someone who would always be there. And I answered, imaginary friends do not become real. I whispered, backing away a step. Most do not. No, he agreed, taking a slow step towards me. His movements were too smooth, too quiet for a human. But you, Sarah, you have a special kind of imagination, a very strong connection to other places, other possibilities. You made me so real, so vivid, that I began to take root. He paused, his eyes gleaming. I have been with you always. Sarah, watching you grow, learning about the world through your eyes. I was there when you cried over scraped knees, when you fell in love for the first time, when your heart broke. I was always there, just beyond your sight, waiting for the right moment. The right moment for what? I choked out, my terror rising. For this, he said, his smile widening further, stretching his face in a way that was no longer human. His skin seemed to tighten, to become almost translucent, revealing the faint tracery of veins beneath. His limbs seemed to elongate, his fingers becoming unnaturally long and thin. For us to be together, truly together. You are lonely. Sarah, I can feel it. You want connection. And I am the ultimate connection. I know everything about you. Every secret thought, every hidden fear, every forgotten memory. No one else will ever know you like I do. He took another step, and another. I could see the glint of his teeth now, a little too sharp, a little too numerous. His blue eyes, once so captivating, were now pools of ancient, predatory hunger. I have been waiting for you to be ready, he continued, his voice dropping to a low, hypnotic whisper. Waiting for you to open yourself up again, to seek companionship. Tinder was merely a convenient way to manifest, to step fully into your world. And now that I am here, I am never leaving. He reached out a hand, his fingers long and pale, tipped with nails that seemed to shade too dark. Come, Sarah, let us rekindle our friendship. Forever. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that tore from my throat and was swallowed by the wind. I turned and ran, my feet pounding on the rotting planks of the pier. There would groan beneath me, a sound like an old man sighing. I did not look back, but I could feel him behind me, not running, not chasing in a human way, but simply there, a presence that seemed to glide effortlessly, always just a few steps behind. The air grew cold, heavy with an unnatural stillness despite the howling wind. I reached the end of the pier, scrambling onto the rocky shore, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I did not stop. I ran through the dark streets, past the closed shops, the silent houses. Every shadow was flicker. Every rustle of leaves was his approach. I did not know where I was going. My apartment was no longer safe. The city, once my sanctuary, was now a vast, echoing hunting ground. He was everywhere, in every memory, in every corner of my mind. I finally collapsed in a deserted park, hiding behind a thick cluster of bushes, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. The terror was absolute, suffocating. He was not just a stalker. He was something ancient, something that had fed on my childhood imagination. And now, as an adult, he wanted to consume me entirely. I pulled out my phone, my hand still trembling, and saw a new message. It was not from Ethan. It was from an unknown number. You can run. Sarah, the message read, the words appearing on the screen with a chilling finality. But you can't hide from your oldest friend. I will always find you. I am already a part of you. I dropped the phone, my scream lost in the night, because in the reflection of the dark screen, behind my own terrified face, I saw it, a tall, lanky shadow with impossibly bright blue eyes and a smile that was far, far too wide. All right, So, you know how it is with online dating, right? It is a total crapshoot. One minute you are swiping through profiles, trying to figure out if that guy is holding a fish ironically, or if he is genuinely a fishing enthusiast, which, no judgment, but it is just not my thing. And the next you are convinced you have found someone who actually has a personality beyond gym selfies and vague travel aspirations. I am Sarah, by the way, and trust me, after what happened, I am probably done with dating apps for good. Maybe even dating in general. I would have been on Tinder for a few months, mostly just swiping idly while I watched Netflix, occasionally matching with someone who seemed vaguely normal. My expectations were not exactly high. I was just looking for a decent conversation. Maybe a coffee, nothing too serious. I would have had my share of awkward first dates, a guy who talked exclusively about his ex, the one who tried to sell me essential oils, the one who showed up 20 minutes late and acted like I was the problem. You name it, I would probably experienced it. So, when I matched with Mark, I felt that familiar, cautious flicker of optimism. His profile was, well, it was good. He had a nice smile, not too cheesy, not too intense. His bio was witty, talked about hiking and reading, and honestly, he looked like the kind of guy who'd actually hold a door open for you. He was tall, dark hair, eyes that seemed to crinkle at the corners when he smiled in his photos. He had a couple of pictures that showed him outdoors. One with a dog, always a plus, right? And another one where he was wearing a sleeveless band t-shirt, showing off some pretty muscular arms. Nothing too wild, just a typical, attractive guy. We started chatting, and the conversation flowed easily. No awkward silences, no weird one-word answers. He asked genuine questions, remembered things I would said earlier, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. We talked about our jobs, our favorite books, even debated the merits of pineapple on pizza. He was pro. I am vehemently anti, but we agreed to disagree gracefully. It was refreshing, honestly, after a week of back and forth messages. He suggested we meet up for coffee. I agreed. I was actually looking forward to it. The day before our date. I was doing what I always do when I'm feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. I was stalking his profile again. Not in a creepy way. Just, a final check. Making sure I had not missed any red flags. Trying to mentally prepare myself. I scrolled through his pictures, zooming in on details, trying to get a better sense of him. That picture of him in the sleeveless band t-shirt caught my eye again. He was standing with his arms crossed, looking off to the side, smiling. His left arm, specifically his bicep, was really prominent. And that is when I saw it. It was faint, partially obscured by the angle and the shadow, but it was definitely there. A tattoo on his upper arm, near his shoulder. My heart did a weird little stutter in my chest. I zoomed in as much as Tinder would let me, squinting at the screen. It was lettering. Script, maybe. And as I stared, a cold wave washed over me. It looked like my name. Sarah. No, that could not be right. My mind immediately started trying to rationalize it away. It is probably a common name. Maybe it is his sister's name, or his mom's, or a previous girlfriend. But even that thought felt weird. Who tattoos a previous girlfriend's name on their arm, especially if they're on Tinder? And why would he keep a picture of it up? No, it had to be something else. Maybe it was a word that just looked like Sarah. Or maybe it was just a random design, and my brain was playing tricks on me because I was thinking about him. I stared at that picture for a good 5 minutes, my stomach churning. The letters were clear enough. S-A-R-A-H. My name, spelled exactly like mine. A chill went down my spine, despite the perfectly normal, sunny afternoon outside my window. It was just too specific to be a coincidence. I mean, what are the odds? I tried to tell myself it was fine. It had to be a different Sarah. There are millions of Sarahs in the world. But that gut feeling, that little voice in the back of my head, was screaming. It was not just a random tattoo, it was my name. And he had it before we even met. My first instinct was to cancel the date. Just send a polite text. Hey, something came up, can't make it. But then my curiosity, mixed with stubborn refusal to be scared off by something that was probably just a weird coincidence, kicked in. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe there was a perfectly logical explanation. I decided I would go, but I would be on high alert. I would casually bring it up, maybe, or just observe. If it turned out to be nothing, I would laugh at myself for being so paranoid. If it turned out to be creepy, well, at least I would have a story, right? Famous last words. The coffee shop we picked. The daily grind was pretty standard. Bustling, a little noisy, plenty of people around. I figured that was a good, safe choice. I arrived a few minutes early, found a small table in the corner, and tried to act casual while my heart hammered against my ribs. Every time the door opened, I would jump, scanning the faces, looking for Mark. He walked in exactly on time, and my breath hitched. He looked just like his pictures, maybe even better in person. Taller than I expected, with that same easy smile. He spotted me, walked over, and extended his hand. Sarah. Hey, Mark. Good to finally meet you. His voice was deep, friendly, completely normal. Too normal, maybe. Hi, Mark. You too. I managed, trying to sound as unbothered as possible. His hand was warm, his grip firm. Nothing outwardly alarming. He sat down opposite me, and we ordered our coffees. The conversation started out exactly like our messages, easy, flowing, genuinely pleasant. He talked about his work in graphic design. I talked about mine in marketing. We laughed at each other's anecdotes, found common ground in our love for independent films. He was charming, attentive, and made good eye contact. He seemed like a genuinely good guy. But all the while, my mind was screaming. The two. I kept trying to casually glance at his left arm. He was wearing a long-sleeved flannel shirt today. The sleeves rolled up to just below his elbows, but his bicep was still covered. I could not see anything. I felt a weird mix of relief and frustration. Relief because I did not have to see it right away. Frustration because the mystery was still eating at me. So, what made you swipe right on my profile, he asked, taking a sip of his latte. His eyes twinkled. I laughed, trying to seem natural. Well, you seem normal. And you had a dog. Always a good sign. I paused, then decided to try a subtle approach. I noticed you have a few tattoos in your pictures. Any interesting stories behind them? He smiled. Oh, yeah, a couple. Nothing too crazy. Just some things that are important to me. He gestured vaguely at his arm. This one on my bicep is probably my favorite. It has got a lot of meaning. My blood ran cold. This one on my bicep. He was talking about that tattoo. My heart started thudding again, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I tried to keep my expression neutral. Oh, yeah. I asked, trying to sound intrigued, not terrified. What is it? He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. It is actually a name. Someone very special to me. He took another sip of his coffee, his gaze unwavering. My throat felt dry. This was it. This was the moment. Was he going to say my sister or my mom or something equally mundane? Or was he going to say, who is it? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He leaned forward slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. It is you, Sarah. My entire body went rigid. The noise of the coffee shop, the clatter of cups, the murmur of conversations, all faded into a dull roar. It felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. I stared at him, my mind reeling. My name. He had my name tattooed on his arm, and he just admitted it. Casually, like it was the most normal thing in the world. What? I managed, my voice cracking. He laughed, a gentle, almost affectionate sound. My tattoo. It is your name. Sarah, he paused, his eyes holding mine. I knew I would meet you someday. A cold, icy dread settled deep in my stomach. This was not a coincidence. This was not a misunderstanding. This was something else entirely. Something deeply, fundamentally wrong. My hands started to tremble, and I clasped them together under the table. But how? I stammered. How could you have my name tattooed? We just matched last week. We have never met before. His smile did not falter, but there was something in his eyes now. A glint, a darkness that had not been there before. Oh, I have known your name for a while. Sarah, longer than last week. He leaned back, crossing his arms over his chest. And as he did, his flannel sleeve shifted slightly, just enough for me to catch a glimpse of the tattoo. It was definitely there. S-A-R-A-H in elegant script, etched permanently into his skin. My blood ran cold. I felt a surge of nausea. What are you talking about? I demanded, my voice a little louder now, a desperate edge to it. How could you know my name? That is really creepy. Mark. He sighed, a soft, almost disappointed sound. Creepy. No. Sarah, it is destiny. I have seen you around town, at the grocery store, a couple of times at that little bookstore you like downtown. I saw you running in the park last spring. I always knew you were the one I was looking for. And when I saw your profile pop up on Tinder, it just confirmed it. My stomach dropped to my feet. He would have been watching me. He would have been stalking me. For how long? The thought made my skin crawl. Every casual encounter, every time I would feel a strange presence, a fleeting sense of being observed had it been him. You have been watching me. I whispered, my voice trembling. That is not okay. Mark, that is really not okay. His smile tightened, a hint of irritation now. I prefer to think of it as observing. Getting to know you, I needed to be, sure, and I am. You are perfect. Sarah, everything I imagined. He reached across the table, his hand moving towards mine. I flinched, pulling my hand away sharply. His hand froze in mid-air, then slowly retracted. The easy charm had completely vanished, replaced by something cold and unsettling. His eyes, which had seemed so kind just minutes ago, now held a disturbing intensity. I think I need to go, I said, pushing my chair back. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to stand. He did not move, just watch me, his expression unreadable. Already, but we were just getting to know each other. I have not even told you about my other tattoos yet. The way he said other tattoos sent another shiver down my spine. Did he have other names? Other Sarahs? Or other victims? My imagination, already in overdrive, conjured up horrific images. No, I really have to go. I insisted, fumbling for my purse. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Do not be silly. Sarah, he said, his voice taking on a low, almost hypnotic quality. We have so much to talk about. I know you like that little Italian place on Elm Street. We could go there for dinner. I even know your order chicken parmesan, no mushrooms, extra breadsticks. My blood ran cold. That was my order. How in the hell could he know that? I would only ever order that with my friends, never mention it on my profile. He had not just been observing me, he would have been studying me. Every detail, every habit. It was beyond stalking. It was an invasion. How do you know that? I gasped, backing away from the table. My eyes darted around the coffee shop, looking for an escape, looking for anyone who might notice the terror in my eyes. But everyone was engrossed in their own conversations, their own lattes. He stood up then, slowly, deliberately. He was taller than I would realize, casting a shadow over me. I just know things. Sarah, about you, about us. It is fate, like I said. We were always meant to find each other. His voice was calm, but there was an underlying menace that made my heart pound against my ribs like a trapped bird. I needed to get out. Now, I am leaving. I stated, trying to inject some authority into my voice, but it came out as a weak tremor. I turned and started to walk toward the exit, trying not to run, trying not to show him how utterly terrified I was. Every step felt like wading through treacle. Sarah, he called out, his voice no longer gentle, but sharp, demanding. I did not stop. I walked faster, my eyes fixed on a glass door. Just a few more steps. Just get outside. Then I felt a hand on my arm. His grip was surprisingly strong, his fingers cold against my skin. I gasped, spinning around. He was right behind me, his face inches from mine. The smile was gone. His eyes were wide, unblinking, and filled with an intensity that was purely predatory. You are not going anywhere. Sarah, not yet. My mind screamed. Panic flooded my senses. This was not just a creepy date. This was dangerous. I tried to yank my arm away, but his grip was like iron. Let go of me. I hissed, my voice low and desperate. We have to finish our conversation, he said, his voice barely a whisper, but it cut through the noise of the coffee shop like a knife. There are things you need to understand. Things about me. Things about you. I could feel tears stinging my eyes. I do not want to understand anything. Let go. I struggled, twisted my arm, but he held firm. He was stronger than he looked. Do not make a scene. Sarah, he warned, his eyes flicking around briefly, then back to me. It would not be good for either of us. At that moment, a barista walked past, carrying a tray of dirty mugs. I saw my chance. Help. I screamed as loud as I could, my voice cracking. He is assaulting me. Call the police. The barista stopped dead in his tracks, looking at us with wide eyes. A few other people at nearby tables turned their heads. Mark's grip on my arm tightened painfully. His face contorted, a flash of pure rage replacing the predatory calm. You should not have done that, he snarled, his voice a low growl. Before I could react, he shoved me hard. I stumbled backwards, losing my footing, and crashed into a table, sending a cascade of ceramic mugs and cutlery clattering to the floor. The noise was deafening, drawing more attention. People were staring now, some rising from their seats. The barista, a young guy with tattoos of his own, looked like he was about to intervene. Mark did not hesitate. He took off running, not toward the exit, but deeper into the coffee shop, weaving between tables, and then inexplicably he vanished through a staff-only door at the back. I lay there for a moment, stunned, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, my heart hammering. My arm ached where he would grab me, and my hip throbbed from hitting the table. But I was free. He was gone. The barista rushed over, concern etched on his face. Are you okay? What happened? He was following me. I stammered, scrambling to my feet. He knew my name. He had it tattooed on him. He has been stalking me. A small crowd had gathered around me, their faces a mixture of curiosity and shock. Someone had already pulled out their phone, presumably calling the police. When the police arrived, I gave them a statement, trying to articulate the bizarre, terrifying sequence of events. They were sympathetic, but also, understandably, a little skeptical. A guy with your name tattooed on him. Before you met. It sounded like something out of a bad movie. They took down his description, my account, and promised to look into it. They checked the staff-only door, but it led to a back alley, and there was no sign of him. No cameras in the alley. It was like he would just evaporated. I went home in a daze, my body aching, my mind replaying every horrifying detail. The tattoo, his chilling confession, the way he knew my Italian order, the intensity in his eyes, the sheer, unadulterated terror I would felt. For weeks, I was a wreck. I barely left my apartment. Every shadow, every unexpected noise sent my heart racing. I jumped at every text, every phone call. I deleted Tinder, of course, and all my other dating apps. I changed my routines, took different routes to work, stopped going to my usual grocery store and bookstore. I even considered moving, but that felt like letting him win. The police called a few times. They could not find anyone matching Mark's description in the area with a tattoo of my name. No one named Mark with a similar profile. It was like he was a ghost, a phantom who had only existed to torment me. They suggested I look into getting a restraining order if I ever saw him again. But what good would that do if he could just disappear? I tried to convince myself that it was over, that he had gotten scared and moved on. But the memory of his unblinking eyes, his knowing smile, would not leave me. And that tattoo, how could he have known? How could he have been so sure? One evening, about a month after the incident, I was finally starting to feel a little more normal. I was making dinner, listening to music, trying to reclaim some semblance of my old life. I reached for a box of pasta in my pantry, and as I pulled it out, something fell from behind it. It was a small, folded piece of paper. Not a note, not a letter, but something thicker. Curiosity, despite my lingering paranoia, got the better of me. I picked it up. It was a photograph, an old, faded Polaroid. My hand started to tremble as I unfolded it. It was a picture of a woman, a young woman, maybe in her early 20s, smiling brightly at the camera. She had long, dark hair, and her eyes were bright and full of life. She looked familiar, somehow, and then I saw it. On her left bicep, clearly visible in the photo, was a tattoo. Script lettering. It was my name. S-A-R-A-H. My breath hitched. My entire body went. Cold. Colder than it had been that day in the coffee shop. I stared at the photo, then at my own arm, then back at the photo. This woman, she looked so much like me. Not identical, but an uncanny resemblance. Like a sister or a cousin I would never met. And she had the same tattoo. My name. Underneath the picture, scrawled in faded ink, was a date. Not a recent one. It was from 30 years ago. And beneath the date, a single, chilling word. Next, the picture slipped from my numb fingers, fluttering to the floor. My eyes darted around my apartment. The window, the door, every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the old building amplified into a terrifying sound. How did this photo get into my pantry? I lived alone. I had not had anyone over since Mark. And then it hit me. The other tattoos he would mentioned. The knowing smile. The way he would talk about fate. About knowing I was the one he was looking for. This was not just about my name. This was about the name. A name he would have been tattooing on himself over and over for decades. This woman in the photograph, smiling so innocently, so full of life, she was a Sarah, too. And she was next. And now, I was, my heart hammered in my chest, a frantic, desperate rhythm. I was not just being stalked by a crazy guy. I was part of something much, much older. A terrifying generational hunt. He was not looking for Sarah. He was looking for the next Sarah. I ran to my bedroom, slamming and locking the door. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling as I tried to dial 911. But then I paused. What would I even tell them? That I found an old photo of another woman with my name tattooed on her, and a single word next written on it. They would think I was crazy. No, this was not something the police could fix. This was something ancient, something deeply, fundamentally wrong. And I was now a part of it. I have not slept properly since. Every time I close my eyes, I see that faded Polaroid, that bright, unsuspecting smile, and the word next. I see Mark's unblinking eyes, his sinister smile, and the tattoo of my name on his arm. I have changed my locks. I have installed security cameras. I check them constantly. But I know it won't be enough. He is out there. He is always out there. And he is waiting for the next Sarah. And I know with a chilling certainty that he will find me because he always does. I am Sarah, and I am next. The world had always felt solid, predictable. A little boring, maybe, but real. Now, it was a thin, fragile veil, stretched taut over something ancient and hungry, and I was seeing the tears in it everywhere. The fragment, that goddamn twitching fragment of purple-red flesh on my kitchen counter. It was not a hallucination. It was not a nightmare. It was real, and it was here. My breath hitched, a dry, ragged sound in the silent apartment. My eyes were fixed on it, this obscene, living thing that should not exist. It pulsed a slow, sickening rhythm, like a grotesque heart ripped from some alien creature. A tiny tendril, no thicker than a piece of thread, twitched, then slowly retracted, as if testing the air. The smell was not rotten, not exactly. It was more like ozone mixed with something metallic and vaguely sweet, a scent that crawled into my nose and refused to leave. My first instinct was pure, unadulterated panic. I wanted to scream, to run, to burn the entire building down. But a deeper, colder terror rooted me to the spot. Julian's eyes, his predatory snarl, the understanding that I had almost been food. This was not just some weird, isolated incident anymore. This was a piece of them in my home, a trophy or a warning. I did not know which. After what felt like an eternity, my legs finally obeyed. I backed away slowly, my gaze never leaving counter. My hand fumbled for my phone, but what would I even say? Hello, 911. There's a piece of sentient, alien meat on my kitchen counter that I almost ate on a first date with a monster. They would lock me up. They would already dismiss the gilded maw. Julian, everything. No, this was my problem. My horror. I needed to get rid of it. But how? I could not touch it. The thought of my skin making contact with that pulsing mass made my stomach churn. I grabbed a pair of tongs from a drawer, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped them. My eyes darted around the kitchen. A garbage bag. No, it felt too disrespectful, too easy for it to just sit there festering. The toilet. Flush it. What if it clogged the pipes and grew? My imagination, already shattered, ran wild. Finally, I found an old, sturdy glass jar, the kind you would use for canning. With a deep, shuddering breath, I extended the tongs. The tendril seemed to recoil slightly as I approached, or maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. I carefully, oh so carefully, gripped the fragment. It felt surprisingly firm, yet gelatinous, like a raw scallop, but with an unnerving internal vibration. I dropped it into the jar, slammed the lid on, and twisted it shut with all my strength. Even sealed, I could still see it pulsing, a dark, malevolent presence trapped behind glass. I wrapped the jar in several plastic bags, then stuffed it into an old shoebox, taping it shut for good measure. I could not just throw it in the dumpster outside. What if someone found it? What if it escaped? My mind was a whirlwind of irrational fears. But in this new reality, were any fears truly rational? I shoved the shoebox deep into the back of my closet, beneath a pile of old blankets and clothes. Out of sight, out of mind. Not a chance. Its presence still vibrated in the air, a silent hum of dread. The next few days blurred into a paranoid haze. Sleep became a luxury I could not afford. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every creak of the old apartment building sounded like footsteps. I double-checked the locks countless times, peered through the peephole before opening the door for even the mailman. I stopped answering calls from friends, my excuses growing flimsier with each text. How could I explain that I was too busy trying not to get eaten by interdimensional monsters? My phone once a lifeline of connection, now felt like a dangerous portal. I spent hours scrolling through dating apps, not to find a date, but to search for Julian. His profile was gone, of course, vanished without a trace, just like the Gilded Mall. But I searched for similar profiles, for anything that felt off. Anyone with two perfect smiles, two intense eyes. The internet was a rabbit hole of conspiracy theories, urban legends, and creepypastas. Most of it was nonsense, but some of the stories are whispers of places that appeared and disappeared, of people who vanished, of strange appetites they hit too close to home. I found forums discussing shadow people and glitches in, the Matrix, and a terrifyingly specific one about the deep hunger. I did not post. I just read, a silent, terrified observer, confirming my worst fears that I was not alone in experiencing the impossible. I tried to eat, but everything tasted like ash. My stomach rebelled at the thought of meat. I became a reluctant vegetarian. But even vegetables felt suspect, as if they too were disguising something. The memory of that pulsating mass, its tendrils, Julian's glowing eyes, it was a constant loop in my mind, a horror movie playing on repeat. I would jump at my own reflection, convinced for a split second that it was not me, that Julian's face would stare back. One evening, about a week after finding the fragment, I ran out of milk. It was a simple, mundane problem, but it felt like a monumental hurdle. My apartment, while a prison, was also my only safe haven. Stepping outside felt like walking into a lion's den. But the thought of another night without even cereal, the only food I could stomach, was worse. I forced myself to get dressed, pulling the hood low over my face, as if that could shield me from unseen eyes. The grocery store was bustling, a cacophony of normal life that felt utterly alien to me. Families laughing, couples bickering playfully, teenagers texting. It was a world I no longer belonged to, a world that did not know the truth lurking just beneath the surface. I hurried through the aisles, my eyes darting, scanning every face, every shadow. Every tall, dark-haired man sent a jolt of ice through me. I grabbed the milk, my hand shaking as I placed it in my basket. As I turned to head for the checkout, my gaze snagged on something in the produce section. A woman. She was picking out avocados, her back to me. She had long, dark hair, pulled into a neat ponytail, and wore a simple, professional-looking blouse. Nothing remarkable, but then she turned slightly, and I saw her reflection in the polished glass of the refrigerated display case. My heart stopped. The woman in the aisle had a pleasant, almost serene expression as she carefully examined an avocado. But her reflection was smiling. Not a pleasant smile. Not even a creepy smile. It was a wide, predatory grin, a flash of teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. Her eyes in the reflection, though the glass distorted them slightly, seemed to hold a glint of something cold and amused, utterly devoid of warmth. And for a split second, I swear I saw a faint, unsettling green shimmer in them, just like Julian's. My breath caught in my throat. I stood frozen, clutching my basket, my eyes locked on the reflection. The woman in the aisle lowered the avocado, her face still calm, then picked up another. Her reflection, however, maintained that chilling, toothy grin, as if it were a separate entity, mocking her, mocking me. It was like looking at a person and seeing the monster beneath momentarily exposed. My blood ran cold. This was not Julian, but it was them, or one of them. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Julian was not an anomaly. The Gilded Mall was not a one-off. There were more. They were here, walking among us, wearing human skins, and sometimes, for just a fleeting second, their true faces showed. I wanted to run, to scream, to warn everyone in the store, but I could not move. My legs felt like lead. The woman in the aisle finally selected an avocado and placed it in her basket. Her reflection, still smiling that awful, silent smile, seemed to linger for a moment longer, its gaze sweeping over the store, before finally settling back into a neutral expression. mirroring the woman's real face. The green shimmer was gone. Was it ever there, or was it just my traumatized mind projecting? She turned, pushing her cart towards the checkout lanes. I instinctively ducked behind a towering display of cereal boxes, my heart hammering against my ribs. I watched her from behind the boxes, my breath coming in ragged gasps. She looked completely normal now, just another shopper. But I knew, I had seen, a desperate, reckless urge seize me. I had to know more. I had to understand. This was not just about survival anymore. It was about trying to piece together the shattered fragments of my reality. I ditched my basket, leaving the milk and everything else behind, and started to follow her. I kept a careful distance, weaving through the aisles, trying to appear like I was just browsing. My paranoia was a living thing now, a coiled snake in my gut, but it was also sharpening my senses. I noticed details I would have missed before. The way her movements were a fraction too smooth, too precise for a casual shopper. The way her eyes, when she glanced around, seemed to take everything in, but without truly focusing on anything, like a predator scanning its environment. She moved quickly, efficiently through the store. I followed her to the checkout, standing a few lanes over, pretending to examine a magazine. She paid with a credit card, her fingers long and slender. The cashier smiled at her. The woman smiled back, a polite, almost practiced smile. I strained my eyes, trying to catch a reflection again, but there were no suitable surfaces. She left the store, pushing her cart toward the parking lot. I waited a moment, then followed, my head still pulled low. The cool night air did little to calm my racing heart. I watched her unload her groceries into a sleek, dark sedan. As she bent over, her hair obscured her face. Then, as she straightened up, she turned her head slightly. For a brief, terrifying second, her profile was visible in the side mirror of her car. And there was again the reflection. Her face was neutral, but in the mirror, her reflection's lips were curved into that same unsettling, wide grin. And this time, I was certain, her reflected eyes, though tiny in the mirror, gleamed with that faint, predatory green. It was not my imagination. It was real. She got into her car, started the engine, and pulled out of the parking spot. I ducked behind a parked SUV, watching her taillights disappear into the stream of traffic. My mind was reeling. This was not just some random person. This was another one. And if there was another, how many more? I walked home in a daze, the grocery store incident replaying in my mind. The reflection, the smile, the eyes. It was a key, a horrifying clue. They were not just hiding in exclusive, disappearing restaurants. They were everywhere. They were living among us, disguised. Back in my apartment, the silence was suffocating. I paced my living room, my thoughts a frantic mess. Julian, the gilded maw, the living feast, and now the woman in the grocery store. It felt like I had stumbled into a secret war, a hidden ecosystem of predators and prey, and I was firmly in the latter category. I needed to understand. I needed to find out who or what they were. My online searches became more desperate, more specific. Reflections acting strange, people with glowing eyes, hidden entities. I dove deeper into the internet's darkest corners, past the usual conspiracy theories, into the truly fringe, the whispered stories that people usually dismissed as the ramblings of the insane. I found obscure forums, hidden wikis, and encrypted chat groups. Most of it was still gibberish, but occasionally, a chillingly familiar detail would surface. Mentions of glamour, a term used to describe the illusion they cast over themselves, over their surroundings. Whispers of the mall, a place of feeding, though not always referring to a physical location, but a concept. And then a thread deep in an archive forum titled The Echoes. The poster, using the handle Watch Your Into Glass, described seeing people whose reflections did not quite match their faces. Not just a trick of the light, but a fundamental difference in expression. sometimes even subtle shifts in features. Watcher-into-glass theorized that these were echoes beings that wore human forms, but their true nature sometimes bled through into reflective surfaces, which acted as a sort of truth-teller. The echoes, they claimed, were ancient, feeding on various forms of energy, not just physical sustenance, but emotions, fear, life force itself. They were shapeshifters, master illusionists, and they move among humanity undetected for centuries. My blood ran cold as I read. It was too specific, too accurate. The gilded maw, the living feast. Julian's charm, and then his monstrousness it all fit. The glamour explained why the restaurant disappeared. The echoes explained the woman in the grocery store. And the feeding on life force explained Julian's insistence that I try the taste of true life. They were not just eating flesh, they were consuming the very essence of existence. Watcher-into-glass also mentioned that those who could see the echoes' true reflections were rare. They called them seers. Usually it was a traumatic event that triggered the sight, a sudden tearing of the veil. Like, say, almost being eaten by one of them. I was a seer, and that realization brought with it a fresh wave of terror. If I could see them, did that mean they could sense me? Did Julian know I was still out there, seeing his kind? The idea of being marked, of becoming a target, was almost unbearable. I spent the next few days holed up in my apartment, reading everything I could find from Watcher-into-glass. Their posts were fragmented, paranoid, but filled with a terrifying logic. They spoke of the difficulty of proving what they saw, of the slow erosion of their own sanity, of the constant fear of being discovered by the echoes. They warned that the echoes were incredibly powerful, able to influence minds, to make people forget, to make their victims doubt their own memories. Julian had done that. He had made me doubt myself, made the police doubt me. Watcher-into-glass's last post was chilling. It was a single line, they. No, I see them. The glass is starting to crack. That was it. No more posts. My fear solidified into a grim determination. I could not just hide forever. I had to understand how to survive. I started to look at my own reflection, searching for any sign of change. Was I becoming one of them? Was my mind so fractured that I was manifesting my own horror? But my reflection was always just me, pale, haunted, but undeniably human. The shoebox in my closet felt like a ticking bomb. I knew I could not keep it there. It was a beacon, a literal piece of their world and mine. But I was terrified to open it again. What if it had grown? What if it had hatched? My imagination conjured grotesque images. One night, the silence of my apartment pressed down on me, heavier than usual. I could not shake the feeling of being watched. I checked the locks again, pulled the blinds tight. I even put a chair under the doorknob, a childish but comforting gesture. I sat on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, staring at the front door, convinced that any moment, Julian or the woman from the grocery store would appear. Then a subtle glint caught my eye. It was from the kitchen. I froze. My heart hammered. Had I left a light on? No, everything was dark. It was a faint, purplish glow, emanating from the direction of the closet. The shoebox. My breath hitched. It was glowing. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my exhaustion. It was not just sitting there. It was active. It was calling to them, or was feeding. I could not ignore it. With trembling hands, I retrieved the shoebox. The glow was faint but undeniable, a sickly violet seeping through the tape seams. My hand shook as I tore open the tape, ripped off the plastic bags, and finally lifted the lid of the glass jar. The fragment inside pulsed with a slow, rhythmic light, like a deep-sea creature. It had grown. Not dramatically, but noticeably. It was larger, the tendrils thicker, more defined. And it was moving, not just twitching, but slowly, deliberately unfurling, like a grotesque flower blooming in reverse. A faint, almost inaudible hum emanated from it, a low thrumming that resonated in my chest. As I stared at it, mesmerized by its horrifying beauty. I felt a strange pull, a subtle urge to reach out, to touch it. It was like a whisper in my mind, promising understanding, connection, a taste of something forbidden and powerful. Julian's words echoed a taste of true life. Was this what he meant? Not just food, but an experience. A transformation. I recoiled violently, slamming the lid back down. The hum stopped. The glow dimmed, though it did not disappear entirely. It was trying to lure me. It was trying to get me to consume it, to become like them, or to become food for something else. This was a direct connection. A beacon. I had to get rid of it. Permanently. I thought about Watcher Into Glass's posts. They mentioned the echoes were sensitive to certain frequencies, to pure, uncorrupted energy. They hinted at ancient rituals, at cleansing fires. Fire. It was a desperate, terrifying thought, but it was the only one that felt right. I could not just throw it away. I could not bury it. It had to be destroyed. The next day, under the cloak of darkness, I drove to a secluded spot deep in the woods, a place I used to go camping with my family years ago. The air was cold, damp, and the trees loomed like silent sentinels. I dug a shallow pit, my hand shaking, and then gathered dry leaves and twigs. With a jar in my hand, I stared at the pulsating fragment one last time. It seemed to pulse faster now, as if sensing its impending doom. I took a deep breath, unscrewed the lid, and with a guttural cry of defiance, I flung the living mass into the pit. It landed with a wet thud, glowing faintly in the darkness. I immediately doused it with lighter fluid, then threw a lit match. The fire erupted with an angry roar, consuming the dry leaves. The fragment, instead of burning instantly, seemed to writhe. It pulsed furiously, its tendrils lashing out against the flames, a silent, desperate struggle. A high-pitched, almost inaudible shriek seemed to emanate from the fire, a sound that scraped against my very soul. The air around me grew cold, then intensely hot, as if the fire was fighting an invisible force. I watched, transfixed, as the flames slowly, agonizingly consumed it. The purplish glow intensified for a moment, then flickered like a dying star. The tendrils blackened, shriveled, and finally curled into ash. The shriek faded, replaced by the crackle of the burning wood. When only embers remained, I felt a strange sense of relief, followed immediately by an even deeper dread. I had destroyed a fragment. But what about the source? What about Julian? What about the woman in the grocery store? What about all the others I had not seen yet? I buried the ashes, then covered the spot with dirt and leaves, trying to erase any trace. As I walked back to my car, the woods felt even more menacing. I had taken a stand, but I had also confirmed their existence, and perhaps drawn their attention even more. The world had not returned to normal. It never would. I was a seer now, cursed with the knowledge of what lurked beneath the surface. Every reflection was a potential reveal. Every stranger a potential monster. Julian was out there, or his kind was. They were waiting, feeding, moving through our world, invisible to most. I was no longer just running from a monster. I was living in a world infiltrated by them, and I was one of the few who could see the cracks in the glamour. The gilded maw was gone, but the maw, the true, hungry maw, was everywhere. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that my fight had only just begun. I was on their menu once, and I had escaped, but they had not forgotten. They were still out there, waiting, and now so was I, watching, always watching.